Chapter 1 of The Extra Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 1. The Material. Judy, Tim, and Maria were just little children. It was impossible to say exactly what their ages were, except that they were just the usual age, that Judy was the eldest, Maria the youngest, and that Tim accordingly came in between the two. Their father did his best for them, so did their mother, so did Aunt Emily, the latter's sister. It is impossible to say very much about these three either, except that they were just father, mother, and Aunt Emily. They were the authorities in chief, and they knew respectively everything there was to be known about such remote and difficult subjects as London and money, food, health and clothing, conduct, behaviour and regulations, both general and particular. Into these three departments of activity, the children, without realizing that they did so, classed them neatly. Aunt Emily, besides the special duties assigned to her, was a living embodiment of no, while father allowed and permitted, while mother wobbled and hesitated. Aunt Emily shook her head with decision and said distinctly no. She was too full of warnings, advice, and admonitions to get about much. She wore gold glasses and had an elastic pointed nose. From the children's point of view, she must be classed as invalid. Somewhere deep down inside them, they felt pity. The trio loved them according to their just deserts. They grasped that the authorities did their best for them. This best, moreover, was done in different ways. Father did it with love and tenderness, that is, he spoilt them. Mother with tenderness and love, that is, she felt them part of herself, and did not like to hurt herself. Aunt Emily with affectionate and worthy desire to see them improve, that is, she trained them. Therefore they adored their father, loved their mother, and thought highly, from a distance preferably, of their aunt. This was the outward and visible household that an ordinary person, say a visitor who came to lunch on Sunday after church, would have noticed. It was the upper layer, but there was an under layer too. There was Thompson, the old pompous family butler. They trusted him because he was silent and rarely smiled, winked at their mischief, pretended not to see them when he caught them in his pantry, and never once betrayed them. There was Mrs. Horton, the fat and hot-tempered family cook. They regarded her with excitement, including dread, because she left juicy cakes still wet upon the dresser, yet denied them the entry into her kitchen. Her first name being Bridget, there was evidently an Irish strain in her, but there was probably a dash of French as well, for she was an excellent cook, and recipe was her master word. She pronounced it recipe. There was Jackman the nurse, a mixture of mother and Aunt Emily, and there was Weedon, the head gardener, an evasive and mysterious personality who knew so much about flowers and vegetables and weather that he was half animal, half bird, and scarcely a human being at all, vaguely magnificent in a sombre way. His power in his own department was unquestioned. He said little, but it meant an awful lot, most of which perhaps was not intended. These four constituted the underlayer of the household, concealed from visitors and living their own lives apart behind the scenes. They were the lesser authorities. There were others, too, of course, neighbours, friends, and visitors, who dwelt outside the big iron gates in the open world, and who entered their lives from various angles, some to linger, some merely to show themselves and vanish into mist again. Occasionally they reappeared at intervals, occasionally they didn't. Among the former were Colonel William Stumper, C.B., a retired Indian soldier, who lived in the manor house beyond the church, and had written a book on scouting, a nameless station master, whom they saw rarely when they accompanied Daddy to the London train, a policeman who walked endlessly up and down the muddy or dusty lanes and came to the front door with a dirty little book in his big hands at Christmas time, and a tramp who slept in barns and haystacks and haunted the great London road ever since they had once handed him a piece of Mrs. Horton's sticky cake in paper over the old grey fence. Him they regarded with a special awe and admiration, not unmixed with tenderness. He had smiled so nicely when he said "thank you," that Judy, wondering if there was anyone to mend his clothes, had always longed to know him better. It seemed so wonderful. How could he live without furniture, house, regular meals, without possessions, in a word? It made him so real. It was real life, in fact, to live that way, and upon Judy especially the impression was a deep one. In addition to these occasional intruders, there was another person, an authority, but the most wonderful authority of all, who came into their lives a little later with a gradual and overwhelming effect, but who cannot be mentioned more definitely just now because he has not yet arrived. The world, in any case, speaking generally, was enormous. It was endless. It was always dropping things and peoples upon them without warning, as from a clear and cloudless sky. But this particular individual was still climbing the great curve below their horizon, and had not yet poked his amazing head above the edge. Yet, strange to say, they had always believed that some such person would arrive. A wonderful stranger was already on the way. They rarely spoke of it. It was just a great, passionate expectancy, tucked away in the deepest corner of their hearts. Children possess this sense of anticipation all the world over. Grown-ups have it too, in the form of an unquenchable, though fading hope. The feeling that some day or other a wonderful stranger will come up the pathway, knock at the door, and enter their lives, making life worth living, full of wonder, beauty, and delight, because he will make all things new. This wonderful stranger, Judy had a vague idea, would be like at least the tramp. Tim, following another instinct, was of the opinion he would be a soldier, explorer, hunter kind of man. Maria, if she thought anything at all about him, kept her decision securely hidden in her tight, round body. But Judy qualified her choice by the hopeful assertion that he would come from the air, and Tim had a secret notion that he would emerge from a big, deep hole, pop out like a badger or a rabbit, as it were, and suddenly declare himself, while Maria, by her non-committal, universal attitude, perhaps believed that, if he came at all, he would just come from everywhere at once. She believed everything, always, everywhere, but to assert that belief was to betray the existence of a doubt concerning it. She just lived it. For the three children belonged to three distinct classes, without knowing that they did so. Tim loved anything to do with the ground, with earth and soil, that is, things that made holes and lived in them, or that did not actually make holes, but just grubbed about, mysterious, secret things, such as rabbits, badgers, hedgehogs, mice, rats, hares, and weasels. In all his games, the earth was home. Judy, on the other hand, was indubitably an air person. Birds amazed her, filling her hungry heart with high aspirations, longings, and desires. She looked, with her bright, eager face and spidery legs, distinctly bird-like. She flitted, darted, perched. She had what Tim called a tweaky nose, though whether he meant that it was beak-like or merely twitched, he never stated. It was just tweaky, and Judy took it as a compliment. One could easily imagine her shining little face peeping over the edge of a nest, the rest of her sitting warmly upon half a dozen smooth, pink eggs. Her legs certainly seemed stuck into her like pencils, as with a robin or a seagull. She adored everything that had wings and flew. She was of the air. It was her element. Maria's passions were unknown, though suspected of being universal, since she manifested no deliberate likes or dislikes, approving all things with a kind of majestic and indifferent omnipotence. They remained quiescent and undeclared. She probably just loved the universe. She felt at home in it. To Maria the entire universe belonged, because she sat still and with absolute conviction claimed it. The end of Chapter 1. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 2 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fancy, seed of wonder. The country house, so ancient that it seemed part of the landscape, settled down secretively into the wintry darkness and watched the night with eyes of yellow flame. The thick December gloom hid it securely from attack. Nothing could find it out. Though crumbling in places, the mass of it was solid as a fortress, for the old oak beams had resisted time so long that the tired years had resigned themselves to siege instead of assault, and the protective hills and woods rendered it impregnable against the centuries. The beleaguered inhabitants felt safe. It was a delightful, cosy feeling, yet excitement and surprise were in it too. Anything might happen, and at any moment. This, at any rate, was how Judy and Tim felt the personality of the old mill house, calling it Daddy's Castle. Maria expressed no opinion. She felt and knew too much to say a word. She was habitually non-committal. She shared the being of the ancient building, as the building shared the landscape, out of which it grew so naturally. Having been born last, her inheritance of coming time exceeded that of Tim and Judy, and she lived as though thoroughly aware of her prerogative. In quiet silence she claimed everything as her very own. The mill house, like Maria, never moved. It existed comfortably. It seemed independent of busy, hurrying time. So thickly covered was it with ivy and various creepers that the trees on the lawn wondered why it did not grow bigger like themselves. They remembered the time when they looked up to it, whereas now they looked over it easily, and even their lower branches stroked the stone tiles on the roof, patched with moss and lichen, like their own great trunks. They had come to regard it as an elderly animal asleep, for its chimneys looked like horns. It possessed a capacious mouth that both swallowed and disgorged, and its eyes were as numerous as those of the forest to which they themselves properly belonged. And so they accepted the old mill house as a thing of drowsy but persistent life. They protected and caressed it. They liked it exactly where it was, and if it moved, they would have known an undeniable shock. They watched it now, this dark December evening, as one by one its gleaming eyes shone bright and yellow through the mist, then one by one let down their dark green lids. It's going to sleep, they thought. It's going to dream. Its life, like ours, is all inside. It sleeps the winter through as we do. All is well. Good night, old house of grey. We'll also go to sleep. Unable to see into the brain of the sleepy monster, the trees resigned themselves to dream again, tucking the earth closely against their roots and withdrawing into the cloak of misty darkness. Like most other things in winter, they also stayed indoors, leading an interior life of dim magnificence behind their warm, thick bark. Presently, when they were ready, something would happen, something they were preparing at their leisure, something so exquisite that all who saw it would dance and sing for gladness. They also believed in a wonderful stranger who was coming into their slow, steady lives. They fell to dreaming of the surprising pageant they would blazon forth upon the world a little later. And while they dreamed, the wind of night passed moaning through their leafless branches, and time flew noiselessly above the turning earth. Meanwhile, inside the old mill-house, the servants lit the lamps and drew the blinds and curtains. Behind the closing eyelids, however, like dream chambers within a busy skull, there were rooms of various shapes and kinds, and in one of these, on the ground floor, called Daddy's study, the three children stood, expectant and a little shy, waiting for something desirable to happen. In common with all other living things, they shared this enticing feeling that something wonderful was going to happen. To be without this feeling, of course, is to be not alive. But once alive, it cannot be escaped. At death it asserts itself most strongly of all. Something too wonderful is going to happen. For to die is quite different from being not alive. This feeling is the proof of eternal life. Once alive, alive forever. To live is to feel this yearning, huge expectancy. Daddy had taught them this, though of course they knew it instinctively already. And any moment now the door would open, and his figure, familiar yet each time more wonderful, would cross the threshold, close the door behind him, and something desirable would happen. "I wish he'd hurry," said Tim impatiently. "There won't be any time left." And he glanced at the cruel clock that stopped all their pleasure but never stopped itself. "The motor got here hours ago. He can't still be having tea." Judy, her brown hair in disorder, her belt sagging where it was of little actual use, sighed deeply. But there was patience and understanding in her big dark eyes. "He's in with Mother, doing finances," she said with resignation. "It's Saturday. Let's sit down and wait." Then, seeing that Maria already occupied the big armchair and sat staring comfortably into the fire, she did not move. Maria was making a purring, grunting sound of great contentment. She felt no anxiety of any kind, apparently, but Tim was less particular. "All right," he said, squashing himself down beside Maria, whose podgy form accommodated itself to the intrusion like a cat. "As long as Aunt Emily doesn't catch him on the way and begin explaining." "She's in bed with a headache," mentioned Judy. "She's safe enough." For it was an established grievance against their mother's sister that she was always explaining things. She was a terrible explainer. She couldn't move without explaining. She explained everything in the world. She was a good soul, they knew, but she had to explain that she was a good soul. They rather dreaded her. Explanations took time for one thing, and for another they took away all wonder. In bed with a headache, she was safely accounted for, explained. "She thinks we miss her," reflected Tim. He did not say it, it just flashed through his mind, with a satisfaction that added vaguely to his pleasurable anticipation of what was coming. And this satisfaction increased his energy. "Shove over a bit," he added aloud to Maria, and though Maria did not move of her own volition, she was, nevertheless, shoved over. The pair of them settled down into the depths of the chair. But while Maria remained quite satisfied with her new position, her brother fussed and fidgeted with impatience born of repressed excitement. "Run out and knock at the door," he proposed to Judy. "He'll never get away from Mother unless we let him know we're waiting." Judy, kneeling on a chair and trying to make it seesaw, pulled up her belt, sprang down, then hesitated. "They'll only think it's Thompson and say come in," she decided. "That's no good." Tim jumped up, using Maria as a support to raise himself. "I know what!" he cried. "Go and bang the gong. He'll think it's dressing time." The idea was magnificent. "I'll go if you funk it," he added, and had already slithered halfway over the back of the chair when Judy forestalled him and had her hand upon the doorknob. He encouraged her with various instructions about the proper way to beat the gong, and was just beginning a scuffle with the inanimate Maria, who now managed to occupy the entire chair, when he was aware of a new phenomenon. that made him stop abruptly. He saw Judy's face hanging in mid-air 6 feet above the level of the floor. Her face was flushed and smiling, her hair hung over her eyes, and from somewhere behind or underneath her a gruff voice said sternly, "What are you doing in my study at this time of night? Who asked you in?" The expected figure had entered, catching Judy in the act of opening the door. He was carrying her in his arms. She landed with a flop upon the carpet. The desired and desirable thing was about to happen. "Get out, you lump! It's Daddy!" But Maria, accustomed to her brother's exaggerated language, and knowing it was only right and manly, merely raised her eyes and waited for him to help her out. Tim did help her out, half dragging and half lifting. He deposited her in a solid heap upon the floor, then ran to the figure that now dominated the dim firelit room, and hugged it with all his force, making sounds in his throat like an excited animal. The hug was returned with equal vigour, but without the curious sounds. Maria was hugged as well, and set upon her feet, while Judy, having already been sufficiently hugged, pushed the armchair closer up to the fire and waited patiently for the proper business of the evening to begin. The figure, meanwhile, disentangled itself. It was tall and thin, with a mild, resigned expression upon a kindly face that years and care had lined before its time, old-fashioned rather, with soft grey whiskers belonging to an earlier day. A black tailcoat adorned it, and the necktie was crooked in the turned-down collar. The watch-chain went from the waistcoat button to one pocket only, instead of right across, and one finger wore a heavy signet ring that bore the family crest. It was obviously the figure of an overworked official in the civil service, who had returned from its daily routine in London to the evening routine of its family in the country, the atmosphere of government and the underground still hanging round it. For sundry whiffs of the mysterious city reached the children's nostrils, bringing thrills of some strange remote reality they had never known at first hand. They busied themselves at once. While Tim unbuttoned the severe black coat and pulled it off, Judy brought a jacket of dingy tweed from behind a curtain in the corner and stood on a chair to help the figure put it on. All knew their duties. The performance went like clockwork, and Maria sat and watched in helpful silence. There was a certain air about her as though she did it all. "How they do spoil me, to be sure," the figure murmured to itself. "Yet mother's always saying that I spoil them. I wonder." "Now you look decent at last," said Judy. "You smell like a nice rabbit." "It's my shooting coat." The figure cleared its throat, apparently on the defensive a little. Tim and Judy sniffed it. "Rabbits and squirrels and earth things," thought Tim. "And flowers and burning leaves," said Judy. "It's his old garden coat as well." She sniffed very audibly. "Oh, I love that smoky smell." "It's the good old English smell," said the figure contentedly, while they put his necktie straight and arranged the pocket flaps for him. "It's English country. England." "Don't other countries smell, then?" inquired Tim. "I mean, could anyone tell you were English by your smell?" He sniffed again, with satisfaction. "Weedon's the same," he went on, without waiting for an answer. "Only much stronger, and so's the potting shed." "But yours is sweeter, much," said Judy quickly. To share odours with an authority like the head gardener was distinctly a compliment, but Daddy must come first, whatever happened. "How funny," she added half to herself, "that England should have such a jolly smell. I wonder what it comes from." "Where does England come from?" asked Tim, pausing a moment to stare into the figure's face. "It's an island, of course, England, but—" "A piece of land surrounded by water," began the figure, but was not allowed to finish. A chorus of voices interrupted. "Make a story of it, please. There's just time. There's half an hour. It's nice and dark. Uh, something very awful or very silly, please." There followed a general scuffle for seats, with bitter complaints that he only had 2 pointed knees. Maria was treated with scant respect. There was also criticism of life, that he had no lap, no proper lap, that it was too dark to see his face, that everybody in turn had got the best place, but chiefly that there was very little time. Time was a nuisance always. It either was time to go or time to stop, or else there was not time enough. But at length quiet was established. The big armchair resembled a clot of bees upon a honeycomb. The fire burned dully, and the ceiling was thick with monstrous fluttering shadows, vaguely shaped. "Now, please, we've been ready for ages." A deep hush fell upon the room, and only a sound of confused breathing was audible. The figure heaved a long, deep sigh, as though it suffered pain, paused, cleared its throat, then sighed again more heavily than before. For the moment of creation was at hand, and creation is not accomplished without much travail. But the children loved the pause, the sigh, the effort, not realizing with what difficulty the stories were ground out, nor that it was an effort against time to make a story last till help came from outside. They believed that something immense and wonderful was on the way, and held their breath with beating hearts. Daddy's stories were always marvellous. This one would be no exception. Marvellous up to a point, that is, something in them failed. "He's trying," was their opinion of them, and it was the trying that they watched and listened to so eagerly. The results were unsatisfying, the effect incomplete, the climax of sensation they expected never came. Daddy, though they could not put this into words, possessed fancy only. Imagination was not his. Fancy, however, is the seed of imagination. As imagination is the blossom of wonder, his stories prepared the soil in them at any rate. They felt him digging all round them. He began forthwith. Once, very long ago. How long? So long ago that the chalk cliffs of England still lay beneath the sea. Was Aunt Emily alive then? Or Weedon? Oh, much longer ago than that, he comforted them. So long, in fact, that neither your Aunt Emily nor Weedon were even thought of. There lived a man who— Where? What country, please? There lived a man in England. But you said England was beneath the sea with the chalk cliffs. There lived a man in a very small, queer little island called England, spelt Ing, not Eng, who— It wasn't our England, then. On a tiny little island called England, who was very lonely because he was the only human being on it. Weren't there animals and things too? And the only animals who lived on it with him were a squirrel who lived in the only tree, a rabbit who lived in the only hole, and a small grey mouse who made its nest in the pocket of his other coat. Were they friendly? Did he love them awfully? At first he was very polite to them only, because he was a civil servant of his government, but after a bit they became so friendly that he loved them even better than himself, and went to tea with the rabbit in its hole, and climbed the tree to share a nut breakfast with the squirrel, and— He doesn't know what to do with the mouse. A loud whisper, meant to be inaudible, broke in upon the fatal hesitation. And went out for walks with the mouse when the ground was damp and the mouse complained of chilly feet. In the pocket of his coat, all snug and warm, it stood on its hind legs and peered out upon the world, with its pointed nose just above the pocket flap. Then he liked the mouse best. What sort of coat was it? An overcoat, or just an ordinary one that smelt? Was that the only pocket in it? It was made of the best leaves from the squirrel's tree, and from the rabbit's last year's fur, and the mouse had fastened the edges together neatly with the sharpest of its own discarded whiskers. And so they walked about the tiny island and enjoyed the view together. The mouse couldn't have seen much. Until one day the mouse declared the ground was always wet, and was getting wetter and wetter, and the man got frightened. It's going to get awful in a minute. And the children nestled closer. The voice sank lower. It became mysterious. And the wetter it got, the more the man got frightened. For the island was dreadfully tiny, and... Why, please, did it get wetter and wetter? That, continued the man who earned his living in His Majesty's stationery office by day, and by night justified his existence, offering the raw material of epics unto little children. That was the extraordinary part of it, for no one could discover. The man stroked his beard and looked about him. The squirrel shook its bushy tail. The rabbit lifted its upper lip and thrust its teeth out, and the mouse jerked its head from side to side until its whiskers grew longer and sharper than ever. But none of them could discover why the island got wetter and wetter and wetter. Perhaps it just rained like here. For the sky was always blue. It never rained, and there was so little dew at night that no one even mentioned it. Yet the tiny island got wetter every day, till it finally got so wet that the very floor of the man's hut turned spongy and splashed every time the man went to look out of the window at the view. And at last he got so frightened that he stayed indoors altogether, put on both his coats at once, and told stories to the mouse and squirrel about a country that was always dry. Didn't the rabbit know anything? For all this time the rabbit was too terrified to come out of its hole at all. The increasing size of its front teeth added to its uneasiness, for they thrust out so far that they hid the view and made the island seem even smaller than it was. I like rabbits, though. Till one fine day... They were all fine, you said. One finer day than usual, the rabbit made a horrible discovery. The way it made the discovery was curious, may seem curious to us at least, but the fact is, it suddenly noticed that the size of its front teeth had grown out of all proportion to the size of the island. Looking over its shoulder this fine day, it realized how absurdly small the island was in comparison with its teeth, and grasped the horrid truth. In a flash it understood what was happening. The island was getting wetter, because it was also getting smaller. How beastly. Did it tell the others? It retired halfway down its hole and shouted out the news to the others in the hut. Did they hear it? It warned them solemnly, but its teeth obstructed the sound, and the windings of its hole made it difficult to hear. The man, besides, was busy telling a story to the mouse, and the mouse, anyhow, was sound asleep at the bottom of his pocket, with the result that the only one who caught the words of warning was the squirrel. For a squirrel's ears are so sharp that it can even hear the grub whistling to itself inside a rotten nut, and it instantly took action. It saved them, then? The squirrel flew from the man's shoulder where it was perched, balanced for a second on the top of his head, then clung to the ceiling and darted out of the window without a moment's delay. It crossed the island in a single leap, scuttled to the top of the tree, peered about over the diminishing landscape, and... Didn't it see the rabbit? And returned as quickly as it went. It bustled back into the hut, hopping nervously, and jerking its head with excitement. In a moment it was perched again on the man's shoulder. It carefully kept its bushy tail out of the way of his nose and eyes, and then it whispered what it had seen into his left ear. Why into his left ear? Because it was the right one, and the other had cotton wool in it. Like Aunt Emily. What did it whisper? The squirrel had made a discovery too, continued the teller solemnly. Goodness, that's 2 discoveries. But what did it whisper? In the hush that followed, a coal was heard falling softly into the grate. The night wind moaned against the outside walls. Judy scraped her stockinged foot slowly along the iron fender, making a faint twanging sound. Breathing was distinctly audible. For several moments the room was still as death. The figure, smothered beneath the clotted mass of children, heaved a sigh, but no one broke the pause. It was too precious and wonderful to break at once. All waited breathlessly, like birds poised in mid-air before they strike, until a new sound stole faintly upon the listening silence, a faint and very distant sound, barely audible as yet, but of unmistakable character. It was far away in the upper reaches of the building, overhead, remote, a little stealthy. Like the ominous murmur of a muffled drum, it had approach in it. It was coming nearer and nearer. It was significant and threatening. For the first time that evening the ticking of the clock was also audible, but the new sound, though somewhat in league with the ticking and equally remorseless, did not come from the clock. It was a human sound, the most awful known to childhood. It was footsteps on the stairs. Both the children and the storyteller heard it, but with different results. The latter stirred and looked about him, as though new hope and strength had come to him. The former, led by Tim and Judy, broke simultaneously into anxious speech. Maria, having slept profoundly since the first mention of the mouse in its cosy pocket, gave no sign at all. "Oh, quick, quick! What did the squirrel whisper in his good right ear? What was it? Do hurry, please!" "It whispered 2 simple words, each of 1 syllable," continued the reanimated figure, his voice lowered and impressive. "It said, 'The sea.'" The announcement made by the squirrel was so entirely unexpected that the surprise of it buried all memory of the disagreeable sound. The children sat up and stared into the figure's face questioningly. Surely he had made a slight mistake. How could the sea have anything to do with it? But no word was spoken, no actual question asked. This overwhelming introduction of the sea left him poised far beyond their reach. His stories were invariably marvellous. He would somehow justify himself. "The sea," whispered Tim to Judy, and there was intense admiration in his voice and eyes. "From the top of its tree," resumed the figure triumphantly, "the squirrel had seen what was happening, and made its great discovery. It realized why the ground was wetter and wetter every day, and also why the island was small and growing smaller. For it understood the awful fact that the sea was rising. A little longer, and the entire island would be under water, and everybody on it would be drowned." "Couldn't none of them swim or anything?" asked Judy with keen anxiety. "Hush!" put in Tim. "It's what did they do, and who thought of it first?" The question, last but one, was chosen for solution. "The rabbit," announced the figure recklessly. "The rabbit saved them, and in saving them it saved the island too. It founded England, this very England on which we live today. In fact, it started the British Empire by its action. The rabbit did it." "How? How?" "It heard the squirrel's whisper halfway down its hole. It forgot about its front teeth, and the moment it forgot them, they, of course, stopped growing. It recovered all its courage. A grand idea had come to it. It came bustling out of its hiding-place, stood on its hind legs, poked its bright eyes over the window ledge, and told them how to escape. It said, 'I'll dig my hole deeper, and we'll empty the sea into it as it rises. We'll pour the water down my hole.'" The figure paused and fixed his eyes upon each listener in turn, challenging disapproval, yet eager for sympathy at the same time. In place of criticism, however, he met only silence and breathless admiration. Also, he heard that distant sound they had forgotten, and realized it had come much nearer. It had reached the 2nd floor. He made swift and desperate calculations. He decided that it was just possible, with ordinary good luck. So they all went out and began to deepen the rabbit's hole. They dug and dug and dug. "The man took off both his coats," The rabbit scraped with its 4 paws, using its tail as well. It had a nice long tail in those days. The mouse crept out of his pocket and made channels with its little pointed toes, and the squirrel brushed and swept the water in with its bushy mop-like tail. The rising sea poured down the ever-deepening hole. They worked with a will together. There was no complaining, though the rabbit wore its tail down till it was nothing but a stump, and the mouse stood ankle-deep in water, and the squirrel's fluffy tail looked like a stable broom. They worked like heroes, without stopping even to talk, and as the water went pouring down the hole, the level of the sea, of course, sank lower and lower and lower. The shores of the tiny island stretched farther and farther and farther, till there were reaches of golden sand like Margate at low tide, and as the level sank still lower, there rose into view great white cliffs of chalk where before there had been only water, until, at last, the squirrel, scampering down from the tree where it had gone to see what had been accomplished, reported in a voice that chattered with stammering delight, "We're saved! The sea's gone down, the land's come up." The steps were audible in the passage. A gentle knock was heard, but no one answered, for it seemed that no one was aware of it. The figure paused a moment to recover breath. And then, what happened next? Did they thank the rabbit?" "They all thanked each other then. The man thanked the rabbit, and the rabbit thanked the squirrel, and the mouse woke up and—" No one noticed the slip which proved that their attention was already painfully divided, for another knock, much louder than before, had interrupted the continuation of the story. The figure turned its head to listen. "It's nothing," said Tim quickly. "It's only a sound," said Judy. "What did the mouse do? Please tell us quickly." "I thought I heard a knock," the figure murmured. "Perhaps I was mistaken. The mouse woke up." "You told us that," the figure continued, speaking with greater rapidity even than before, "and looked about it, and found the view so lovely that it said it would never live in a pocket again, but would divide its time in future between the fields and houses. So it pricked its whiskers up, and the squirrel curled its tail over its back to avoid any places that still were damp, and the rabbit polished its big front teeth on the grass, and said it was quite pleased to have a stump instead of a tail as a memento of a memorable occasion when they had all been nearly drowned together. And they all skipped up to the top of the high chalk cliffs, as dry as a bone and as happy as—" He broke off in the middle of the enormous sentence to say a most ridiculous and unnecessary thing. "Come in," he said, just as though there was some one knocking at the door. But no single head was turned. If there was an entry, it was utterly ignored. "Happy as what?" "As you." The figure went on faster than ever. "And that's why England today is an island of quite a respectable size, and why everybody pretends it's dry and comfortable and cosy, and why people never leave it except to go away for holidays that cannot possibly be avoided." "I beg your pardon, sir," began an awful voice behind the chair. "And why to this day," he continued as though he had not heard, "a squirrel always curls its tail above its back, why a rabbit wears a stump like a pen wiper, and why a mouse lives sometimes in a house and sometimes in a field, and—" "I beg your pardon, sir," clanged the slow, awful voice in a tone that was meant to be heard distinctly, "but it's long gone 6:30, and—" "Time for bed," added the figure, with a sound that was like the falling of an executioner's axe, and as if to emphasize the arrival of the remorseless moment, the clock just then struck loudly on the mantelpiece 7 times. But for several minutes no one stirred. Hope, even at such moments, was stronger than machinery of clocks and nurses. There was a general belief that somehow or other the moment that they dreaded, the moment that was always coming to block their happiness, could be evaded and shoved aside. Nothing mechanical like that was wholly true. Daddy had often used queer phrases that hinted at it. Some day, a day is coming, a day will come, and so forth. Their belief in a special day when no one would say time haunted them already. Yet evidently this evening was not the momentous occasion, for when Tim mentioned that the clock was fast, the figure behind the chair replied that she was half an hour overdue already, and her tone was like Thompson's when he said, "Dinner's served." There was no escape this time. Accordingly, the children slowly disentangled themselves. They rose and stretched like animals, though all still ignored the figure behind the chair. A ball of stuff unrolled and became Maria. "Thank you, Daddy," she said. "It was just lovely," said Judy. "But it's only the beginning, isn't it?" Tim asked. "It'll go on tomorrow night?" And the figure, having escaped failure by the skin of its teeth, kissed each in turn and said, "Another time, yes, I'll go on with it." Whereupon the children deigned to notice the person behind the chair. "We're coming up to bed now, Jackman," they mentioned casually, and disappeared slowly from the room in a disappointed body, robbed, unsatisfied, but very sleepy. The clock had cheated them of something that properly was endless. Maria alone made no remark, for she was already asleep in Jackman's comfortable arms. Maria was always carried. "Time's up," Tim reflected when he lay in bed. "Time's always up. I do wish we could stop it somehow," and fell asleep, somewhat gratified, because he had deliberately not wound up his alarum clock. He had the delicious feeling, a touch of spite in it, that this would bother time and muddle it. Yet time, as a monster, chased him through 100 dreams, and thus revenged itself. It pursued him to the very edge of the daylight, then mocked him with a cold bath, lessons, and a windy sleet against the windows. It was time to get up again. Yet, meanwhile, time helped and pleased the children by showing them its pleasanter side as well. It pushed them gently but swiftly up the long hill of months that landed them with growing excitement into the open country of another year. Since the rabbit, mouse, and squirrel first woke in their hearts the wonder of common things, they had all grown slightly bigger. Time tucked away another 12 months behind their backs. Each of them was a year older, and that in itself was full of a curious and growing wonder. For the birth of wonder is a marvellous sweet thing, but the recognition of it is sweeter and more marvellous still. Its growth, perhaps, shall measure the growth and increase the soul to whom it is as eyes and hands and feet, searching the world for signs of hiding reality. But its persistence, through the heavier years that would obliterate it, this persistence shall offer hints of something coming that is more than marvellous. The beginning of wisdom is surely wonder. The end of Chapter 2. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 3 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death of a mere fact. There was a man named Jinx. In him was neither fancy, imagination, nor a sign of wonder, and so he died. But though he appears in this chapter, he disappears again so quickly that his being mentioned in a sentence all by himself should not lead anyone astray. Jinx made a false entry, as it were. The children crossed him out at once. He became illegible, for the trio had their likes and dislikes. They resented liberties being taken with them. Also, when there was no one to tell them stories, they were quite able to amuse themselves. It was the inactive yet omnipotent Maria who brought about indirectly the obliteration of Mr. Jinx. And it came about as follows. Maria was a podgy child of marked individuality. It was said that she was 7 years old, but she declared that 8 was the figure, because some uncle or other had explained, "You're in your 8th year." Wondering uncles are troublesome in this kind of way. Every time her age was mentioned, she corrected the informant. She had a trick of moving her eyes without moving her head, as though the round face was difficult to turn. But her big blue eyes slipped round without the least trouble, as though oiled. The performance gave her the sly and knowing aspect of a goblin, but she had no objection to that, for it saved her trouble, and to save herself trouble, according to nurses, authorities, and the like, was her sole object in existence. Yet this seemed a mistaken view of the child. It was not so much that she did not move unnecessarily, as that it was not necessary for her to move at all, since she invariably found herself in the middle of whatever was going on, while life bustled anxiously about her, hurrying to accomplish various ends. She remained calm and contented at the centre, completely satisfied, mistress of it all. And her face was symbolic of her entire being, whereas so many faces seem unfinished. Hers was complete, globular like the heavenly bodies, circular like the sun, arms and legs unnecessary. The best of everything came to her because she did not run after it. There was no hurry. Time did not worry her. Circular and self-sustaining, she already seemed to dwell in eternity. "And this little person?" one of these inquisitive, interfering visitors would ask, smiling fatuously. "How old is she, I wonder?" 7, was the answer of the authority in charge. Maria's eyes rolled sideways and a little upwards. She looked at the foolish questioner. The authority who had answered was not worth a glance. "No," she said flatly, with sublime defiance. "I'm more. I'm in my 8th year, you see." And the visitor, smiling that pleasant smile that makes children distrust, even dislike them, and probably venturing to pinch her cheek or pat her on the shoulder into the bargain, accepted the situation with another type of smile, the smile that children expect. As a matter of fact, children hate it. They see through its artificial humbug easily. They prefer a solemn and unsmiling face invariably. It's the latter that produces chocolates and sudden presents. It's the stern-faced sort that play hide-and-seek, or stand on their heads. The smilers are bored at heart. They mean to escape at the first opportunity, and the children never catch their sleeves or coat-tails to prevent them going. "So you're in your 8th year, are you?" this smiler chuckled with a foolish grin. He patted her cheek kindly. "Why, you're almost a grown-up person. You'll be going to dinner parties soon," and he smiled again. Maria stood motionless and patient. Her eyes gazed straight before her. Her podgy face remained expressionless as dough. "Answer the kind gentleman," said the authority reprovingly. Maria did not budge. A finger and thumb, both dirty, rolled a portion of her pinafore into a pointed thing like a string, distinctly black. She waited for the visitor to withdraw, but this particular visitor did not withdraw. "I knew a little girl," he began with a condescending grin that meant her rejection of his advances had offended him. "A little girl of about your age who—" But the remainder of the rebuke concealed in a story was heard only by the authority, for Maria, relentless and unhumbugged, merely walked away. In the hall she discovered Tim, discreetly hiding. "What's he come for?" the brother inquired promptly, jerking his thumb towards the hall. Maria's eyes just looked at him. "To see mother, I suppose," he answered himself, accustomed to his sister's goblin manners. "And talk about missions and subscriptions and all that. Did he give you anything?" "No, nothing." "Did he call us bonny little ones?" His face mentioned that he could kill if necessary, or if his sister's honour required it.
He didn't say it.
Lucky for him, exclaimed Tim gallantly, rubbing his nose with the palm of his hand and snorting loudly. What did he say then, the old smiler?
He said,
replied Maria, moving her head as well as her eyes,
that I wasn't really old, and that he knew another little girl who was nicer than me, and always told the truth, and—
Oh, come on, cried Tim, impatiently interrupting. My trains are going in the schoolroom, and I want a driver for an accident. We'll put the smiler in the luggage van, and he'll get smashed in the collision, and all the wheels will go over his head. Then he'll find out how old you really are. We'll fairly smash him. They disappeared. Judy, who was reading a book on the apocalypse in a corner of the room, looked up a moment as they entered. What's up? She asked, her mind a little dazed by the change of focus from stars, scarlet women, white horses, and mysterious voices, to dull, practical details of everyday existence. What's on? She repeated. Trains, replied Tim. We're going to have an accident and kill a man dead. What's he done? She inquired. Humbugged Maria with a lot of stuff, and gave her nothing, and didn't believe a single word she told him. Judy glanced without much interest at the railway laid out upon the floor, murmured, Oh, I see, and resumed her reading of the wonderful book she had purloined from the top shelf of a neglected bookcase outside the gun-room. It absorbed her. She loved the tremendous words, the atmosphere of marvel and disaster, and especially the constant suggestion that the end of the world was near. Antichrist she simply adored. No other hero in any book she knew came near him. Come and help, urged Tim, picking up an engine that lay upon its side. Come on. No, thanks. I've got an apocalypse. It's simply frightfully exciting. Shall we break both legs? Asked Maria, blandly. Or just his neck? Neck, said Tim briefly. Only they must find the harp beneath the rubbish of the luggage van. Judy looked up in spite of herself. Who is it? She inquired, with an air of weighing conflicting interests. Mr. Jinks. It was Maria who supplied the information. But he's Daddy's office partner man, Judy objected, though without much vim or heat. Maria did not answer. Her eyes were glued upon the other engine. All black and burnt and full of the very horridest diseases, put in Tim, referring to the heart of the destroyed Mr. Jinks beneath the engine. He glanced up enticingly at his elder sister, whom he longed to draw into the vindictive holocaust. He said things to Maria, he explained persuasively, and it's not the first time either. Last Sunday he called me his little man, and he's never given me a single thing since ever I can remember, years and years ago. Then Judy remembered that he invariably kissed her on both cheeks, as though she was a silly little child. Oh, that man, she exclaimed, realizing fully now the enormities he had committed. She appeared to hesitate a moment. Then she flung down her apocalypse suddenly. Put him on a scarlet horse, she cried. Pretend he's the beast, and I'll come. Maria's blue eyes wheeled half a circle towards Tim. She did not move her head. It signified agreement, Tim knew. Only her consent as the insulted party was necessary before he could approve. All right, he cried to Judy. We'll put him in a special carriage with his horse, and I'll make out a label for the window so that everyone will know. He went over to the table and wrote Beast in capital letters on a half sheet of paper. The cumbersome quill pen made 2 spongy blots. It's the end of the world, really, at the same time, decided Julie, to a chorus of general approval. Not only the end of Mr. Jinks. She liked her horrors on a proper scale. and the railway line was quickly laid across the room from the window to the wall. The lamps of oil on both engines were lit. The trains faced one another. Mr. Jinks and his scarlet horse thought themselves quite safe in their special carriage, unaware that it was labelled Beast, with a label that overlapped the roof and hid all view of the landscape through the windows on one side. Apparently they slept in opposite corners with full consciousness of complete security. Mr. Jinks was tucked up with woolly rugs, and a newspaper lay across his knee. The scarlet horse had its head in a bag of oats, and its bridle was fastened to the luggage rack above. Both were supplied with iron foot-warmers. There was a fearful fog, and the train was going at a tremendous pace. So was the other train. They approached, they banged, they smashed to atoms. It was the most appalling collision that had ever been heard of, and the guard and engine driver, as well as the ticket collectors and directors of the company, were all executed by the government the very next day from gallows that an angry London built in half an hour on the top of St. Paul's Cathedral dome. It took place between the footstool and the fireplace in the thickest fog that England had ever known, and the horrid black heart of Mr. Jinks was discovered beneath the wreckage of a special carriage next to the luggage van. It was simply black as coal, and very nasty indeed. The little boy who found it was a porter's son, whose mother was so poor that she took in washing for members of Parliament, who paid their bills irregularly because they were very busy governing Ireland. He knew it was a cinder, but did not discover it was a heart until he showed it to his mother, and his mother said it was far too black to wash. The accident to Mr. Jinks, therefore, was a complete success. The butler helped with the mending of the engine, and Maria informed at least one authority. "We do not know Mr. Jinks. We have other friends." "But remember," said Judy, "we mustn't mention it to Daddy, because Mr. Jinks is his partner in the office." "Was," said Tim. The remains they decided to send to what they called the Hospital for Paralysed Inebriates with Incurable Afflictions of the Heart. The end of Chapter 3. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 4 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fact, edged with fancy. But the children were not always so vindictive and bloodthirsty. All three could be very tender sometimes. Even Maria was not wholly implacable and merciless. She had a pretty side as well. Their neighbour at the manor house, Colonel William Stumper, C.B., experienced this gentler quality in the trio. He was Mother's cousin, too. They were inclined to like this Colonel Stumper, C.B. For one thing, he limped, and that meant, they decided, that he had a wooden leg. They never called it such, of course, but indicated obliquely that the injured limb was made of oak or walnut, by referring to the other as his living leg, his good leg, and so forth. For another thing, he did not smile at them, and for a third, he did not ask foolish questions in an up-and-down voice, assumed for the moment, as though they were invalids, idiots, or tailless puppies who could not answer. He frowned at them. He said furiously, "How are you creatures?" And he gave usually at least a shilling to each. "That makes 3 shillings altogether," as Tim cleverly explained. "But not 3 shillings for each of us," Maria qualified the praise. "I only got 1. She took it out of her mouth and showed it by way of proof. "You'll swallow it," warned Judy, "and then you won't have none at all." If received early in the week, they reported their good fortune to the authorities, but if Sunday was too near, they waited. Daddy had a queer idea of teasing sometimes. "Just in time for tomorrow's collection," he would be apt to say. And though he did not really mean it, perhaps, there was a hint of threat in the suggestion. that quenched high spirits at the moment.
"You see, he takes the plate round,"
Judy told them,
"and so feels ashamed."
She did not explain the feeling ashamed. It was just that her father, who always did things thoroughly, had to say something, and so picked on that.
"Monday or Tuesday's safest,"
was her judgment. Maria rolled her eyes round like a gigantic German doll.
"Never's best,"
she gave as her opinion. But that was sly. The others reproved her quickly.
"Daddy likes to know,"
they told her.
"Monday or Tuesday's all right."
They agreed just to mention the matter only. There was no need to say a lot. So they liked this Colonel Stumper, C.B. They liked his title, declaring that the letters stood for Come Back, and referring to their owner as Come Back Stumper. Some day, when he was gone for good, he was to be promoted to K.C.B., meaning Can't Come Back. But they preferred him as he was, plain C.B., because they did not want to lose him. They declared that companion to the bath was just nonsense invented by a radical government, for in politics, of course, they followed their father's lead. Their father had distinctly stated more than once that the policy of radical government was some funny word or other nonsense, which statement helped them enormously in forming their own opinions on several other topics as well. In personal disagreements, for instance, they never squabbled. The final insult was to say,
"My dear, you're as silly as a something or other radical government."
or there was no answer to this anywhere in the world. Come Back Stumper, therefore, though casual outsiders might never have guessed it, was a valuable ally. He was what Mother called a character as well, and if the children used this statement in praise of him while adopting in their carelessness a revised version, "He has no character," this was not Come Back Stumper's fault. He was also an extinguished soldier, and had seen much service in foreign parts. India, with its tigers, elephants, and jungles, was in his heated atmosphere deliciously, and his yellow tint, as of an unripe orange, was due to something they had learned from hearsay to describe as carried liver trouble. All this, and especially his dead or wooden leg, was distinctly in his favour. Come Back Stumper was real. Also, he was hard and angular in appearance, short, brisk in manner, square-shouldered, and talked like a general who was bothered about something in a battle. His opinions were most decided. His conversation consisted of negatives, refusals, and blank denials. If Come Back Stumper agreed with what was said, it meant that he was feeling unwell, with an attack of curried liver trouble. The children understood him. He understood the children, too. "It's a jolly morning, William," from Daddy, would be met with, "Might be worse," and a snort like the sneeze of the nursery cat. But a direct invitation of any sort was simply declined point blank. "Care to see the Times, William?" ensured the answer. "Oh, no, thanks. There's never anything worth reading in it." This was as regular as breakfast when Cousin William was staying in the house. It was, in fact, Daddy's formula when he settled into his armchair for a quiet half-hour's read. Daddy's question was the mere politeness of a host. It was sham, but Cousin William's answer was as real as breakfast. The formula was a mechanical certainty, as certain as that pressing a button in the wall produced Thompson in the room. Accordingly, when Mother said, "Now, don't bother your Cousin William, children. He doesn't want you," this individual would instantly shoulder arms and state the exact contrary, with fiery emphasis. "If you've no objection," came the testy answer, "and if it's all the same to you, Cecilia," a shade sarcastically this, "it's precisely what I do want." and he would look at the children in a way that suggested the most intimate of secret understanding between himself and them. More, he would rise and leave the room with the impetus of a soldier going out to fight, and would play with Judy, Tim, and Maria in a fashion that upset the household routine and made the trio unmanageable for the authorities for hours afterwards.
"He's an honourable gentleman, like the gentlemen in Parliament,"
declared Judy,
"and that's my opinion of why I think him nice." "And when I'm grown up," was Tim's verdict, "I'll be a soldier, just exactly the same, only not yellow, and taller, and not so thick in the middle, and much, much richer, and with C.B. in front of my name as well as at the end."
Maria, not being present at the time, said nothing audible, but she liked him too, unquestionably. Otherwise she would have announced the fact without delay.
"He is a lump, rather,"
she had been heard to remark, referring to his actual bulk and slowness of movement when in play, but it was nicely, very nicely meant.
"I am sure your cousin William would rather be left alone to read quietly," said Mother, seeing the trio approach that individual stealthily after tea in the library one evening. He was deep in a big armchair, and deep in a book as well. The children were allowed downstairs after their schoolroom tea for an hour when nothing particular was on. "Wouldn't you, William?"
she added. She went on knitting a sort of muffler thing she held up close to the lamp. She expected no reply, apparently. Cousin William made none, but he raised the level of his book so that it hid his face. A moment before, the eyes had been looking over the top at the advancing trio, watching their movements narrowly. The children did not answer either. They separated, they scouted, they executed a flank attack in open order. 3 minutes later, Colonel Stumper was surrounded, and no word was spoken. The scouts just perched and watched him. He was not actually reading, for he had not turned a page for about 10 minutes, and it was not a picture book. The difficulty was, however, to get him started. If only Mother would help them. Then Mother unwittingly did so, for she dropped her ball of wool, and finding no one at hand to recover it, she looked vaguely round the room and saw them, and she shook her head at them. "Don't bother him just now," she whispered again. "He's got a cold. Here, Maria, pick up my wool, darling, will you?" But while Tim, for Maria only moved her eyes, picked up the wool obediently, Cousin William picked up himself with difficulty, tossed his book into the deep armchair, and stalked without a single word towards the door. Mother watched him with one eye, but the children did not stir a muscle. "William, you're not going to bed, are you?" she asked kindly. "Or would you like to, perhaps, and have your dinner in your room, and a warm drink just before going to sleep? That's the best thing for a cold, I always think." He turned at the door and faced her. "Thank you very much," he said with savage emphasis, "but I am not ill, and I am not going to bed." The negatives sounded like pistol shots. "My cold is nothing to speak of." And he was gone, leaving a trail of fire in the air. The children, cunning in their generation, did not move. There were moments in life, and this was one of them, when "stir a finger and you're a dead man" was really true. No finger stirred, no muscle twitched, one pair of eyelids fluttered, nothing more, and Mother, happy with her recovered ball of wool, was presently lost in the muffler thing she knitted, forgetful of their presence, if not of their very existence. Signals, meanwhile, were made and answered by means of some secret code that birds and animals understand. The plan was matured in silence. "Good night, Mother," said Judy innocently a few moments later, stepping up and kissing her. "Good night," said Tim gravely, doing likewise. Maria kissed but said no word at all. They did not linger, as their custom was,
to cuddle in or hear a fairy story. Tonight they were good and businesslike. "Good night, duckies," said Mother, glancing at the clock on the mantelpiece. "It's not quite bedtime yet, but it's been a long day, and you're tired out. I shall be up presently to hear your prayers and tuck you up. And, Judy, you might tell Jackman—" But the room was empty. The children vanished. The door banged softly, cutting off the sentence in its middle, and Mother resumed her knitting, smiling quietly to herself. And in the hall outside, Come-Back Stumper was discovered, warming his army back before the open fire of blazing logs. He looked like a cart-horse. The shadows made him spread so. Maria pushed him to one side. She pushed, at least, but he did not move exactly. Yet somehow, by a kind of sliding process, he took up a new position in regard to the fire and themselves, the result of which was that they occupied the best places, while he stood at one corner in an attitude which resisted attack and yet invited it. "Good evening," remarked Maria. "Are you warm?" "Oh, no," exclaimed Tim. "That's not it at all. The thing is, shall we play hide-and-seek, or would you really rather go to bed, as Mother said, and have dinner and hot drinks?" "Nonsense!" cried Judy, with authority. "He's got an awful cold, and he's got to go to bed at once. He's shivering all over. It's Nindian fever."
"No, really, began Stumper, but was not allowed to finish.
"Thin Captain biscuits soaked in hot milk with ginger, nutmeg, lemon, and whiskey," announced Judy, "would be best." And she shot towards the door, her hair untied and flying.
"But, my dear, I assure you—"
"Or Bath Olivers," she interrupted, "because they soak better. You know nothing," she added motheringly. "No man ever does." There was contempt in her voice as well as pity. "Why, do you know nothing?" inquired Maria, with a blaze of staring eyes as the door slammed upon her vanishing sister. "I think you know everything," said Tim with pride decidedly. "Only you've forgotten it in India. I think it's silly."
"The milk and stuff," agreed the soldier. "Yes, so do I. And I hate biscuits, and ginger makes me hot and ill."
"Iller than you are already?" asked Maria. "Because that means bed."
"Maria," he snapped angrily, "I'm not ill at all. If you go on saying I'm ill, of course I shall get ill. I never felt better in my life."
Tim turned round like a top. "Then let's play hide-and-seek," he cried. "Let's hide before Judy gets back, and she can come and never find us." Cousin William suggested they were not enough to play that game, and was of the opinion that Aunt Emily might be invited too. "Oh, no," Tim gave his decided verdict. "Not women. They can't hide properly. They bulge." And at that moment Judy appeared in the doorway across the hall. "It's coming," she cried. "I've ordered everything. Hot milk and Bath Olivers, and preserved ginger and—" Cousin William took the matter into his own hands then, for the situation was growing desperate.
"Look here,"
he suggested gravely, yet without enthusiasm.
"I'll take the milk and stuff upstairs when I've got into bed. And meanwhile we'll do something else. That is, my cold is too bad to play a game. But I'll tell you a story about a tiger, if you like."
The last three words were added as a question. An answer, however, was not immediately forthcoming, for the moment was a grave one. It was admitted that Come-Back Stumper could play a game with credit and success, even an active game like hide-and-seek, but it was not known yet that he could tell a story. The fate of the evening, therefore, hung upon the decision. "A tiger?" said Tim doubtfully. weighing probabilities. "A tiger you shot, was it? Or just a tiger?" A sign, half shadow and half pout, was in his face. Maria and Judy waited upon their brother's decision with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, Colonel Stumper moved artfully backwards towards a big horsehair sofa, beneath the deer-heads and assegais from Zululand. He did it on tiptoe, aware that this mysterious and suggestive way of walking has a marked effect on children in the dark. "I did not shoot it," he said, "because I lived with it. It was the most extraordinary tiger that was ever known."
"In India?"
"In the world. And I ought to know, because, as I say, I lived with it for days."
"Inside it?"
"Nearly, but not quite. I lived in its cave with the cubs and other things, half-eaten deer and cows and the bones of Hindus."
"Were the bones black? However did you escape? Why didn't the tiger eat you?"
He drew the children closely round him on the sofa. "I'll tell you," he said, "for this is an inaugural occasion, and I've never told the story before to anyone in the world. The experience was incredible, and no one would believe it. But the proof that it really happened is that the tiger has left its mark upon me till I die."
"But you haven't died yet, I mean,"
Maria observed.
"He means teeth, silly."
Tim squelched her. "Died in another sense than the one you mean," the great soldier and former administrator of a province continued. "Dyed yellow."
Oh, is that why?"
"That is why," he replied pathetically. "For living with that tiger family so long, I almost turned into one myself. The tiger nature got into me. I snarl and growl, I use my teeth ferociously when hungry, I walk stealthily on tiptoe, I let my whiskers grow, and my colour has the tint of Indian tiger skins."
"Have you got a tail too?"
He glared into the blue eyes of Maria sternly. "It's growing," he whispered horribly. "It's growing." There was a pause in which credulity shook hands with faith. Belief was in the air. If doubt did whisper, "Let me see, please," it was too low to be quite audible. Come-back Stumper was surrounded by an atmosphere of black-edged glory suddenly. He wore a halo. His feet were dipped in mystery.
"Then what's an orgly occasion?"
somebody asked. "This," replied Stumper, but he uttered it so savagely that no one cared to press for further details. Clearly it was a secret and confidential moment, and inaugural occasion had something to do with the glory of wearing an incipient tail. Glory and mystery clothed Stumper from that moment with Indian splendor. At least he thought so.
"And the tiger?"
came the whispering question. He shuddered. "I'll tell you, but I must think a moment quietly first."
"His tail hurts,"
Maria told Tim beneath her breath, while they waited for the story to begin.
"So would yours," was the answer. "If you had a cold at the same time too, a girl would simply cry."
And he looked contempt at her, but unutterable respect at his soldier friend. "This tiger," began the traveller in a heavy voice, "was a very unusual tiger. I met it, that is to say, most unexpectedly. It was in a tropical jungle where the foliage was so thick that the sunlight hardly penetrated at all. It was dark as night even in the daytime. There were monkeys overhead and snakes beneath, and bananas were so plentiful that every time my elephant knocked against a tree, a shower of fruit fell down like hail and tickled its skin."
"You were on an elephant, then?" We were all on elephants. On my particular elephant there was a man to load for me and a man to guide the beast. We moved slowly and cautiously. It was dark, as I said, but the showers of falling bananas made yellow streaks against the black that the elephant constantly mistook for tigers flying through the air as they leaped in silent fury against the howdah, in which we crouched upon his back. The howdah, you know, is the saddle.
Was the elephant friendly?
Very friendly indeed, but he found it difficult to see, and all of a sudden he would give a hop and a jump that nearly flung me off his shoulders. For a long time—
That was the bananas tickling him, I suppose.
This continued without anything dangerous happening, but all at once he gave a tremendous leap into the air, lifted his trunk, trumpeted like an army bugle, and then set off at full speed through the tangled jungle. He had stupidly stepped upon a cobra, and the cobra, before it was squashed to pulp, had stung him between the big and little toe.
On purpose?
Judy asked. In an Indian jungle, everything's done on purpose. My elephant raced away, trumpeting in agony at 20 miles an hour. The driver lost his balance and fell off. The other man, scrambling along to take his place and steer the monster, fell off after him, taking both my guns with him as he went. And I myself, crouching in the swaying howdah and holding on for grim death, continued to tear through the jungle on top of my terrified and angry elephant. Then suddenly the branch of a tree caught the howdah in the middle and swept it clear. The elephant rushed on. The howdah, with myself inside it, swung in mid-air like a cork balloon. But I saw it could not hold on long. There was just time to scramble out of it into safety upon the branch when there came a sound of ripping, and the thing fell smash upon the ground some 20 feet below, leaving me alone in an Indian jungle up a tree.
And he paused a moment to produce the right effect and reap the inevitable glory of applause. Out of the breathless silence sprang a voice at once. Was the elephant badly hurt? And then another. I thought elephants were too big to feel a bite like that, followed by a third, Maria's. It wasn't fair to step on it and expect it to do nothing. But no single word about his own predicament, its horror, danger, loneliness and risk. No single syllable. Even the Hindus, the driver, and the man who carried the guns were left unmentioned. Bananas were equally ignored. The tiger itself had passed into oblivion. "Thanks most awfully," said Tim politely after an interval. "It must have been awful for you." It was said as a spokesman for the other listeners. All were kind and grateful, but actual interest there was none. They took the pause to mean that the story was at an end, but they had not cared about it because they did not believe it. "Simply awful," the boy added, as though perhaps he had not made it quite clear that he wished to thank yet could not honestly praise. "Wasn't it, Judy?" And he jerked his head round towards his elder sister. "Oh, awful, yes," agreed that lady. But neither of them risked inviting the opinion of Maria. Her uncompromising nature was too well known for that. Nevertheless, unasked, she offered her criticism too. "Awful," she said, her podgy face unmoved, her blue eyes fixed upon the ceiling, and the whole room seemed to give a long, deep sigh. Now, for the hero, this was decidedly an awkward moment. He had done his best, and miserably failed. He was no storyteller, and they had found him out. None the less, however, he was a real hero. He faced the situation as a brave man should, for his tail was mediocre, and his face of yellow ochre took a tinge of saffron sorrow in his fright. Yet he rose to the occasion without anger or evasion, and did his best to put the matter right. "Tell me how you knew," he asked at length, facing the situation. "What made you guess?" "Because, in the first place, you're not an atom like a tiger anyhow," explained Judy. "And you made the jungle so very dark," said Tim, "that you simply couldn't have seen the bananas falling." "And we know you haven't got a tail at all," Maria added clinchingly. "Of course," he agreed. "Your discernment does you credit. Very great credit indeed. Few of the officials under me in India had as much." Judy looked soothingly at him and stroked his sleeve. Somehow or other, she divined, it seemed, he felt mortified and ashamed. He was a dear old thing, whatever happened. "Never mind," she whispered. "It really doesn't matter. It was very nice to hear about your tiger. Besides, it must hurt awfully, having a cold like this." "I knew," put in Tim sympathetically, "the moment you began about the bananas falling. But I didn't say anything because I knew it couldn't last, anything that began like that." "But it got wonderful towards the end," insisted Judy. "Till he was in the tree," objected her brother. "He never could really have got along a branch like that." "No," agreed Judy thoughtfully. "That was rather silly." They continued discussing the story for some time as though its creator was elsewhere. He kept very still. Maria already slept in a soft and podgy ball on his lap. "I am a lonely old thing," he said suddenly with a long sigh, for in reality he was deeply disappointed at his failure, and had aspired to be their storyteller as well as playmate. Ordinary life bored him dreadfully. He had melancholy yearnings after youth and laughter. "Let's do something else now. What do you say to a turn of hide-and-seek, eh?" The miraculous Maria woke at this, yawned like a cat, and nearly rolled off onto the floor. "I dreamed of a real tiger," she informed everyone, but no one was listening. Judy and Tim were prancing wildly. "If your cold isn't too bad," cried Judy, "it would be lovely." No grown-up could have been more thoughtful of his welfare than she was. "I'll hide," he said, "and in 5 minutes you come and find me." He went towards the door into the passage. "Choose a warm place and keep out of draughts," she cried after him, and he was gone. He nearly collided with a servant carrying a tray, but the servant, hearing his secret instructions, vanished again instantly in the direction of the kitchen. 5 minutes later, an alleged 5 minutes, the children began their search, but they never found him. They hunted high and low, from attic to cellar, in gun-room, scullery, and pantry, even climbing up the ladder from the box-room to the roof, but without result. Colonel Stumper had disappeared. He was K.C.B. "You think he's offended?" suggested Judy as they met at length in the hall to consider the situation. "Of course not," said Tim emphatically. "A man like that? He's written a book on scouting." "I've finished," Maria mentioned briefly, and sat down. On Judy's puzzled face there appeared an anxious expression then. His cold, she remembered, was very heavy. "I looked under every sofa and into every cupboard," she said, as though she feared he might have choked or suffocated. They stood in front of the fireplace and began to talk about other things. Their interest in the game was gone. They were tired of looking, but at the back of their minds was a secret annoyance, though at the same time a sense of great respect for the man who could conceal himself so utterly from sight. A touch of the marvellous was in it somehow. "There's no good hiding like that," they felt indignantly. Still, it was rather wonderful after all. A man like that could do anything. He might even be up a chimney somewhere. He might be anywhere. They felt a little creepy. "Perhaps he is a sort of tiger thing," whispered someone, and they were rather relieved when the drawing-room door opened and Mother appeared, knitting her scarlet muffler as she walked. The scene of scolding, explanation, and excuses that followed, for it was half an hour after bedtime, was cut short by Maria informing the company that she was awfully tired, with a sigh that meant she would like to be carried up to bed. She was carried. The procession moved slowly, Tim and Judy bringing up the rear. But while Tim talked about a water rat he meant to kill next day with an air gun, Judy used her eyes assiduously, still hoping to discover Cousin William, crumpled up in some incredible hiding place. They told their mother nothing. The matter was private. It was between themselves and him. It would have to be cleared up on the morrow, if they remembered. On the upper landing, however, there was a curious sound. Maria, half asleep in the maternal arms, did not hear it, apparently, but the other two children exchanged sudden recriminating glances. A door stood ajar, and a light came through it from the room within. This curious sound came with it. It was a sneeze, a regular Nindian sneeze. "We never thought of looking there," they said reproachfully. Come Back Stumper had simply gone to bed. The end of Chapter 4. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 5. Of the Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Birth of Wonder. Meanwhile their father alone grew neither older nor larger. His appearance did not change. They could not imagine that he would ever change. He still went up to London in the morning. He still came down again. He still continued to grind out stories which they thought wonderful, and he still, on occasions, said mysteriously, "A day will come," or its variants, "some day," and "a day is coming." Yet though he had fancy, he had not imagination. He did not satisfy them, for while fancy may attend the birth of wonder, imagination alone accompanies her growth. Daddy was too full of stationery and sealing wax in his daily work to have got very far. Aunt Emily also still was there, explaining everything and saying no, shaking her head at them, or holding up a warning finger. Their outward life, indeed, showed little change, but it included one important novelty that affected all their present and all their subsequent existence too. They made a new friend, their father's brother. When first his visit was announced, they had their doubts about him. Your Uncle Felix had a very questionable sound indeed, but the fact that he lived in Paris and was a writer of sea stories and historical novels counterbalanced the handicap of the unpleasant Felix, for to their ears Felix was not a proper sort of name at all. It was all right for a horse or a dog, or even for a town, but for a man who was also a relation, it was a positive disaster. It would not shorten for one thing, and for another it reminded them of a king, or someone in a history book, and thus did not predispose them in his favour. It was simply what Tim called a beastly name. Aunt Emily, however, was responsible for their biggest prejudice against him. "You must remember not to bother him, children. You must never disturb him when he's working." And as Uncle Felix was coming to stay for several weeks in the mill house, they regarded him in advance as some kind of horrible excitement they must put up with. However, as most things in life go by contraries, this Uncle Felix person turned out just the opposite.
Within an hour of his arrival he was firmly established as friend and ally. Yet so quickly and easily was this adjustment brought about that no one could say exactly how it happened. They themselves said nothing, just stood and stared at him. Daddy and Mother said the expected things, and Aunt Emily, critical and explanatory as usual, found it necessary to add, "You'll find it's such a quiet house to work in, Felix, and the children will never interfere or get in your way." She was evidently proud of her relative and his famous books. "They'll be good as gold, won't you, Judy?" By which name she referred to the trio as a whole. Whereupon Judy smiled and nodded shyly. Tim bent down and scratched his stocking, and Maria, her face expressionless, merely stared at her aunt as though she, Emily that is, were a piece of inanimate furniture. "I see," said Uncle Felix carelessly, and glanced down at the trio. That was all he said, but it was the way he said it that instantly explained his position. He looked at them and said, "I see." No more than that, and it was done. They knew, he knew, Aunt Emily also knew. 2 little careless words, and then continued to talk of Paris, the Channel crossing, and the weather. "Didn't he squash her just?" remarked Tim when they were alone together. "She expected him to thank her awfully and give her a kiss," and accordingly none of them were in the least surprised when he suddenly poked his head inside the door as they lay in bed, and explained that he had just looked in to say good night, and when he left them a moment later, added gravely from the door, "Mind you never disturb me, children, because if you do—" He shook a warning finger and was gone. He looked enormous in the doorway. From that moment Uncle Felix became an important factor in their lives. The mysterious compact between them all was signed and sealed, yet none could say who drew it up and worded it. His duties became considerable. He almost took Daddy's place. The study, indeed, at certain hours of the evening, became their recognized nesting place, and Daddy was as pleased as they themselves were. He seemed relieved. He rarely ground out epics now when his brain was tired and full of government stationery and sealing wax. Uncle Felix held the wizard's wand, and what he did with it was this. He raised the sense of wonder in them to a higher level. Daddy had awakened it, and fed it with specimens they could understand, but Uncle Felix poked it into yet greater activity by giving them something that no one could ever possibly understand. He stimulated it so that it worked in them spontaneously and of its own accord. He made it grow, and no amount of Aunt Emily's in the world could stop him. Their father felt no jealousy. When the story hour came round, he produced a set of sentences he kept slyly up his sleeve for the occasion. "Ask your Uncle Felix. He's better at stories and things than I am. It's his business." This was the model. A variation ran, "Oh, don't bother me just now, children. I've got a lot of figures to digest." But the shortest version was simply, "Run and plague your uncle. I'm too busy. Try Mother," was used when Uncle Felix was in hiding, only it had no result. Mother's mind was too diffuse to carry conviction. It was soaked in servants and things. In another sense it was too exact. The ingredients of her stories were like a cooking recipe. Besides, hers was the unpardonable fault of never forgetting the time. On the very stroke of the clock she broke off abruptly with, "Now it's bedtime. You shall hear the rest another night." Daddy forgot or pleaded for 10 minutes more. Uncle Felix, however, said flatly, "They can't go till it's finished," and he meant it. His voice was deep and gruff like a dog's, according to Maria, and his laugh was like a horse's neigh. It made the china rattle. He was frightfully strong, too, stronger than Whedon,
for he could take a child under each arm and another on his back and run. He never smiled when he told his stories, and though this made them seem extra real, it also alarmed deliciously in the terrible places. Perched on his gigantic knees they felt like up the cedar, and when he stretched an arm or leg it was the great cedar branch swaying in the wind. His manner, too, was stern to severity, and his voice was so deep sometimes that they could feel it rumbling inside, as though he had swallowed the dinner gong. He was a very important man somewhere. Daddy was just in the stationery office, but Uncle Felix was an author, and the very title necessarily included awe. He wrote historical novels. His name was often in the newspapers. They connected him with the government. It had to do somewhere with the police. No one trifled with Uncle Felix. Yet, strange to say, the children never could be properly afraid of him, although they tried very hard. Their audacity, their familiarity, their daring astonished everybody. The gardeners and coachmen, to say nothing of the indoor servants, treated him as though he was some awful emperor. But the children simply pushed him about. He might have been a friendly Newfoundland dog that wore tailcoats and walked on his hind legs for all they feared reprisals. He gave them a taste of his quality soon after his arrival.
No, children, it's impossible now. I'm busy over a scene of my historical novel. Ask your father.
He growled at them, frowning darkly. The parental heels had just that instant vanished round the door. Father's got the figures and says he can't.
Or your mother,
he said gruffly. Mother's doing servants in the housekeeper's room.
Take your foot out of my waistcoat pocket this instant, he roared.
Why? Inquired Maria. How else can I climb up? He shook and swayed like the cedar branch, but he did not shake her off.
Because, he thundered, there's money in it, and you've got holes in your stockings, and toes with you are worse than fingers.
And he strode across the floor, Tim clinging to one leg with both feet off the ground, and Judy pushing him behind as though he were a heavy door that wouldn't open. He was very angry indeed. He told them plainly what he thought about them. He explained the philosophy of authors to them in brutal sentences.
"Leave me alone, you little botherations," he cried. "I'm in the middle of a scene in a historical novel."
It was disgraceful that a man could lose his temper so.
"Leave me alone, or I'll—"
In the corner of the big nursery sofa there was sudden silence. It was a chilly evening in early spring. Between the bars across the windows the wisteria leaves sifted the settling sunlight. The railway train lay motionless upon the speckled carpet. A cat, so fat it couldn't unroll, lay in a ball of mystery against the high guard of wire netting before the fire. Outside the wind went moaning, and time ran backwards, or else the clock stopped dead. Dusk slipped in between the window bars. The cedars on the lawn became gigantic. They heard the haystacks shuffling out of their tarpaulins. The whole house rose into the air and floated off. Mother, Daddy, nurses, beds dropped from the windows as it sailed away. All were left behind, forgotten details of some stupid and uncomfortable life elsewhere. "Quite ready," sighed the top of one cedar to the other. "And waiting, too." An answer came from nowhere. And then the universe paused and settled with a little fluttering sound of wonder. The once-upon-a-time moment entered the room.
"There was a thing that nobody could understand," began the deep, gruff voice. "And this thing that nobody could understand was something no one understood at all."
"That's twice they couldn't understand it," observed Judy in the slight pause he made for effect.
"It was alive," he went on, "and very beautiful. So beautiful, in fact, that people were astonished and felt rather ashamed, because they couldn't understand it. Some declared it wasn't worth understanding at all. Others said it might be worth understanding if they had the time to think about it, and the rest decided that it was nothing much and promptly forgot that it existed. Their lives grew rather dull in consequence. A few, however, set to work to discover what it was, for the beauty of it set something in them strangely burning.
"It was a firework, I think," remarked Maria, then felt she had said quite an awful thing, for Tim just looked at her. "It's alive, Uncle Felix told you," he stated. She was obliterated for the moment. "Yes," resumed the storyteller, "it was alive, and its beauty set the hearts of a few people on fire to know what it meant. It was difficult to find, however, and difficult to see properly when found. These people tried to copy it, and couldn't. Though it looked so simple, it was impossible to imitate. It went about so quickly, too, that they couldn't catch hold of it, and—" "But have you seen it?" asked Judy, her head bobbing up into his face with eager curiosity. It was a vital question. All waited anxiously for his reply. "I have," he answered convincingly. "I saw it first when I was about your age, and I've never forgotten it." "But you've seen it since, haven't you? It's still in the world, isn't it?"
"I've seen it since, and it's still in the world. Only no one knows to this day why it's there. No one can explain it. No one can understand it. It's so beautiful that it makes you wonder, and it's so mysterious that it makes you—"
"What?"
asked Tim for the others, while he paused a moment and stared into their gazing faces. "Wonder still more," he added. Another pause followed.
"Then is your heart still burning, Uncle Felix?" Judy enquired, prodding him softly. "And does it matter much?"
"It matters a great deal, yes, because I want to find out, and cannot. And the burning goes on and on whenever I see the thing that nobody can understand, and even when I don't see it, but just think about it, which is pretty often. Because if I found out why it's there, I should know so much that I should give up writing historical novels and become a sort of prophet instead." They stared in great bewilderment. Their curiosity was immense. They were dying to know what the thing was, but it was against the rules to ask outright.
"Were their lives very dull?"
Maria set this problem, suddenly recalling something at the beginning of the story. "Oh, very dull indeed. They had no sense of wonder, those who forgot."
"How awful for them."
"Awful," he agreed, in a long, drawn whisper, shuddering. And that shudder ran through everyone. The children turned towards the darkening room. The gloomy cupboard was a blotch of shadow. The table frowned. The bookshelves listened. The white face of the cuckoo clock peered down upon them dimly from the opposite wall, and the chairs, it seemed, moved up a little closer. But through the windows the stars were beginning to peep, and they saw the crests of the friendly cedars waving against the fading sky. He pointed. High above the cedars, where the first stars twinkled, the blue was deep and exquisitely shaded from the golden streak below it into a colour of almost purple. "The thing that nobody could understand was even more wonderful than that," he whispered. "But no one could tell why it was there. No one could guess. No one could find out. And to this day no one can find out." His voice grew lower and lower and lower still. "Tomorrow I'll show it to you. You shall see it for yourselves." They hardly heard him now. The voice seemed far away. What could it be, this very, very wonderful thing? "We'll go out and find one by the stream, where the willows bend and shake their pointed leaves. We'll go tomorrow." His voice died away inside his waistcoat. Not a sound was audible. The children were very close against him. In his big hands he took each face in turn and put his lips inside the rim of 3 small ears. He told the secret then, while wonder filled the room and hovered exquisitely above the crowded chair. Awakened by the silence, presently the ball of black unrolled itself beside the wire fender. It stretched its 4 black legs, and the children, hushed, happy, and with a mysterious burning in their hearts, went off willingly to bed, to dream of wonder all night long, and to ask themselves in sleep, why God has put blue dust upon the body of a dragonfly. The end of Chapter 5. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 6 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Growth of Wonder. The story of the dragonfly marked a turning point in their lives. They realized that life was crammed with things that nobody could understand. Daddy's reign was over, and Uncle Felix had ascended the throne. Wonder, but a growing wonder, ruled the world. The great stranger they had always been vaguely expecting had drawn nearer. It was not Uncle Felix, yet he seemed the forerunner somehow. That some day of Daddy's, they had almost forgotten its existence, became more and more a possibility. Life had 2 divisions now, before Uncle Felix came, and now. To Maria alone there seemed no interval. To her it was always now. She had so much wonder in her that she knew. Outwardly the household ran along as usual, but inwardly this enormous change was registered in 3 human hearts. The adventures they had before Uncle Felix came were the ordinary kind all children know. They invented them themselves. Their new adventures were of a different order. Impossible, but true. Their uncle had brought a key that opened heaven and earth. He did not know that he had brought this key. It was just natural. He let himself in because it was his nature so to do. The others merely went in with him. He worked away in his room, covering reams of paper with nonsense out of his big head, and the trio never disturbed him, or knocked at his door, or even looked for him. They knew that his real life ran with theirs, and the moment he had covered so many dozen sheets, he would appear and join them. All people had their duties. His duty was to fill so many sheets a day for printers, but his important life belonged to them, and they just lived it naturally together. He would never leave the old mill house. The funny thing was, whatever had he done with himself before he came there? Everything he said and did lit up the common things of daily life with his strange, big wonder that was his great possession. Yet his method was simple and instinctive. He never thought things out. He just knew. And the effect of his presence upon the other authorities was significant. Not that the authorities admitted or even were aware of it, but that the children saw them differently. Aunt Emily, for instance, whom they used to dread, they now felt sorry for. She was so careful and particular that she was afraid of life, afraid of living. Prudence was slowly killing her. Everything must be done in a certain way that made it safe. Only, by the time it was safe, it was no longer interesting. They saw clearly how she missed everything, owing to the excessive caution and preparation in her. By the time she was ready, the thing had simply left. Instead of coming into the hayfield at once and enjoying it, she uttered so many warnings and gave so much advice against disaster. Better take this, and better not take that, that by the time they got there, the hayfield had lost all its wonder. It was just a damp, untidy hayfield.
Daddy, however, gained in glory. He approved of his big brother. On his return from London every evening the first thing he asked was, "What have you all been up to today? Has Uncle Felix given you the moon, or rolled the sun and stars into a coloured ball?" Whedon, too, had grown in mystery. He made the garden live, and understood the secret life of every growing thing, while Thompson and Mrs. Horton, each in their separate ways, led lives of strange activity in the lower regions of the house, till the kitchen seemed the palace of an ogress, and the pantry was its haunted vestibule. Mrs. Horton's kitchen was a phrase as powerful as "open sesame," and the butler's pantry edged the world of mighty dream. Above all, Mother occupied a new relationship towards them that made her twice as splendid as before. Until Uncle Felix came, she was simply Mother, who loved them whatever they did and made allowances for everything. That was her duty, and unless they provided her with something to make allowances for, they had failed in what was expected of them. Her absorption in servants and ordering of meals, in choosing their clothes and warning Jackman about their boots, all this was a chief reason for her existence, and if they didn't eat too much sometimes and wear their boots out and tear their clothes, Mother would have been without her normal occupation. Whereas now they saw her in another light, touched with the wonder of the sun and stars. It was proper, of course, for her to have children, but they realized now that she contrived to make the whole world work somehow for their benefit. Mother not only managed the entire household, from the dinner-ordering slate at breakfast-time to the secret whisperings with Jackman behind the screen at bedtime, or the long private interviews with Daddy in his study after tea. She led a magnificent and stupendous life that regulated every smallest detail of their happiness. She was forever thinking of them and slaving for their welfare. The wonder of her enormous love stole into their discerning hearts. They loved her frightfully, and told her all sorts of little things that before they had kept concealed. There were heaps and heaps of mothers in the world, of course. They were knocking about all over the place, but there was only one single Mother, and that was theirs. Yet, in his own peculiar way, it was Uncle Felix who came first. Daddy believed in a lot of things. Mother believed in many things. Aunt Emily believed in certain things done at certain times and in a certain way. But Uncle Felix believed in everything, everywhere, and always. To him nothing was ever impossible. He held, that is, their own eternal creed. He was akin to Maria, moreover, and Maria, though silent, was his spokesman often. "Why does a butterfly fly so dodgy?" inquired Tim, having vainly tried to catch a painted lady on the lawn. Daddy made a grimace and shrugged his shoulders, yet left the insect quite as wonderful as it was before. Mother looked up from her knitting with a gentle smile and said, "Does it, darling? I hadn't noticed." Aunt Emily, balancing her parasol to keep the sun away, observed in an educational tone of voice, "My dear Tim, what foolish questions you ask. It's because its wings are so large compared to the rest of its body. It can't help itself, you see." She belittled the insect and took away its wonder. She explained. Tim, unsatisfied, moved over to the wicker chair where Uncle Felix sat drowsily smoking his big meerschaum pipe. He pointed to the vanishing painted lady and repeated his question in a lower voice so that the others could not hear. "Why does it fly like that, all dodgy?" Whatever happened, the boy knew his uncle would leave the butterfly twice as wonderful as he found it. But no immediate answer came. They watched it for a moment together in silence. It behaved in the amazing way peculiar to its kind. Nothing in the world flies like a butterfly. Birds and other things fly straight, or sweep in curves, or rise and drop in understandable straight lines. But the Painted Lady obeyed no such rules. It dodged and darted, it jerked and shot, it was everywhere and anywhere, least of all where it ought to have been. The swallows always missed it. It simply doubled and disappeared round the corner of the building. Then, puffing at his pipe, Uncle Felix looked at Tim and said,
"I couldn't tell you. It's one of the things nobody can understand, I think."
"Yes," agreed Tim, "it must be." There was a considerable pause. "But there must be some way of finding out," the boy said presently. He had been thinking over it.
"There is."
The man rose slowly from his chair. "What is it?" came the eager question.
"Try it ourselves and see if we can do the same."
And they went off instantly, hand in hand, and vanished round the corner of the building. The adventures they had since Uncle Felix came were of this impossible and marvellous order. That strange and lovely cry, "There's someone coming," ran through the listening world.
"I believe there is," said Uncle Felix. "Some day he'll come, and a tremendous thing will happen,"
was another form of it, to which the answer was, "I know it will." It was much nearer to them than before. It was just below the edge of the world, the edge of life. It was in the air. Any morning they might wake and find the great thing was there, arrived in the night while they were sound asleep. So many things gave hints. A book might tell of it, between the lines. Each time a new book was opened, a thrill slipped out from the pages in advance. Yet no book they knew had ever told it really. Out of doors, indeed, was the more likely place to expect it. The tinkling stream either ran towards it, or else came from it. That was its secret, the secret it was always singing about day and night. But it was impossible to find the end or beginning of any stream. Wind, moreover, announced it too, for wind didn't tear about and roar like that for nothing. Spring, however, with its immense hope and expectation, gave the clearest promise of all. In winter it hid inside something, or at least went further away. Yet even in winter the marvellous something, or someone, lay waiting underneath the snow, behind the fog, above the clouds. One day, some day, next day, or the day after tomorrow, and it would suddenly be there beside them. Whence came this great expectancy? They never questioned, nor what it was exactly, nor who had planted it. This was a mystery, one of the things that no one can understand. They felt it, that was all they knew. It was more than wonder, for wonder was merely the sign and proof that they were seeking. It was faint and exquisite in them, like some far sweet memory they could never quite account for, nor wholly, even once, recapture. They remembered almost before they were born.
"We'll have a look now,"
Uncle Felix would say every walk they took, but before they got very far it was always time to come in again.
"That's the bother of everything," he agreed with them. "Time always prevents, doesn't it? If only we could make it stop, get behind time, as it were, we might have a chance. Some day, perhaps, we shall."
He left the matter there, but they never forgot that pregnant remark about stopping time and getting in behind it. No, they never forgot about it. At Christmas, Easter, and the like, it came so near that they could almost smell it. But when these wonderful times were past, they looked back and knew it had not really come. The holidays cheated them in a similar way, yet when it came, they knew it would be as natural and simple as eating honey, though at the same time with immense surprise in it. And all agreed that it was somehow connected with the dawn, for the dawn, the opening of a new day, was something they had heard about but never witnessed. Dawn must be exceedingly wonderful, because while it happened daily, none of them had ever seen it happen. 100 times they had agreed to wake and have a look, but the dawn had always been too quick and quiet. It slipped in ahead of them each time. They had never seen the sun come up. In some such sudden yet quite natural way, this stupendous thing they expected would come up. It would suddenly be there. Everybody, moreover, expected it. Grown-ups pretended they didn't, but they did. Catch a grown-up when he wasn't looking, and he was looking. He didn't like to be caught, that's all, for as often as not he was smiling to himself, or just going to cry. They shared, in other words, the great common yearning of the world, only they knew they yearned, whereas the rest of the world forgets. "I think," announced Judy one day, then stopped as though unsure of herself. "Yes," said her uncle encouragingly. "I think," she went on, "that the night wind knows an awful lot. If only—" She stopped again. "If only," he helped her. "We," she continued. "Could," he added. "Catch it," she finished with a gasp, and then stared at him expectantly. And his answer formed the subject of conversation for fully half an hour in the bedroom later, and for a considerable time after Jackman had tucked them up and taken the candle away. They watched the shadows run across the ceiling as she went along the passage outside. They heard her steps go carefully downstairs. They waited till she had safely disappeared, for the door was ajar, and they could hear her rumbling down into the lower regions of Mrs. Horton's kitchen. And then they sat up in bed, hugged their knees, shuddered with excitement, and resumed the conversation exactly where it had been stopped, for Uncle Felix had given a marvellous double-barreled answer. He had said, "We can," and then he had distinctly added, "We will." The end of Chapter 6, read by Andy Sames. Chapter 7 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Imagination wakes. For the night wind already had a definite position in the mythology of the old mill house, and since Uncle Felix had taken to reading aloud certain fancy bits from the historical novel he was writing at the moment, it had acquired a new importance in their minds. These fancy bits were generally scenes of action in which the night wind either dropped or rose unexpectedly. He used the children as a standard. "Thank you very much, Uncle," meant failure. The imagination was not touched. But questions were an indication of success. The audience wanted further details, for he knew it was the child in his audience that enjoyed such scenes, and if Tim and Judy felt no interest, neither would Mr. and Mrs. William Smith of Peckham. To squeeze a question out of Maria raised hopes of a second edition. A duke disguised as a woman or priest landing at night. A dark man stealing documents from a tapestried chamber of some castle, where bats and cobwebs shared the draughty corridors. Such scenes were incomplete unless a night wind came in audibly at critical moments. It wailed, moaned, whistled, cried, sang, sighed, soughed, or sobbed. Keyholes and chimneys were its favourite places, but trees and rafters knew it too. The sea, of course, also played a large part in these adventures, for water above all was the element Uncle Felix loved and understood. But this night wind, being born at sea, was also of distinct importance. The sea was terrible. The wind was sad. To the children it grew more and more distinct with each appearance. It had a personality, and led a curious and wild existence. It had privileges and prerogatives, owing to its various means of vocal expression, singing, moaning, and the rest. A face belonged to it, with lips and mouth, teeth too, since it whistled. It ran about the world, and so had feet. It flew, so wings pertained to it. It blew, and that meant cheeks of sorts. It was a large, swift, shadowy being,
whose ways were not the ordinary ways of daylight. It struck blows, it had gigantic hands, moreover it came out only after dark, an ominous and suspicious characteristic, rather. "Why isn't there a day wind, too?" inquired Judy thoughtfully.
"There is, but it's quite a different thing," Uncle Felix answered. "You might as well ask why midday and midnight aren't the same, because they both come at 12 o'clock. They're simply different things."
"Of course," Tim helped him unexpectedly. "And a man can't be a woman, can it?" The night wind's nature, accordingly, remained a mystery rather, and its sex was also undetermined. Whether it saw with eyes, or just felt its way about like a blind thing, wondering, was another secret matter, undetermined. Each child visualized it differently. Its hiding place in the daytime was equally unknown. Owls, bats, and burglars guessed its habits best, and that it came out of a hole in the sky was, perhaps, the only detail all unanimously agreed upon. It was a pathetic being, rather. This night wind used to come crying round the bedroom windows sometimes, and the children liked it, although they did not understand all its melancholy beauty. They heard the different voices in it, although they did not catch the meaning of the words it sang. They heard its footsteps, too. Its way of moving awed them. Moreover, it was forever trying to get in. "Its wings," said Judy. "Big, dark wings, very soft and feathery." "It's a woman with sad black eyes," thought Tim. "That's how I like it." "It's someone," declared Maria, who was asleep before it came, so rarely heard it at all. And they turned to Uncle Felix, who knew all that sort of thing, or at any rate could describe it. He found the words. They lay hidden in his thick back hair apparently. There was little on the top, for he always scratched his head a good deal when they asked him questions about such difficult matters. "What is it really, the night wind?" they asked gravely. "And why does it sound so very different from the wind in the morning or the afternoon?"
"There is a difference," he replied carefully. "It's a quick, dark, rushing thing, and it moves like anything."
"We know that," they told him.
"And it has long hair," he added hurriedly, looking into Tim's staring eyes. "That's what makes it swish, the swishing, rushing, hushing sound it makes. That's its hair against the walls and tiles, you see."
"It is a woman, then," said Tim proudly. All looked up, wondering. An extraordinary thing was in the air. A mystery that had puzzled them for ages was about to be explained. They drew closer round the sofa, and Maria blundered against the table, knocking some books off with a resounding noise. It was their way of reminding him that he had promised.
"Hush, hush,"
said Uncle Felix, holding up a finger and glancing over his shoulder into the darkened room.
"It may be coming now. Listen."
"Yes, but it is a woman, isn't it?" insisted Tim in a hurried whisper. He had to justify himself before his sisters. Uncle Felix must see to that first. The big man opened his eyes very wide. He shuddered.
"It's a thing,"
was the answer, given in a whisper that increased the excitement of anticipation.
"It certainly is a thing. Now hush, it's coming."
They listened then intently, and a sound was heard. Out of the starry summer night it came, quite softly, and from very far away. Upon discovery bent upon adventure, reconnoitring, as from some deep ambush in the shrubberies where the blackbirds hid and whistled, it flew down against the house, stared in at the nursery windows, fluttered up and down the glass with a marvellous sweet humming, and was gone again.
"Listen," the man's voice whispered. "It will come back presently. It saw us. It's awfully shy."
"Why is it awfully shy?" asked Judy in an undertone.
"Because people make it mean so much more than it means to mean," he replied darkly.
It never gets a chance to be just itself and play its own lonely game."
"We've called it things," she stated.
"But we haven't written books about it and put it into poetry,"
Uncle Felix corrected her with an audacity that silenced them.
"We play our game. It plays its."
"It plays its," repeated Tim, amused by the sound of the words.
"And that's why it's shy."
The man held them to the main point.
"And dislikes showing itself."
"But why is its game lonely?" someone asked, and there was a general feeling that Uncle Felix had been caught this time without an answer. For what explanation could there possibly be of that? Their faces were half triumphant, half disappointed already. He smiled quietly. He knew everything in the world.
"It's unhappy as well as shy," he sighed, "because nothing will play with it. Everything is asleep at night. It comes out just when other things are going in. Trees answer it, but they answer in their sleep. Birds, tucked away in nests and hiding places, don't even answer at all. The butterflies are gone, the insects lost. Leaves and twigs don't care about being blown when there's no one there to see them. They hide, too. If there are clouds, they're dark and sulky, keeping their jolly sides towards the stars and moon. Nothing will play with the night wind. So it either plays with the tiles on the roof and the telegraph wires, dead things that make a lot of noise, but never leave their places for a proper game, or else it just plays with itself. Since the beginning of the world, the night wind has been shy and lonely and unhappy."
It was unanswerable. They understood. Their sense of pity was greatly touched, their love as well. "Do pigs really see the wind, as Daddy says?" inquired Maria abruptly, feeling the conversation beyond her. She merely obeyed the laws of her nature, but no one answered her. No one even heard the question. Another sound absorbed their interest and attention. There was a low, faint tapping on the window-pane. A hush like church fell upon everybody, and Uncle Felix stood up to his full height suddenly and opened his arms wide. He drew a long, deep breath.
"Come in,"
he said splendidly. The tapping, however, grew fainter and fainter till it finally ceased. Everybody waited expectantly, but it was not repeated. Nothing happened. Nobody came in. The tapper had retreated. "It was a twig," whispered Judy, after a pause. "The virgin creeper."
"But it was the wind that shook it,"
exclaimed Uncle Felix, still standing and waiting, as though he expected something.
"The night wind! Look out!"
A roaring sound over the roof drowned his words. It rose and fell like laughter, then like crying. It dropped closer, rushed headlong past the window, rattled and shook the sash, then dived away into the darkness. Its violence startled them. A deep lull followed instantly, and the little tapping of the twig was heard again. Odd. Just when the night wind seemed furthest off, it was all the time quite near. It had not really gone at all. It was hiding against the outside walls. It was watching them, trying to get in. The tapping continued for half a minute or more, a series of hurried, gentle little knocks, as from a child's smallest fingertip. "It wants to come in. It's trying," whispered someone. "It's awfully shy. It's lonely and frightfully unhappy. It likes us and wants to play." There was another pause and silence. No one knew quite what to do. "There's too much light. Let's put the lamp out," said a genius, using the voice of Judy. As though by way of answer there followed instantly a sudden burst of wind. The torrent of it drove against the house. It boomed down the chimney, puffing an odour of soot into the room. It shook the door into the passage. It lifted an edge of carpet, flapping it. It shouted, whistled, sang, using a dozen different voices all at once. The roar fell into syllables. It was amazing. A great throat uttered words. They could scarcely believe their ears. The wind was shouting with a joyful, boisterous shout.
"Open the window! I'll put out the light!"
All heard the wonderful thing, yet it seemed quite natural in a way. Uncle Felix, still standing and waiting as though he knew not exactly what was going to happen, moved forward at once and boldly opened the window's lower sash. In swept the mighty visitor, the stranger from the air. The lamp gave one quick flicker and went out. Deep stillness followed. There was a silence like the moon. The shy night wind had come into the room. Ah, there was awe and wonder then. The silence was so unexpected. The whole wind, not merely part of it, was in. It had come so gently, softly, delicately too. In the darkness the outline of the window frame was visible. Uncle Felix's big figure blocked against the stars. Judy's head could be seen in silhouette against the other window, but Tim and Maria, being smaller, were merged in the pool of shadow below the level of the sill. A large spread thing passed flutteringly up and down the room a moment. Then came the rest. It settled over everything at once. A rustle was audible as of trailing, floating hair.
"It's hiding in the corners and behind the furniture," whispered Uncle Felix. "Keep quiet. If you frighten it, phew!" He whistled softly. "It'll be off above the tree-tops in a second." A low, soft whistle answered his own. Somewhere in the room it sounded. There was no mistaking it, though the exact direction was difficult to tell, for while Tim said it was through the keyhole, Judy declared positively that it came from the door of the big broken cupboard opposite. Maria stated flatly, "Chimney." "Hush! It's talking." It was Uncle Felix's voice, breathing very low. "It likes us. It feels we're friendly." A murmur as of leaves was audible, or as of a pine bough sighing in a breeze. Yet there were words as well, actual spoken words. "Don't look for me, please," they heard. "I do not want to be seen, but you may touch me. I like that." The children spread their hands out in the darkness, groping, searching, feeling. "Ah, your touch," the sighing voice continued. "It's like my softest lawn. Your hair feels as my grass feels on the hilltops, and the skin of your cheeks is smooth and cool as the water surface of my lily ponds at midnight. I know you." It raised its tones to singing. "You are children, I kiss you all." "I feel you," Judy said in her clear, quiet voice. "But you're cold." "Not really," was the answer that seemed all over the room at once. "That's only the touch of space. I've come from very high up tonight. There's been a change. The lower wind was called away suddenly to the sea, and I dropped down with hardly a moment's warning to take its place. The sun has been very tiresome all day, overheating the currents." "Uncle, you ask it everything," whispered Tim. "Simply everything." "Say how we love it, please," sighed Judy. "I feel it's closing both my eyes." "It's all over my face," put in Maria, drawing her breath in loudly. "But my hair's lifting," Judy exclaimed. "Oh, it's lovely, lovely." Uncle Felix straightened himself up in the darkness. They could hear him breathing with the effort. "Please tell us what you do," he said. "We can all feel you touching us. Play with us as you play with trees and clouds and sleeping flowers along the hedgerows." A singing, whistling sound passed softly round the room. There was a whir and a flutter, as when a flight of bees or birds goes down the sky, and a voice, a plaintive yet happy voice, like the plover who cry to each other on the moors, was audible. "I run about the world at night, yet cannot see. My hair has grown so thick these millions years. It
covers me, so like a big blind thing I run about, and know all things by touching them. I touch them with my wings. I know each one of you. By touching you, I touch your hearts. I feel you, cried Judy. I feel you touching me. And I. And I, the others cried. It's simply wonderful. An enormous sigh of happiness went through that darkened room. Then play with me, they heard. Oh, children, play with me. The wild, high sweetness in the windy voice was irresistible. The children rose with one accord. It was too dark to see, but they flew about the room without a fault or slip. There was no stumbling. They seemed guided, lifted, swept. The sound of happy, laughing voices filled the air. They caught the wind and let it go again. They chased it round the table and the sofa. They held it in their arms until it panted with delight, half smothered into silence, then marvellously escaping from them on the elastic flying feet that tread on forests, clouds, and mountain tops. It rushed and darted, drove them, struck them lightly, pushed them suddenly from behind, then met their faces with a puff and a shout of glee. It caught their feet, it blew their eyelids down, just when they cried, "It's caught! I've got it in my hands!" It shot, laughing, up against the ceiling, boomed down the chimney, or whistled shrilly as it escaped beneath the crack of the door into the passage. The keyhole was its easiest escape. It grew boisterous, singing with delight, yet was never for a moment rough. It cushioned all of its blows with feathers. "Where are you now? I felt your hair all over me. You've gone again." It was Judy's voice as she tore across the floor. "You're whacking me on the head," cried Tim. "Quick, quick, I've got you in my hands." He flew headlong over the sofa, where Maria sat, clutching the bolster to prevent being blown on to the carpet. They felt its soft, gigantic hands all over them. Its silky coils of hair entangled every movement. They heard its wings, its rushing, sighing voice, its velvet feet. The room was in a whir and uproar. "Uncle, can't you help? You're the biggest."
"But it's blown me inside out," he answered in a curiously muffled voice. "My fingers are blown off. It's taken all my breath away." The pictures rattled on the wall. Loose bits of paper fluttered everywhere. The curtains flapped out horizontally into the air. "Catch it! Hold it! Stop it!" cried the breathless voices. "Join hands," he gasped.
"We'll try." And holding hands they raced across the floor. They managed to encircle something with their spread arms and legs. Into the corner, by the door, they forced a great loose flowing thing against the wall. Wedged tight together like a fence, they stooped. They pounced upon it. "Caught!" shouted Tim. "We've got you!" There was a laughing whistle in the keyhole just behind them. It was gone. The window shook. They heard the wild, high laughter. It was out of the room. The next minute it passed shouting above the cedar tops, and up into the open sky. And their own laughter went out to follow it across the night. The room became suddenly very still again. Someone had closed the window. The twig no longer tapped. The game was over. Uncle Felix collected them, an exhausted crew, upon the sofa by his side. "It was very wonderful," he whispered. "We've done what no one has ever done before. We played with the night wind, and the night winds played with us. It feels happier now. It will always be our friend." "It was awfully strong," said Tim in a tone of awe. "It fairly banged me." "But awfully gentle," Judy sighed. "It kissed me hundreds of times." "I felt it," announced Maria. "It's only a child, really," Uncle Felix added half to himself. "A great wild child that plays with itself in space." He went on murmuring for several minutes, but the children hardly heard the words he used. They had their own sensations. For the wind had touched their hearts and made them think. They heard it singing now above the cedars as they had never heard it sing before. It was alive and lovely. It meant a new thing to them, for they had their little aching sorrows too. It had taken them all away. They had their little passionate yearnings and desires. It had prophesied fulfilment. The dreamy melancholy of childhood, the long, long days, the haunted nights, the everlasting afternoons, all these were in its wild, great, windy voice, the sighing, the mystery, the laughter too. The joy of strange fulfilment woke in their wind-kissed hearts. The night wind was their friend. They had played with it. Now everything could come true. And next day Maria, lost to the authorities for over an hour, was at length discovered by the forbidden pigsties, in a fearful state of mess, but very pleased and happy about something. She was watching the pigs with eyes brimful of questioning wonder and excitement. She was listening intently, too. She wanted to find out for certain whether pigs really and truly saw anything unusual. The end of Chapter 7. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 8 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Where Wonder Hides. The children had never been to London, but they knew the direction in which it lay, beyond the crumbling kitchen-garden wall, where the wallflowers grew in a proud colony. The sky looked different there, a threatening quality in it. Both snow and thunderstorm came that way, and the dirty signpost, London Road, outside the lodge gates, was tilted into the air significantly. They regarded London as a terrible place, though a necessity. Daddy's office was there, Christmas and birthday presents came from London, but also it was where the radical government lived, an enormous, evil octopus kind of thing that made Daddy poor. Whedon, too, had been known to say dark things with regard to selling vegetables, hay, and stuff. What can you expect when a radical government's in? And the fact that neither he nor Daddy did anything to move it away proved what a powerful thing it was, and made them feel something hostile to their happiness dwelt in London, way beyond that crumbling wall. The composite picture grew steadily in their little minds, when ominous clouds piled up on that northern horizon, floating imperceptibly towards them. It was a fragment of London that had broken off and come rolling along to hover above the old mill-house. A very black cloud was the seat of government. London itself, however, remained as obstinately remote as heaven, yet the two visibly connected, for while the massed vapours were part of London, the lanes and holes of blue were certainly the vestibule of heaven. His seat is in the heavens must mean something, they argued. They were quite sweetly reverent about it. They merely obeyed the symbolism of primitive age. "I shall go to heaven," Tim said once, when they discussed dying as if it were a game. He wished to define his position, as it were. "But you haven't been to London yet," came the higher criticism from Judy. "London's a metropolis." Metropolis? It was an awful thing to say, though no one quite knew why. Part of their dread was traceable to this word. Ever since someone had called it the metropolis in their hearing, they had associated vague awe with the place. The ending, opolis, sounded to them like something that might come on top of us, and that, again, brought octopus into the mind. It seemed reckless to mention London and heaven together, yet was right and proper at the same time. Both must one day be seen and known. One inevitably has the other. Thus heavenly rights were included in their minds with a ticket to London, far, far away, when they were much, much older. And both trips were dreaded, yet looked forward to. Maria, however, held no great opinion of either locality. She disliked the idea of long journeys to begin with. Having no objection to moving her eyes, she was opposed to moving her body, unless towards an approved certainty. Puddings, bonfires, and laps at story-time were approved certainties. Heaven and London, apparently, were not. She was contented where she was. London's a bother, was her opinion. It meant a rush in the hall when the dog-cart was waiting for the train and Daddy was too late to hear about bringing back a new blue eye for a broken doll. And as for the other place, her ultimatum was hardly couched in diplomatic language, to say the least. An eternal Sunday was not her ideal of happiness. Aunt Emily, it was stated, would live in heaven when she died, and the place had lost its attractiveness in consequence, for Aunt Emily used long words and heard their Sunday colics, and the clothes she wore on that seventh workless day reminded them of village funerals or unhappy women who came to see over the house when it was to be let, and asked mysterious questions about something called the drains. Daddy's top hat with a black band was another item in the Sunday and Metropolis picture. London and heaven, as stated, were not looked forward to unreservedly. There were compensations, though. They knew the joy of deciding who would go there. Stumper, of course, for one. It was the only place he would not come back from. He would be KCB. Uncle Felix, too, because it was his original source of origin. Mother repeatedly called him Angel, and even if she hadn't, it was clear he knew all about both places by the way he talked. Stumper's India was not quite believed in, owing to the way he described it, but Uncle Felix's London was real and living, while the other marvellous things he told them could only have happened in some kind of heavenly place. His position, therefore, was unshakable, and Mother and Daddy also had immemorial rights. Others of their circle, however, found themselves somewhat equivocally situated. Thompson and Mrs. Horton were uncertain, for since there was no marriage there could be no families to wait upon and cook for. Weedon also was doubtful. Having never been to London, the alternative happiness was not properly within his grasp, whereas the postman might be transferred from the metropolis to the stars at any minute of the day or night. Those London letters he brought settled his case beyond all argument whatever. All of which needs mention, because there was a place called the End of the World, and the title has of course to do with it. For the end of the world is the hiding-place of wonder. Beyond that crumbling kitchen-garden wall was a very delightful bit of the universe. A battered grey fence kept out the road, but there were slits between the boards through which the passers-by could be secretly observed. All passers-by were criminals or heroes on their way to mysterious engagements. The majority were disguised. Many of them could be heard talking darkly to themselves. They were a queer lot, those passers-by. Those who came from London were escaping, but those going north were intent upon awful business in the sinister metropolis, explosions, murders, enormous jewel robberies, and conspiracies against the radical government. The solitary policeman who passed occasionally was in constant terror of his life. They longed to warn him, yet he had his other side as well, his questionable side. This neglected patch of kitchen garden, however, possessed other claims to charm as well as the tattered fence. It was uncultivated. Some rows of tangled currant bushes offered excellent cover. There was a fallen elm tree whose trunk was home, a pile of rubbish that included scrap iron, old wheelbarrows, broken ladders, spades and wire netting, and, chief of all, there was the spot behind the currant bushes where Weedon the gardener burnt dead leaves. It was sad, but mysterious and beautiful too, this burning of the leaves. though according to Uncle Felix, who gave the gardener's explanation, it was right and necessary. They loved the smoke, too, hanging in the air above the lawn, with its fragrant smell and shadowy distances.
"Oh, gardener, how can you let them burn?" "Because," he explained, "they've had their turn and nobody wants their shade. These withered-up messes is worn-out old dresses I tuck round the boots of the shivering roots till the spring makes 'em over like roses and clover. But nobody wants dead leaves, nor nobody wants their shade."
A deserted corner, yet crowded gloriously with life. Adventure lurked in every inch. There was danger, too, terror, wonder, and excitement. And since for them it was the beginning of all things, they called it naturally the end of the world. To escape to the end of the world unaccompanied by grown-ups, and, if possible, their whereabouts unknown to anybody, was a daily duty second to no other. It was a duty, wet or fine, they seldom left neglected. Besides themselves, 2 others alone held passes to this sanctuary. Uncle Felix, because he loved to go there. He wrote his adventure stories there, saying anything might happen in such a lonely place. And the gardener, because he was obliged to. Come-back Stumper was excluded. They had taken him once, and he had said such an abominable thing that he was never allowed to visit it again. "A messy hole," he called it. Mr. Jinks had never even seen it. After his death in the railway accident, his remains, recovered without charge from the hospital, had been buried somewhere in the scrap heap. From this point of view alone he knew the end of the world. He was worthy of no other. His epitaph was appalling, too horrible to mention really. Tim composed it, but Uncle Felix distinctly said that it never, never must be referred to audibly again. "Here Matthew Jinks just lies and "It's not nice," he said emphatically, "and we mustn't say it. Always speak well of the dead." And, as they couldn't honestly do that, they obeyed him and left Mr. Jinks in his unhonoured grave, with a broken wheelbarrow for a headstone and a mass of wire netting to make resurrection difficult. In order to get the disagreeable epitaph out of their minds, Uncle Felix substituted a kinder and gentler one, and made them learn it by heart. "Old Jinks lies here, without a tear. He meant no wrong, but we didn't get along, so Jinks lies here, and we've nothing more to fear. He's all right, Jinks sinks out of sight." It was the proud colony of wallflowers that first made Uncle Felix like the place. Their loveliness fluttered in the winds, and their perfume stole down deliciously above the rubbish and neglect. They seemed to him the soul of ruins triumphing over outward destruction. Hence the delicate melancholy in their scent, and hence their lofty chosen perch. Out of decay they grew, yet invariably above it. Both sun and stars were in their flaming colouring, and their boldness was true courage. They caught the wind, they held the sunset and the dawn, they turned the air into a shining garden. They stood somehow for a yearning beauty in his own heart that expressed itself in his stories. "If you pick them," he warned Tim, who climbed like a monkey, and was as destructive as his age, "the place will lose its charm. They go for the end of the world, and the end of the world belongs to them. This wonderful spot will have no beauty when they're gone." To wear a blossom in the hair or buttonhole was to be protected against decay and ugliness. Most wonderful of all, however, was the door in the old grey fence, for it was a gateway, and a gateway, according to Uncle Felix, was a solemn thing. None knew where it led to. It was a threshold into an unknown world. Ordinary doors in a house, for instance, were not gateways. They merely opened into rooms and other familiar places. Dentists, governesses, and bedrooms existed behind ordinary indoor doors, but out-of-doors opened straight into the sky, and in virtue of it were extraordinary. They were gateways. At the end of the world stood a stupendous towering door that was a gateway. Another, even more majestic, rose at the end of life. This door in the grey fence was a solemn, mysterious, and enticing gateway into everything worth seeing. It was invariably kept locked. It led into the high road that slithered along secretly and sedulously to London. For the children it was out of bounds. Here the policeman lived in constant terror of his life, and here went to and fro the strange world of passers-by. The white road flowed past like a river. It moved. From the lower branches of the horse-chestnut tree they could just see it slide. Also when the swing went extra high, and from the end of the prostrate elm. It went in both directions at once. It encircled the globe, going under the sea too. The door leading into it was a key or port, but the brass knob never turned. The gardener said there was no key, and from the outer side the handle had long since been removed, lest passers-by might see it and come in. Even the keyhole had been carefully stuffed up with that stringy stuff the gardener carried in his pockets, till, finally, something happened that made the end of the world seem suddenly a new place. Tim noticed that the stringy stuff had been removed. The day had been oppressively hot, and tempers had been sorely tried. Mother had gone to lie down with a headache. Aunt Emily was visiting the poor with a basket. Daddy was inaccessible in his study. All authorities were doing the dull things authorities have to do. It was September, and the world stood lost in this golden haze of unexpected heat. Very still it stood, the yellow leaves quite motionless, and the smoke from the kitchen chimney hanging stiff and upright in the air. There was no breath of wind. "There's simply nothing to do," the children said, when suddenly Uncle Felix arrived and their listlessness was turned to life and interest. He had gone up in the morning to London, and the suddenness of his return was part of his prerogative. Stumper, Jinks, and other folk were announced days and days beforehand, but Uncle Felix just came. "We'll go to the end of the world," he decided gravely, the moment he had changed. "There's something going on there. Quick!" This meant, as all knew, that he had an idea. They stole out, and no one saw them go. Across the lawn and past the lime trees, humming busily with tired bees, they crept beneath the shadow of the big horse-chestnut, where the staring windows of the house could no longer see them. They disappeared. The authorities might look and call for ever without finding them. "Slower, please, a little," said Maria breathlessly, and was at once picked up and carried. Moving cautiously through the laurel shrubbery, they left the garden proper with its lawns and flower-beds, and entered the forbidden region at the end of the world. They stood upright. Uncle Felix dropped Maria like a bundle. "Look," he said below his breath. "I told you so." He pointed. The colony of wallflowers were fluttering in the windless air. Nothing stirred but these. The stillness was unbroken. Sunshine blazed on the rubbish heap. The currant bushes watched. Deep silence reigned everywhere. But the flowers on the crumbling wall waved mysteriously their coloured banners of alarm. "It looks different," said Judy in a hushed aside. "Something's happened," whispered Tim, staring round him. Maria watched them from the ground, prepared to follow in any direction, but in no hurry until a plan was decided. "The keyhole!" cried Tim loudly, and at the same moment a huge blackbird flew out of the shrubberies behind them and flashed across the open space towards the orchard on the other side. It whistled a long, shrill scream of warning. It was bigger by far than any ordinary blackbird. "Home, quick, run for your lives!" cried someone as they dashed for the safety of the elm tree. Even Maria ran. They scrambled onto the slippery fallen trunk and gasped for breath as they stood balancing in an uneasy row, all holding hands. "It was bigger than a hen," exclaimed Judy inconsequently. "It couldn't have come through any keyhole." She stared with inquiring, startled eyes at her brother. The bird and the keyhole were somehow lumped together in her mind. "They've stopped," observed Maria, and sat down in the comfortable niche between the lopped branch and the trunk. It was true. The wallflowers were as motionless now as painted outlines on a nursery saucer.
"Because we're safe," said Uncle Felix. "It was a warning."
And then all turned their attention to Tim's discovery of the keyhole, for the stuffing had been removed. The white, dusty road gleamed through the hole in a spot of shining white.
"Hush!" whispered their guide. "There's something moving."
"Perhaps it's Jinx in his cemetery," thought Judy after a pause to listen.
"No,"
said Uncle Felix with decision.
"It's outside. It's on the road."
His earnestness on these occasions always thrilled them. His gravity and the calm way he kept his head invariably won their confidence. "The London road," they repeated. That meant the world.
"Something going past,"
he added, listening intently. They listened intently with him. All four were still holding hands.
"The great high road outside,"
he repeated softly, while they moved instinctively to the highest part of the tree, whence they could see over the fence. They craned their necks. The dusty road was flowing very swiftly, and like a river it had risen. Never before had it been so easily visible. They saw the ruts the cart had made, the hedge upon the opposite bank, the grassy ditch where the hemlock grew in feathery quantities. They even saw loose flints upon the edge, but the actual road was higher than before. It certainly was rising. "Metropolis!" cried Tim. "I see an eye." Someone was looking through the keyhole at them. "An eye!" exclaimed several voices in a hushed, expectant tone. There was a pause during which everyone looked at everyone else.
"It's probably a tramp," said Uncle Felix gravely. "We'll let him in."
The proposal, however, alarmed them, for they had expected something very different. To stuff the keyhole, run away and hide, or at least to barricade the fence was what he ought to have advised. Instead of this they heard the very opposite. The excitement became intense. For them, a tramp meant danger, robbery with violence, intoxication, awful dirt, and an under-the-bed-at-midnight kind of terror. It was so long since they had seen the tramp, their own tramp, that they had forgotten his existence. "They'll kill us at once," said Maria, using the plural with the comprehensive and anticipatory vision of the child.
"They're harmless as white mice," said her uncle quickly. "Once you know how to treat them. And full of adventures, too. I do," he added with decision, referring to the treatment, and he stepped down to unbar the gate. The children, breathless with interest, watched him go. On the trunk, of course, they felt comparatively safe, for it was home, but none the less the girls drew up their skirts a little, and Tim felt premonitory thrills run up his spidery legs into his spine. The wallflowers shook their tawny heads as a sudden breath of wind swept past them across the end of the world. It seemed an age before the audacious thing was accomplished, and the door swung wide into the road outside. Uncle Felix might so easily have been stabbed or poisoned or suffocated, but instead they saw a shabby, tangled figure come shuffling through that open gate upon a cloud of dust. "Quick, he's a perjured man!" cried Judy, remembering a newspaper article.
Shut the gate." She sprang down to help. "He'll be arrested for highway violence and be in cuss." There was confusion in her mind. She felt pity for this woebegone shadow of a human being, and terror lest the policeman, who lived on the white summery high road, would catch him and send him to the gallows before he was safe inside. Her love was ever with the underdog. There was a rush and a scramble. The gate was shut, and the tramp stood gasping before them in the enchanted sanctuary of the end of the world. "He's ours!" exclaimed Judy. "It's our old tramp."
"Be very polite to him,"
Uncle Felix had time to whisper hurriedly, seeing that all three stood behind him.
"He's a great adventurer, and a wanderer too." The end of Chapter 8. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 9 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A priest of wonder. He was a grey and nameless creature of shadowy outline and vague appearance. The eye focused him with difficulty. He had an air of a broken tombstone about him, with moss and lichen in wayward patches, for his face was split and cracked, and his beard seemed a continuation of his hair. But he had soft blue eyes that had got lost in the general tangle, and seemed to stray about the place and peep out unexpectedly, like flowers hiding in a thick-set hedge. The face might be anywhere. He might move suddenly in any direction. He was prepared, as it were, to move forward, sideways, or backwards, according as the wind decided or the road appeared. A sort of universal scarecrow of a being altogether. Yet, for all his forlorn and scattered attitude, there hung about his rags an air of something noble and protective, something strangely inviting, that welcomed without criticism all the day might bring. Homeless himself, and with no place to lay his extraordinary body, the birds might have built their nests in him without alarm, or the furry creatures of fields and woods have burrowed among his voluminous misfit clothing to shelter themselves from rain and cold. He would gladly have carried them all with him, safely hidden from guns or traps or policemen, glad to be useful and careless of himself. That, at any rate, was the mixed impression that he gave. "Thank you," he said in a comfortable sort of voice that sounded like wind among telegraph wires on a high road, then added, "Kindly all." And instantly the children felt delighted with him. Their sympathy was gained. Fear vanished. The policeman, like a scapegoat, took all their sins away. They did not actually move closer to the tramp, but their eyes went nestling in and out among his tattered figure. Judy, however, it was noticeable, looked at him as though spellbound. To her he was, perhaps, as her uncle said, the great adventurer, the type of romantic wanderer for ever on the quest of perilous things. A knight. It was Uncle Felix who first broke the pause. "You've come a long way," he suggested. "Oh, about the same as usual," replied the tramp, as though all distances and localities were one to him. "Which means?" "From nowhere and from everywhere." "And you are going on to?" "Always the same place." "Which is?" "The end." He said it in a rumbling voice that seemed to issue from a pocket of the torn old coat, rather than from his bearded mouth. "Oh, dear," sighed Judy. "That is a very long way indeed. But of course you never get tired out." Her eyes were brimmed with admiration. He shrugged his great loose shoulders. It was odd how there seemed to be another thing within all that baggy clothing and behind the hair. The shaggy exterior covered a slimmer thing that was happy, laughing, dancing to break out. "Not tired out," he said. "A bit sleepy sometimes, perhaps." He glanced round him carelessly, his strange eyes resting finally on Judy's face. "But there's lots of beds about," he explained to her. "Once you know how to make 'em."
Yes, the child murmured, with a kind of soft applause. Of course, there must be. And those what sleeps in ditches dreams the sweetest, that I know. They must, agreed Judy, as though grass and dock leaves were familiar to her. And you get up when you're ready, don't you? That's it, replied the wanderer. Only you always are ready. But how do you know the time? Asked Tim. The tramp turned round slowly and looked at his questioner. Time, he snorted, and he exchanged a mysterious glance of sympathy with Maria, who lifted her eyes in return, but otherwise made no sign whatever. Sit quiet like, he added, and everything worth having comes of itself. That's living, that is. The whole world belongs to you. I've got a watch, said Tim, as though challenged. I've got an alarm clock too. Only you have to wind them up, of course. There you are, the tramp exclaimed. You've got to wind them up. They don't go themselves, do they? Oh, no. I never knew happiness until I chucked my watch away, continued the other. Your watch? Exclaimed Tim. Well, not exactly, laughed the tramp. Oh, he didn't mean that, Judy put in quickly. I was using it at the time, anyhow, chuckled their guest. And what you're using at the time belongs to you. I never knew happiness while I kept it. Watches and clocks only mean hurry. It's an endless job trying to keep up with them. You've got to go so fast, for one thing. I never was a sprinter, bah! He snorted. There's nothing in it. Life isn't 100 yards race. You miss all the flowers on the way at that pace. And what's the prize? He glanced down contemptuously at his feet. Worn-out boots. Your boots wear out, that's all. He looked round at the children, smiling wonderfully. Maria seemed to understand him best, perhaps. She looked up innocently into his tangled face. That's it, he said with another chuckle. You know what I mean, don't you, missy? But Maria made no reply. She merely beamed back at him till her face seemed nothing but a pair of wide blue eyes. Stop your clocks. Go slow, the man murmured half to himself. And you'll see what I mean. There's twice as much time as before. You can do anything, everything. He spread his arms out. Because there's never any hurry. You'll be surprised. You're very hungry, aren't you? Inquired Tim, resenting the man's undue notice of Maria. The tramp stared hard into the boy's unwavering eyes. Always, he said briefly. But then there's always folks to give. Rather, exclaimed Judy with enthusiasm, and Tim added eagerly, I should think so. They seemed to know all about him then. Something had entered with him that made common stock of the five of them. It was wonderful of Uncle Felix to have known all this beforehand. We're all alive together, murmured the tramp below his breath. And then Uncle Felix showed another stroke of genius. We'll make tea out here today, he said, instead of having it indoors. Tim, you run and fetch a teapot, a bottle of milk, and some cups and a kettle full of water. Put some sugar in your pockets, and bring a loaf and butter and a pot of jam. A basket will hold the lot, and while you're gone, we'll get the fire going. A big knife and some spoons, too, Judy cried after his disappearing figure. And don't let Aunt Emily see you, mind. The tramp looked up sharply. I had an Aunt Emily once, he said behind his hedged-in face. Expecting more to follow, the others waited, but nothing came. There was a little pause. Once? Asked Maria, wondering perhaps if there were two such beings in the world at the same time. The man of journeys nodded. Did she mend your clothes and things, and love to care for you? Judy wished to know. He shook his tangled head. She visited the poor, he told them, and had no time for the likes of me. And one day I fell out of a big hole in my second suit, and took to tramping. He rubbed his hands vigorously together in the air. And here I am." "Yes," said Maria kindly. "I'm glad." Meanwhile, Judy, having decided to go and help her brother with the tea things, the others set to work and made a fire. Maria helped with her eyes, picking up an occasional stick as well, but it was the tramp who really did the difficult part. Only the way he did it made it appear quite easy somehow. He began with the tiniest fire in the world, and the next minute it seemed ready for the kettle, with a crossbar arranged adroitly over it, and a supply of fresh wood in a pile beside it. "What do you think about it?" asked Tim of his sister, as they struggled back with the laden basket. Apparently a deep question of some kind asked for explanation in his mind. "It's awful that he has no one to care about him," was the girl's reply. "I think he's a very nice man. He looks magnificent and awfully brown." "That's dirt," said her brother. "It's travel," she replied indignantly. The tramp, when they got back, looked tidier somehow, as though the effect of refined society had already done him good. His appearance was less uncouth, his hair and beard a shade less hayfieldy. It was possible to imagine what he looked like when he was young, sure sign of being tidy, just as to be very untidy gives an odd hint of what old age will do eventually to face and figure. The tramp looked younger. They all made friends in the simple, unaffected way of birds and animals, for at the end of the world there was no such thing as empty formality. The children, supported by the presence of their important uncle, asked questions, this being their natural prerogative. It came to them as instinctively as tapping the lawn for worms comes to birds, or scratching the earth for holes is a sign of health with rabbits. At first shyly, then in a ceaseless yet not too inquisitive torrent. Questions are the sincerest form of flattery, and the tramp, accustomed probably to severer questions from people in uniform, was quite delighted. He smiled quietly behind the scenery of his curious great face, but he answered all. Where he lived, how he travelled, what friends he had, where he spent Christmas, what barns and ditches and haystacks felt like, anything and everything, even where he meant to be buried when he died. "Here, where I've lived so happily," and he made a wide gesture with one tattered arm to include the earth and sky. He had no secrets, apparently. He was glad they should know all. The children had never known such a delightful creature in their lives before. "And you eat anything?" inquired Tim. "Anything you can, I mean." "Anything you can get, he means," corrected Judy softly. He gave an unexpected answer. "I swallow sunsets and I bite the moon. I nibble stars. I never need a spoon." He said it as naturally as a duchess describing her latest diet at a smart dinner party, with an air, too, as of some great personage disguised on purpose so that he might enjoy the simple life. "That rhymes," stated Maria. "So does this," he replied. "I live on open hair and bits of bread. The sunlight clothes me, and I lay me head." The hissing of the kettle interrupted him. "Water's boiling," cried Uncle Felix. "Hand round the cups and cut the loaf." A cup was given to each. The tea was made. "Do you take sugar, please?" asked Judy of the guest. The quietness of her voice made it almost tender. Such a man, moreover, might despise sweet things, but he said he did. "2 lumps?" she asked, "or 1? 5, please," he said. She was far too polite to show surprise at this, nor at the fact that he stirred his tea with a little bit of stick instead of with a spoon. She remembered his remark that he had no use for spoons. Tim, saying nothing, imitated all he did as naturally as though he had never done otherwise in his life before. They enjoyed their picnic tea immensely in this way, seated in a row upon the comfortable elm tree, gobbling, munching, drinking, chattering. The tramp, for all his outward roughness, had the manners of a king. He said what he thought, but without offence. He knew what he wanted, yet without greed or selfishness. He had that politeness which is due to alert perception of every one near him, their rights and claims, their likes and dislikes. For true politeness is practically an expansion of consciousness which involves seeing the point of view of everyone else at once. A tramp accustomed to long journeys, big spaces, obliged ever to consider the demands of impetuous little winds, the tastes of flowers, the habits and natural preferences of animals, birds, and insects, develops this bigger sense of politeness that crowds in streets and drawing-rooms cannot learn. Unless a tramp takes note of all, he remains out of touch with all, and therefore is uncomfortable. "Is everything all right?" asked Uncle Felix presently, anxious to see that he was well provided for. "Everything, thank you," the wanderer replied. "And if you don't mind, I'll have my supper here later too. I brought it with me." And out of one capacious pocket he produced a bird. "It's a chicken," he informed them, as they stared with wide-opened eyes. Maria was the first to go on eating her slice of bread and jam. Unordinary things seemed to disturb her less than ordinary ones. Somehow it seemed quite natural that he should go about with a bird for supper in his pocket. "However did you get it in there?" asked Tim, modifying his sentence just in time to avoid inquisitive rudeness. "It gave itself to me," he replied. "That kind of things happens sometimes when you're tramping. They know," he added significantly. "You see, it's my birthday today, and something like this always happens on my birthday. Last time it was a fish. I fell into the stream and went right under. When I got out on the bank again, I found a trout in my pocket. The time before I slept beside a haystack, and when I awoke at sunrise I felt something warm and soft against my face like feathers. It was feathers. There was a hen's nest 2 inches from my nose, and 6 nice eggs in it, all ready for my birthday breakfast. I only ate 4 of them. You should never take all the eggs out of a nest." He looked round at the group and smiled. "But I think the chicken's best of all," he told them. "And next year I expect a turkey, or a bit of bacon maybe." "You never grow old, do you?" Judy asked. Her admiration was no longer concealed. It seemed she saw him differently a little from the others. "Oh, just a nice age," he said. "You seem to know so much," she explained her question. "Everything." He laughed behind his teacup as he fingered the chicken on his lap. "As to that," he murmured, "there's only a few things worth knowing. If you can just forget the rest, you're all right." "I see," she replied beneath her breath. But it's got to be plucked and cleaned and cooked first, hasn't it?" "The chicken?" he laughed. "Oh, dear me, no. Cooked, yes, but not plucked or cleaned in the sense you mean. That's what they do in houses. Out here we have a better way. We just wrap it up in clay and dig a hole and light a fire on top, and in an half-hour it's ready to eat, tender, juicy, and sweet as a bit of honeycomb. Break open the ball of clay and the feathers all come away with it." And then he produced from another pocket a fat, thick roll of yellow butter, freshly made apparently, for it was wrapped in a clean white cloth. They stared at that for a long time without a word. "They go together," he explained, and the explanation seemed sufficient as well as final. "And they come together too," he added with a smile. "Did the butter give itself to you as well as the chicken?" inquired Judy. The tramp nodded in the affirmative as he placed it beside him on the trunk, ready for use later. And everybody felt in the middle of a delightful mystery. All were the same age together. Bird and butter, sun and wind, flowers and children, tramps and animals, all seemed merged in a jolly company that shared one another's wants and could supply them. The wallflowers wagged their orange-bonneted heads. The wind slipped sighing with delicious perfumes from the trees. The bees were going home in single file, and the sun was sinking level with the paling top, when suddenly there came a disturbing element into the scene that made their hearts beat faster with one accord. It was a sound. A muffled, ominous beat was audible far away, but slowly coming nearer. As it approached, it changed its character. It became sharper and more distinct. Something about the measured intervals between its tapping repetitions brought a threatening message of alarm. Everyone felt the little warning and looked up. There was anxiety. The sound jarred unpleasantly upon the peace of the happy company. They listened. It was footsteps on the road outside. The end of Chapter 9. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 10 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fact and wonder clash. Uncle Felix paused over his last bit of bread and jam. Tim and Judy cocked their ears up. Maria's eyes stood still a moment in the heavens, and the tramp stopped eating. He picked up the butter and replaced it carefully in his pocket. "I know those steps," he murmured, half to himself and half to the others. "They're all over the world. They follow me wherever I go. I hear 'em even in my sleep." He sighed, and the tone of his voice was weary and ill at ease. "How horrid for you," said Judy very softly. "It keeps me moving," he muttered, trying to conceal all signs of face behind hair and beard, which he pulled over him like a veil. "It's the policeman." "The policeman?" they echoed, staring. "But he can't find you here. He'll never see you. You're quite safe inside the fence with us, for this is the end of the world, you know." "He's not afraid, never," exclaimed Judy proudly. "He goes everywhere and sees everything," whispered the tramp. "He's been following me since time began. So far he has not caught me up, but his boots are so much bigger than my own. The biggest, strongest boots in the world, that, in the end, he is bound to get me." "But you've done nothing," said Judy. The wanderer smiled. "That's why," he said, holding up a warning finger. "It's because I do nothing. Hush," he whispered. The steps came nearer, and he lowered his voice so that the end of the sentence was not audible. "Hide me," he said in a whisper, and he waved his arms imploringly, like the branches of some wind-hunted tree. There was a tarpaulin near the rubbish heap, and some sacking used for keeping the vegetables warm at night. "That'll do," he said, pointing. "Quick, goodbye." In a moment he was beneath the spread black covering. The children were sitting on its edges, quietly eating more bread and jam, and looking as innocent as stars. Uncle Felix poked the fire busily, a grave and anxious look upon his face. The steps came nearer, paused, came on again, then finally stopped outside the gate. The flowing road that bore them ceased running past in its accustomed way. The evening stopped still too. The silence could be heard. The setting sun looked on. Upon the crumbling wall the orange flowers shook their little warning banners, and there came a tapping on the wooden gate. No one moved. The tapping was repeated. There was a sound of drums about it. The round brass handle turned, the door pushed open, and in the empty space appeared the policeman. "Good evening," he said in a heavy, uncompromising way. He looked enormous, framed there by the open gate, the white road behind him like a sheet. He looked very blue, a great towering shadow against the sunlight. It was very clear that he knew he was a policeman, and could think of nothing else. He was dressed up for the part, and received many shillings a week from a radical government to look like that. It would have been a dereliction of duty to forget it. He was stuffed with duty. His brass buttons shone.
"Good evening,"
he repeated, as no one spoke.
"Good evening,"
replied Uncle Felix calmly. The policeman accentuated the word evening, but Uncle Felix emphasized the adjective good. From the very beginning, the two men disagreed.
"This is private property. Very private indeed. We are having tea, in fact, privately upon our own land." "No property is private," returned the policeman. "And to the law, no thing nor person either."
For a moment the children felt afraid. It seemed incredible that Uncle Felix could be arrested, and yet things had an appearance of it.
"Kindly close the gate so that we cannot be overheard," he said firmly, "and then be good enough to state your business here."
He did not offer him a seat. He did not suggest a cup of tea. He spoke like a brave man who expected danger but was prepared to meet it. The policeman stepped back and closed the gate. He then stepped forward again, a little nearer than before. From a pocket hitherto invisible inside his belt, he drew forth a crumpled notebook and a stub of pencil. He was very dignified and very grave. He took a deep breath, held the paper and pencil ready to use, expanded his chest till it resembled a toy balloon in the park, and said, "I am looking for a man." He paused, then added, "Have you seen a man about?" "About what?" asked Uncle Felix innocently.
"About 50 or thereabouts," replied the other, "disguised in rags and a wig of hair and a false beard."
"What has he done?" It was like a game of chess, both opponents well matched. Uncle Felix was too big to be caught napping by clever questions that hid traps. The children felt the danger in the air and watched their uncle with quivering admiration. Only their uncle stood alone, whereas behind the policeman stretched a line of other policemen that reached to London and was in touch with the government itself.
"What has he done?"
repeated their champion.
"He's disappeared,"
came the deep-voiced answer.
"There's no crime in that,"
was the comment given flatly.
"But he's disappeared with," the policeman consulted his notebook a moment, "a chicken and a roll of butter what don't belong to him." "Roll and butter, did you say?" "No, sir. Roll of butter was what I said."
He spoke respectfully, but was grave and terrible.
"He is a thief." "A thief?" "He lives nowhere and has no home. You see, sir, duty is duty, and we're expected to run in people who live nowhere and have no homes." "Which road did he take?"
Uncle Felix clearly was pretending in order to gain time. The man of law looked puzzled.
"It was a roll of butter and a bird, sir,"
he said, consulting his book again,
"and my duty is to run him in."
"The moment you run into him?"
"Precisely,"
replied the blue giant.
"And having seen him coming here some time ago, I now ask you formally whether you have seen him too, and I call upon you to show me where he's hiding."
He thrust one huge foot forward and held his notebook open with the pencil ready.
"Anything you say will be used against you later, remember. You must all be witnesses."
"If you find him," put in Uncle Felix dryly.
"When I find him,"
said the other, and his eye wandered over to the tarpaulin that was spread out beside the rubbish heap, for it had suddenly moved. Everybody had seen that movement. There was no disguising it. Feeling uncomfortable, the tramp had shifted his position. He probably wanted air.
"I saw it move," the policeman growled, moving a step towards the rubbish heap. "He's under there all right enough, and the sooner he comes out, the better for him. That's all I've got to say." It was a most disagreeable and awkward moment. No one knew quite what was best to do. Maria turned her eyes as innocently upon the tarpaulin as she could manage, but it was obvious what she was really looking at.
Her brother held his breath and stared, expecting a pistol might appear and someone be shot dead with a marvellous aim, struck absolutely in the mathematical centre of the heart. Uncle Felix, upon whom fell the burden of rescue or defence, sat there with a curious look upon his face. For a moment it seemed he knew not what to do. The policeman, approaching still nearer to the tarpaulin, glared at him.
"You're an accessory," he said sternly, "both before and after the fact. I didn't say he wasn't there." "You didn't say he was," was the severe retort. It was unanswerable.
"He'll hang by the neck till he's dead," thought Tim, "and afterwards they'll bury the body in a lime kiln, so that even his family can't visit the grave." He looked wildly about him, thinking of possible ways of escape he had read or heard about, and his eye fell upon his sister Judy. Now Judy was a queer, original maid. She believed everything in the world. She believed not only what was told her, but also what she thought. And among other things she believed herself to be very beautiful, though in reality she was the ugly duckling of the brood. "All God has made is beautiful," Aunt Emily had once reproved her, and since God had made everything, everything must be beautiful. It was. God had made her, too. Therefore she was simply lovely. She enjoyed numerous romances. One romance after another flamed into her puzzled life, each leaving her more lovely than it found her. She was also invariably good. To be asked if she was good was a blundering question, to which the astonished answer was only an indignant "Of course." And similarly, all she loved herself was beautiful. Her romances had included gardeners and postmen, stable boys and curates, age of no particular consequence, provided they stimulated her creative imagination. And the latest was The Tramp. Something about the woe-begone figure of adventure had set on fire her mother instinct and her sense of passionate romance. She saw him young, without the tangled beard, without the rags, without the dilapidated boots. She saw him in her mind as a warrior hero, storming difficulty, despising danger, wandering beneath the stars, a being resplendent as a prince and fearless as a deity. He was a son of the morning, and the dawn was in his glorious blue eyes. And Tim now saw that this sister of his, alone of all the party, was about to do something unexpected. She had left her place upon the fallen trunk and stepped up in front of the policeman. "Stand aside, missy," this individual said, and his voice was rough, his gesture very decided. It was, in fact, his arresting manner. He was about to do his duty. "Just wait a moment," said Judy calmly, and she placed herself directly in his path, her legs apart, her arms akimbo on her hips. "You say the man you want to find is old and ragged, and looks like a tramp."
"That's it,"
replied the policeman, greatly astonished, and pausing a moment in spite of himself.
"You'll see him in a moment. Just help me to lift a corner of this here tarpaulin, and I'll show him to you."
He pushed her deliberately aside. "All right," said Judy, her eyes shining brilliantly, her gestures touched with a confidence that surprised everybody into silence. "But first I want to tell you that the person underneath this old sheet thing is not a tramp at all."
"You don't say so," interrupted the other, half impudently, half sarcastically. "What is he, then? I'd like to know."
The girl drew herself up and looked the great blue figure straight in the eyes. "He's my brother," she said, in a clear, strong voice, "and he's not a thief."
"Your brother?"
repeated the man, a trifle taken aback. He guffawed. "He's young and noble," she went on, half singing the words in her excitement and belief, "and he's dressed all in gold. He walks like wind about the world, has curly hair, and wears a sword of silver. He's simply beautiful, and he's got no beard at all."
"And he's your brother, is he?" cried the policeman, laughing rudely. "And he just wears all that get-up for fun, don't he?" And he stooped down and pulled the tarpaulin violently to one side.
"He is my brother, and I love him, and he is beautiful," she answered, dancing lightly round him and flinging her arms in the air, to the complete amazement of the policeman, Uncle Felix, and her brother and sister into the bargain. "There, you can see for yourself." The policeman stood aghast and stared. He drew a long, deep breath. He whistled softly. He pushed his big, spiked helmet back. He staggered. "Seems there's a mistake," he stammered stupidly. "A kind of mistake somewhere, as it were. He stuck fast. He wiped his lips with his thick brown hand. "A mistake everywhere, I think," said Uncle Felix sternly. "Your mistake." The two men faced each other, for Uncle Felix had risen to his feet. The children held back and stared in silence. They were not quite sure what it was they saw. On Judy's face alone was a radiant confidence, for, in place of the bedraggled and unkempt figure that had crawled beneath the sheet 10 minutes before, there rose before them all apparently a tall young stripling, clean and white, and shining as a fair Greek god. His hair was curly, he was dressed in gold, a silver sword hung down beside him, and his beardless face and beauty in it that made it radiant as a glad spring day. The sunlight was very dazzling just at that moment. "You said," continued Uncle Felix in a voice of deadly quiet, "that the man you wanted had a wig of hair and a beard, a false beard." The policeman stared as though his eyes would drop out upon the tarpaulin, but he said no word. He consulted his notebook in a dazed, flustered kind of way. Then he looked up nervously at the astonishing figure of the tramp. Then he looked back at his book again. "And old," said Uncle Felix. "And old," repeated the officer thickly, poring over the page. "About 50, I think you mentioned." "'Bout 50, did I?" He said it faintly, like a man not sure of a lesson he ought to know by heart. "Disguised into the bargain." Uncle Felix raised his voice till it seemed to thunder out the words. "Them was my instructions, sir." The man was heard to mumble sulkily. Uncle Felix, to the children's immense delight and admiration, took a step nearer to the man of law. The latter moved slowly backwards, glancing half fiercely, half suspiciously at the glorious figure of the person he had expected to arrest as a dangerous thief and tramp. "And, following what you stupidly call your instructions," cried Uncle Felix, looking sternly at him, "you have broken in our gate, trespassed on our private property, disturbed our guests, and removed forcibly our tarpaulin from its rightful place." The crestfallen and amazed policeman gasped and raised his hands with a gesture of despair. He looked like a ruined man. Had there been a handkerchief in his bulging coat, he must have cried. "And you call yourself an officer of the law?" boomed the defender of personal liberty. He went still nearer to him. His voice to the children sounded simply magnificent. "A uniformed and salaried representative of the government of England? Who calls me all that?" asked the wretched man in a trembling tone. "I gets 25 shillings a week, and that's all I know." There came a pause then, while the men faced each other. "Uncle, let him go, please," said Judy. "He couldn't help it, you know. And he's a married man with a family, I expect, some day." A forgiving smile softened the features of both men at these gentle words. "This time, then," said Uncle Felix slowly, "I won't report you, but don't let it occur again as long as you live. A day will come, perhaps, when you will understand. And here," he added, holding out his hand with something in it, "is another shilling to make it 26.
I advise you, if you're still open to friendly advice, to buy a pair of glasses with it." The discredited official took the shilling meekly and pocketed it with his notebook. He cast one last hurried glance of amazement and suspicion at the man who had been beneath the tarpaulin, and began to slink back ignominiously towards the gate. At the last minute he turned. "Good evening," he said, as he vanished into the road. "Good evening," Uncle Felix answered him as he closed the gate behind him. Then, how it happened no one knew exactly. Judy, walking up to the shining figure, took him by the hand and led him slowly through the gate onto the long white road. There was a blaze of sunset pouring through the trees, and the shafts of slanting light made it difficult to see what every one was doing. In the general commotion he somehow vanished. The gate was closed. Judy stood smiling and triumphant just inside upon the mossy path. "You saved his life," said someone. "It's all right," she said, and burst into tears. But children are not much impressed by the tears of others, knowing too well how easily they are produced and stopped. Tim went burrowing to find the bird, and Maria just mentioned that the tramp had taken the butter away in his pocket. By the time this fact was thoroughly established, the group was ready to leave, the tea things all collected, the fire put out, and the sun just dipping down below the top of the old grey fence. Then, and not till then, did the affair of the tramp come under discussion. What seemed most puzzling was why the policeman had not arrested him after all. They could not make it out at all. It seemed a mystery. There was something quite unusual about it altogether. Uncle Felix and Judy had been wonderful, but... "Did you see him blink?" said Tim, "when Judy went up and gave it him hot?" "Yes," observed Maria, who had done nothing herself but stare. "I did." The brother, however, was not so sure. "I think he really believed her," he declared with assurance, proud of her achievement. "He really saw him, young and with a sword and curly hair and all that." Judy looked at him with surprise. Her tears had ceased flowing by this time. "Of course," she said. "Didn't you?" There was pain in her voice in addition to blank astonishment. "Of course we did," said Uncle Felix quickly with decision. "Of course we did." As they went into the house, however, Uncle Felix lingered behind a moment, as though he had forgotten something. His face wore a puzzled expression. He seemed a little bewildered. He walked into the hat rack first, then into the umbrella stand, then stopped abruptly and put his hand to his head. "Headache?" asked Tim, who had been watching him. His uncle did not hear the question, at least he did not answer. Instead he pulled something hurriedly out of his waistcoat pocket, held it to his ear, listened attentively for a moment, and then gave a sudden start. "What is it, Uncle?" "Oh, nothing," was the reply. "My watch has stopped, that's all." He stood still a moment or two, reflecting deeply. His eyebrows went up and down. He pursed his lips. "Odd," he continued, half to himself. "I'm sure I wound it up last night," he added. "It's going again now. It stopped only for a moment."
"Aha!" said Tim significantly, and looked about him. He waited breathlessly for something more to happen, but nothing did happen just then. Only when at last Uncle Felix looked down, their eyes met, and a flash of knowledge too enormous ever to be forgotten passed noiselessly between the two of them.
"Perhaps," murmured his uncle. "I wonder." That was all. The end of Chapter 10. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 11 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Judy's particular adventure. Adventure means saying yes, and being careless.
Children say yes to everything, and are very careless indeed. Even their no is usually a yes, inverted or deferred. I won't play, passed by a psychologist, means I'll play when I'm ready. The adventurous spirit accepts what offers regardless of consequences. He who hesitates and thinks is but a policeman who prevents adventure. Now everything offers itself to children, because they rightly think that everything belongs to them. Life is conditionless, if only people would let them accept it as it is. Don't think, accept, expresses the law of their swift and fluid being. They act on it. They take everything they can get. But it is the policeman who adds the get, changing the whole significance of life with one ugly syllable. Each of the children treasured an adventure of its very own, an adventure in chief, that could not possibly have happened to anybody else in the world. These three survivals in an age when education considers childhood a disease to be cured as hurriedly as possible, took their adventure the instant that it came, and each with a complete assurance that it was unique. To no one else in the world could such a thing have happened, least of all to the other two. Each took it characteristically, according to his or her individual nature. Judy with a sense of romance called Deathless, Tim with a taste for poetic drama, a dash of the supernatural in it, and Maria with a magnificent inactivity that ruled the world by waiting for things to happen, then claiming them as her own. Her masterly instinct for repose ran no risk of failure from misdirected energy, and to all three secrecy, of course, was essential. Don't never tell the others, Uncle. Promise faithfully. For to every adventure, Uncle Felix acted as audience, atmosphere, and chorus. He watched whatever happened, audience, believed in its reality, atmosphere, and explained without explaining away, chorus. He had the unusual faculty of being 10 years young as well as 40 years old, and a real adventure was not possible without him. The secrecy, of course, was not preserved for long. Sooner or later the glory must be shared, so that the others knew and envied. For only then was the joy complete, the splendour properly fulfilled, and so the old tired world went round, and life grew more and more wonderful every day. For children are an epitome of life, a self-creating universe. That week was a memorable one for several reasons. Daddy, overworked among his sealing wax, went for a change to Switzerland, taking Mother with him. Aunt Emily, in her black silk dress that crackled with disapproval, went to Tunbridge Wells, an awful place in another century somewhere, and Uncle Felix was left behind to take charge of 'em, M being the children and himself. It was evidence of monumental trust and power, placing him in their imaginations even above the recognized authorities. His sway was never for a moment questioned. "No lessons, then?" he had insisted as a condition of acceptance, and after much confabulation the point was yielded with reluctance. It was to be a fortnight's holiday all round. They had the house and grounds entirely to themselves, and with the departure of the elders, a sheet was pulled by someone off the world. A curtain rolled away, another drop scene fell. The word "no" disappeared. They saw invisible things. Another reason, however, made the week memorable. The daisies. It was extraordinary. The very day after the grown-ups left, the daisies came. Like thousands of small white birds with bright and steady eyes, they arrived and settled, thick and plentiful. They appeared in sheets and crowds upon the grass, all of their own accord and unexplained. In a night the lawns turned white, It seemed a prearranged invasion. Judy, first awake that morning, looked out of her window to watch a squirrel playing, and noticed them. Then she told the others, and Maria, one eye above the blankets, ejaculated, "Ah!" She claimed the daisies too. Now, whereas a single daisy has no smell and seems a common, unimportant thing, a bunch of several hundred holds all the perfume of the spring. No flowers lie closer to the soil or bring the smell of earth more sweetly to the mind. Upon the lips and cheeks they are as soft as a kitten's fur, and lie against the skin closer than tired eyelids. They are the common people of the flower world, yet have, in virtue of that fact, the beauty and simplicity of the common people. They own a subdued and unostentatious strength, are humble and ignored, are walked upon, unnoticed, rarely thought about, and never praised. They are cut off in early youth by mowing machines, yet their pain in fading is unreported, their little sufferings unsung. They cling to earth and never aspire to climb, but they hold the sweetest dew and nurse the tiniest little winds imaginable. Their patience is divine. They are proud to be the carpet for all walking, running things, and in their universal service is their strength. The rain stays longer with them than with grander flowers, and the best sunlight goes to sleep among them in great pools of fragrant and delicious heat. The daisies are a stalwart little people altogether, but they have another quality as well, something elfin, wayward, mischievous. They peep and whisper. It is said they can cast spells. To sleep upon a daisied lawn is to run a certain risk. There is this hint of impudence in their attitude, half audacity, half knavery, that shows itself a little in the way they stare unwinkingly all day at everything above them, at the stately things that tower proudly in the air, then just shut up at sunset without a word of explanation or apology. They see everything, but keep their opinions to themselves, because people notice them so little, and even tread upon their tiny and inquiring faces. They are up to things all the time, undiscovered things. They know, it is said, the thoughts of painted ladies and clouded brimstones, as well as the intentions of the disappearing golden flies. Why, wind often runs close to the ground when the tree-tops are without a single breath, but also they know what is going on below the surface. They live, moreover, in every country of the globe, and their system of intercommunication is so perfect that even birds and flying things can learn from it. They prove their breeding by their perfect taste in dress, the well-bred ever being inconspicuous, and their simplicity conceals enormous, undecipherable wonder. One daisy out of doors is worth 100 shelves of textbooks in the house. Their mischief, moreover, is not revenge, though some might think it so, but a natural desire to be recognized, and thought and talked about a little. Daisies, in a word, are daisies, and it was by way of the daisies that Judy's great adventure came to her, the particular adventure that was her very own, for she had deep sympathy with flowers, a sympathy lacking in her brother and sister, and it was natural that her adventure in chief should come that way. She could play with flowers for long periods at a time. She knew their names and habits. She picked them gently, without cruelty, and never merely for the fun of picking them, while the way she arranged them about the house proved that she understood their silent inner natures, their likes and dislikes, in a word, their souls. For Judy connected them in her mind with birds, born in the air, they seemed to her. As has been seen, she was the first to notice the arrival of the daisies. From the bedroom window she waved her arm to them, and showed plainly the pleasure that she felt. They arrived in troops and armies. Risen to the surface of the lawn like cream, she saw them staring with suspicious innocence at the sky. They stared at her. "Just when the others have gone away," was her instant thought, though unexpressed in words. There was meaning somewhere in this calculated arrival. "They are alive," she asked that afternoon, "aren't they? But why do they all shut up at night? Who," she changed the word, "what closes them?" She was alone with Uncle Felix, and they had chosen with great difficulty a spot where they could lie down without crushing a single flower with their enormous bodies. After considerable difficulty they had found it. Having done a great many things since lunch, a feast involving several second helpings, they were feeling heavy and exhausted. So Judy chose this moment for her simple question. The world required explanation. "There's life in everything," he mumbled, with his face against the grass. "Everything that grows especially." And having said it, he settled down comfortably again to doze. His pipe was out. He felt rather like a log. "But stopping growing isn't dying," she informed him sharply. "Oh, no," he agreed lazily. "You're alive for a long time after that." "You stopped growing before I was born." "And I'm not quite dead yet." "Exactly," she said. "So daisies are alive." It was absurd to think of dozing at such a time. He rolled round heavily and gazed at her through half-closed eyelids. "A daisy breathes," he murmured, "and drinks and eats. Sap circulates in its little body. Probably it feels as well. Delicate threads like nerves run through it everywhere. It knows when it's being picked or walked on. Oh, yes, a daisy is alive all right enough." He sighed like a big dog that has just shaken a fly off its nose and lies waiting for the next attack. It came at once. "But who knows it?" she asked. "I mean, there's no good in being alive unless someone else knows it too." Then he sat up and stared at her. Judy, he remembered, knew a lot of things she could tell to no one, not even to herself, and this seemed one of them. The question was a startling one. "An intellectual mystic at 12!" he gasped. "How on earth did you manage it?" "I may be a mistellectual insect," she replied, proud of the compliment. "But what's the good of being alive, even like a daisy, unless others know it? Us, for instance." He still stared at her, sitting up stiffly and propped by his hands upon the grass behind him. After prolonged reflection, during which he closed his eyes and opened them several times in succession, sighing laboriously while he did so, low mumbled words became audible. "Forgive my apparent slowness," he said, "but I feel like a mowing machine this afternoon. I want oiling and pushing. The answer to your inquiry, however, is as follows. We could, if we took the trouble."
"Could know that daisies are alive?"
she cried. His great head nodded.
"If we thought about them very hard indeed," he went on, "and for a very, very long time, we could feel as they feel, and so understand them, and know exactly how they are alive."
And the way he said it, the grave, thoughtful, solemn way, convinced her, who already was convinced beforehand. "I do believe we could," she answered simply.
"I'm sure of it," he said.
"Let's try," she whispered breathlessly. For a minute and a half they stared into each other's eyes, knowing themselves balanced upon the verge of an immense discovery. She did not doubt or question. She did not tell him he was only humbugging. Her heart thrilled with the right conditions, expectation and delight. Her dark brown eyes were burning. He murmured something that she did not properly understand.
"Expect and delight is the way to invite delight, and expect, and you'll know things direct."
"Let's try," she repeated, and her face proved that she fulfilled his conditions without knowing it. She was delighted, and she expected everything. He scratched his head, wrinkling up his nose and pursing his lips for a moment. "There's a dodge about it," he explained. "To know a flower yourself, you must feel exactly like it. Its life, you see, is different to ours. It doesn't move and hurry. It just lives. It feels sun and wind and dew. It feels the insect's tread. It lifts its skin to meet the raindrops and the whispering butterflies. It doesn't run away. It has no fear of anything, because it has the whole green earth behind it, and it feels safe because millions of other daisies feel the same."
"And smells because it's happy," put in Judy. "Then what is a daisy? What is it really?"
She was expecting vividly. Her mind was hungry for essentials. This mere description told her nothing real. She wanted to feel direct. What is a daisy? The little word already had a wonderful and living sound, soft, sweet, and beautiful. But to tell the truth about this ordinary masterpiece was no easy matter. An ostentatious lily, a blazing rose, a wayward hyacinth, a mass of showy wisteria, advertised. Notorious flowers presented fewer difficulties. A daisy seemed too simple to be told, its mystery and honour too humble for proud human minds to understand. So he answered gently, while a marble white sailed past between their very faces. "Let's think about it hard. Perhaps we'll get it that way." The butterfly sailed off across the lawn. Another joined it, and then a third. They danced and flitted like winged marionettes on wires that the swallows tweaked, and as they vanished a breath of scented air stole round the trunk of the big lime tree and stirred the daisies' heads. 1,000 small white faces turned towards them. 1,000 steady eyes observed them. 1,000 slender necks were bent. A wave of movement passed across the lawn, as though the flowers pressed nearer, aware at last that they were being noticed, and both humans, the big one and the little one, felt a sudden thrill of happiness and beauty in their hearts. The rapture of the spring slipped into them. They concentrated all their thoughts on daisies.
"I'm beginning to feel it already,"
whispered the little human, turning to gaze at him, as though that breath of air impelled her too. The wind blew her voice across his face like perfume. He looked, but could not see her clearly. She swayed a little. Her eyes melted together into a single lovely circle, bright and steady within their fringe of feathery lashes. He tried to speak. "Delight and expect, and we'll know it direct." But his voice spread across whole yards of lawn. It became a single word that rolled and floated everywhere about him, rising and falling like a wave upon a sea of green. Daisy, daisy, daisy. On all sides, beneath, above his head as well, it passed with the music of the wandering wind, and he kept repeating it. Daisy, daisy. She kept repeating it too, till the sound multiplied, yet never grew louder than a murmur of air and grass and tiny leaves. Daisy, daisy, daisy. It broke like a sea upon the coastline of another world. It seemed to contain an entire language in itself, nothing more to be said but those 2 soft syllables. It was everywhere. But another vaster sound lay underneath. As the crest of a breaking wave utters its separate note of foam above the general booming of the sea that bears it, so the flying wave of daisy tones rose out of this deeper sound beneath. Both humans became aware that it was but a surface voice they imitated. They heard this other foundation sound that bore it deep, booming, thunderous, half lost and very far away. It was prodigious, yet there was safety and delight in it that brought no hint of fear. They swam upon the pulse of some enormous gentle life that rose about and through them in a swelling tide. They felt the heave of something that was strong enough to draw the moon, yet soft enough to close a daisy's eyes. They heard the deep, lost roar of it, rising and coming nearer. "The earth," he whispered, "and the spring is rising through it. Listen." "We're growing together," replied the little human. "We're rising with the spring." Ah, it was exquisite. They were in the daisy world. He tried to move and reach her, but found that he could not take a step in any direction, and that his feet were embedded in the soft, damp soil. The movement which he tried to make spread wide among 100 others like himself. They rose on every side. All shared his movements as they had shared his voice. He heard his whole body murmuring, "Daisy, Daisy, Daisy." And she leaned over, bending towards him, a slim form in a graceful line of green that formed the segment of a circle. A little shining face came close for a moment against his own, rimmed with delicate spears of pink and white. It sang as it shone. The spring was in it. There were hundreds like it everywhere, yet he recognized it as one he knew. There were thousands, tens of thousands, yet this one he distinguished because he loved it. Their faces touched like the fringes of 2 clouds, and then withdrew. They remained very close together, side by side among thousands like themselves, slowly rising on the same great tide. The earth's round body was beneath them. They felt quite safe, but different. Already they were otherwise than they had been. They felt the big world flying. "We're changing," he murmured, seizing some fragments of half-remembered speech. "We're marvelously changed." "Daisies," he heard her vanishing reply. "We're 2 daisies on the lawn." And then their voices went. That was the end of speech, the end of thinking, too. They only felt. Long periods passed above their heads, and then the air about them turned gorgeous as a sunset sky. It was a clouded yellow that sailed lazily past their faces, with spreading wings as large as clouds. They shared that saffron glory. The draught of cool air fanned them. The splendid butterfly left its beauty in them before it sailed away, but that sunset sky had lasted for hours. That cool wind fanning them was a breeze that blew steadily from the hills, making weather for half an afternoon. Time and duration, as humans measure them, had passed away. There was existence without hurry. End and beginning had not been invented yet. They did not know things in the stupid sense of having names for them. All that there was, they shared. That was enough. They knew by feeling. For everything was plentiful and inexhaustible. The heavens emptied light and warmth upon them without stint or measure. Space poured about them freely, for they had no wish to move. They felt themselves everywhere, for all they needed came to them without the painful effort of busy things that hunt and search outside themselves. Both food and drink slipped into them unawares from an abundant source below that equally supplied whole forests without a trace of lessening or loss. All life was theirs, full, free, and generous beyond conception. They owned the world, without even the trouble of knowing that they owned it. They lived simply staring at the universe with eyes of exquisitely fashioned beauty. They knew joy and peace, and were content with that. They did communicate. Oh, yes, they shared each other's special happiness. There was, it is true, no sound of broken syllables, no speech which humans use to veil the very thing they would express. But there was that simpler language which all nature knows, which cannot lie because it is unconscious, and by which constellations converse with buttercups, and cedars with the flying drops of rain. There was gesture. For gesture and attitude can convey all the important and necessary things, while speech, in the human sense, is but an invention of some sprite who wanted people to wonder what they really meant. In sublimest moments it is never used, even in the best circles of intelligence. It drops away quite naturally. Souls know one another face to face in dumb but eloquent gesture. "The sun is out. I feel warm and happy. There is nothing in the world I need."
"You are beside me," he replied. "I love you, and we cannot go far apart. I smell you even when no wind stirs. You are sweetest when the dew has gone and left you moist and shiny."
A little shiver of enjoyment quivered through her curving stem. His petals brushed her own. She answered, "Wet or fine, we stand together and never stop staring at each other till we close our faces in the long darkness. But even then we whisper as we grow, and open our eyes together at the same moment when the light comes back, and feel warm and soft, and smell more delicious than ever in the dawn." These two brave daisies growing on the lawn had lives of concentrated happiness, asking no pity for their humble station in the universe. All treated them with unadulterated respect, and everything made love to them because they were so tender and so easily pleased. They knew, for instance, that their splendid earth was turning with them, for they felt the swerve of her, sharing from their roots upwards her gigantic curve through space. They knew the sun was part of them, because they felt it drawing their sweet-flavoured food up all their dainty length till it glowed in health upon their small flushed faces. Also they knew that streams of water made a tumbling fuss and sent them messages of laughter, because they caught the little rumble of it through miles of trembling ground. And some among them, though these were prophets and poets but half believed, and looked upon as partly mad and partly wonderful, affirmed that they felt the sea itself far leagues away, bending their heads this way and that for hours at a stretch, according to the thundering vibrations that the tide sent through the soil from distant shores. But all, from the tallest spread head to the smallest button face, all knew the pleasure of the uncertain winds, all knew the game of holding flying things just a moment longer, by fascinating them, by drowsing them into sleepiness, by nipping their proboscis, or by puffing perfume into their nostrils while they caught their feet with the pressure of 100 yellow rods. Enormous periods passed away. A cloud that for a man's 10 minutes hid the sun wearied them so that they simply closed their eyes and went to sleep. Showers of rain they loved because it washed and cooled them, and they felt the huge satisfaction of the earth beneath them as it drank. The sweet sensation of wet soil that sponged their roots, the pleasant gush that sluiced their bodies and carried off the irritating dust. They also felt the heavier tumbling of the swollen streams in all directions. The drops from overhanging trees came down and played with them, bringing another set of perfumes altogether. A summer shower was, of course, a month to them, a day of rain like weeks of holiday by the sea. But, most of all, they enjoyed the rough and tumble nonsense of the violent weather, when they were tied together by the ropes of running wind, for these were visiting days. All manner of strangers dropped in upon them from distant walks in life, and they never knew whether the next would be a fir cone or one of those careless, irresponsible travellers, a bit of thistledown. Yet, for all their steadiness, they knew incessant change. The variety of a daisy's existence was proverbial. Nor was the surprise of being walked upon too alarming. It did not come to all, for they knew a way of bending beneath enormous pressure so that nothing broke, while sometimes it brought a queer, delicious pleasure, as when the bare feet of some flying child passed lightly over them, leaving wild laughter upon a group of them. They knew, indeed, 1,000 joys, proudest of all, however, that the big earth loved them so that she carried millions of them everywhere she went, and all, without exception, communicated their knowledge by the movements, attitudes, and gestures they assumed, and since each stood close to each, the enjoyment spread quickly till the entire lawn felt one undivided sensation by itself. Anything passing across it at such a moment, whether insect, bird, loose leaf, or even human being, would be aware of this, and thus, for a fleeting second, share another world. Poets, it is said, have received their sweetest inspirations upon a daisied lawn in the flush of spring. Nor is it always a sight of prey that makes the swallows dart so suddenly sideways and away, but some chance message of joy or warning intercepted from the hosts of flowers in the soil. And from this region of the flower life comes, of course, the legend that fairies have emotions that last forever, with eternal youth, and with loves that do not pass away to die. This, too, they understood, because the measurement of existence is a mightier business than with overdeveloped humans in a hurry, for knowledge comes chiefly through the eye, and the eye can perceive only 6 times in a second things that happen more quickly or more slowly than 6 times in a second are invisible. No man can see the movement of a growing daisy, just as no man can distinguish the separate beats of a sparrow's wing. One is too slow and the other is too quick. But the daisy is practically all eye. It is aware of the most delightful things. In its short life of months it lives through an eternity of unhurrying perceptions and of big sensations. Its youth, its loves, its pleasures are, to it, quite endless. "I can see the old sun moving," she murmured. "But you will love me forever, won't you?"
"Even till it sinks behind the hills," he answered. "I shall not change."
"So long we have been friends already," she went on. "Do you remember when we first met each other, and you looked into my opening eyes?" He sighed with joy as he thought of the long, long stretch of time.
"That was in our first reckless youth," he answered, catching the gold of passionate remembrance from an amber fly that hovered for an instant and was gone. "I remember well. You were half hidden by a drop of hanging dew, but I discovered you. That lilac bud across the world was just beginning to open."
And, helped by the wind, he bent his shining head, taller than hers by the 60th part of an inch, towards the lilac trees beside the gravel path. "So long ago as that," she murmured, happy with the exquisite belief in him. "But you will never change or leave me. Promise. Oh, promise that." His stalk grew nearer to her own. He leaned protectively towards her eager face.
"Until that bud shall open fully to the light and smell its sweetest," he replied. The gesture of his petals told it plainly. "So long shall you and I enjoy our happy love."
It was an eternity to them. "And longer still," she pleaded.
"And longer still," he whispered in the wind, "even until the blossom falls."
Ah, it was good to be alive with such an age of happiness before them. He felt the tears in her voice, however. He knew there was something that she longed to tell.
"What is your sadness?"
he asked softly.
"And why do you put such questions to me now? What is your little trouble?"
A moment's hesitation, a moment's hanging of the graceful head the width of a petal's top nearer to his shoulder, and then she told him. "I was in darkness for a time," she faltered. "But it was a long, long time. It seemed that something came between us. I lost your face. I felt afraid." And his laughter, for just then a puff of wind passed by and shook his sides for him, ran across many feet of lawn.
"It was a bumblebee," he comforted her. "It came between us for a bit. Its shadow fell upon you. Nothing more. Such things will happen. We must be prepared for them. It was nothing in myself that dimmed your world."
"Another time I will be braver then," she told him. and even in the darkness I shall know you close, very close to me." For a long, long stretch of time, then, they stood joyfully together and watched the lilac growing. They also saw the movement of the sun across the sky. An eternity passed over them. The vast disk of the sun went slowly gliding. But all the enormous things that happened in their lives cannot be told. Lives crammed with a succession of such grand and palpitating adventures lie beyond the reach of clumsy words. The sweetness sometimes was intolerable, and then they shared it with the entire lawn, and so obtained relief, yet merely in order to begin again. The humming of the rising spring continued with the thunderous droning of the turning earth, never uncared for, part of everything, full of the big, rich life that brims the world in May. Almost fuller than they could hold sometimes. They passed, with existence, along to their appointed end.
"We began so long ago, I simply can't remember it," she sighed.
Yet the sun they watched had not left half a degree behind him since they met. "There was no beginning," he reproved her, smiling, "and there will never be any end." And the wind spread their happiness like perfume everywhere, until the whole white lawn of daisies lay singing their rapture to the sunshine. The minute underworld of grass and stalks seemed of a sudden to grow large, yet, till now, they had not realized it as large, but simply natural. A beetle, big and broad as a Newfoundland dog, went lumbering past them, brushing its polished back against their trembling necks, yet, till now, they had not thought of it as big, but simply normal. Its footsteps made a grating sound like the gardener's nailed boots upon the gravel paths. It was strange and startling. Something was different. Something was changing. They realized dimly that there was another world somewhere, a world they had left behind long, long ago, forgotten. Something was slipping from them, as sleep slips from the skin and the eyes in the early morning when the bath comes pinging upon the floor. What did it mean? Big and little, far and near, above, below, inside and outside,
all were mixed together in a falling rush.
They themselves were changing. They looked up. They saw an enormous thing rising behind them, with vast caverns of square outline opening its sides. A house. They saw huge, towering shapes whose tops were in the clouds. The familiar lime trees, big and tiny, were inextricably mixed together. And that was wrong, for either the forest of grass was as big as themselves, in which case they were still daisies, or else it was tiny and far below them, in which case they were hurrying humans again. There was an odd confusion, while consciousness swung home to its appointed center, and adventure brought them back towards the old, familiar starting place again. There came an ominous and portentous sound that rushed towards them through the air, and through the solid ground as well. They heard it, and grew pale with terror. Across the entire lawn it rumbled nearer, growing in volume awfully. The very earth seemed breaking into bits about them, and then they knew. It was the end of the world that their prophets had long foretold. It crashed upon them before they had time to think. The roar was appalling. The whole lawn trembled. The daisies bowed their little faces in a crowd. They had no time even to close their innocent eyes. Before a quarter of their sweet and happy life was known, the end swept them from the world, unsung and unlamented. Two of them, who had planned eternity together, fell side by side before one terrible stroke. "I do believe," said Judy, brushing her tumbled hair out of her eyes. "Not possible!" exclaimed Uncle Felix, sitting up and stretching himself like a dog. "It's a thing I'd never do. Never, never! I think my stupid watch has stopped again." They stared at each other with suspiciously sleepy eyes. "Promise," she whispered presently. "Promise never to tell the others."
"I promise faithfully," he answered. "But we'd better get up, or we shall have our heads cut off, like all the other daisies."
He pulled her to her feet, out of the way of the heavy mowing machine, which Weedon was pushing with a whirring, droning noise across the lawn.
The end of Chapter 11. Read by Andy Sames.
Chapter 12 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tim's particular adventure. Tim's particular adventure was of another kind. It was a self-repeater, of some violence, moreover, when the smallness of the hero is considered. Whether in afterlife he become an astronomer-poet or a silver and mechanical engineer, both dreams of his, he will ever be sharp upon rescuing something. A lost star or a burning mine will be his objective, but with the essential condition that it be unattainable. Achievement would mean lost interest, for Tim's desire was, is, and ever will be insatiable. Profoundest mystery, insoluble difficulty, and endless searching were what his soul demanded of life. For him all ponds were bottomless, all gypsies older than the moon. He felt the universe within him, and was born to seek its inexplicable explanation outside. The realization of such passion, however, is not necessarily confined to writers of epics and lyrics. Tim was a man of action before he was a poet. Forever questing was his unacknowledged motto. Besides asking questions about stars and other inaccessible incidents of his cosmos, he liked to go busting about, as he called it, again with one essential condition, that the thing should never come to an end by merely happening. Its mysteries must remain its beauty. "I want to save something from an awful horrible death," he announced one evening, looking up from half-hours with English battles for a sign of beauty in distress.
"Not so easy," his uncle warned him, equally weary of another overrated book, his own.
"But I feel like it," he replied. "Come on." Uncle Felix still held back.
"That you feel like it doesn't prove that there's anything that wants rescuing," he objected.
The boy stared at him with patient tolerance and surprise. "I promised," he said simply. It was the other's turn to stare.
"And when, pray?"
They had been alone for the last half-hour. It seemed strange. "Oh, just now," replied the boy carelessly. "A few minutes ago, about."
"Indeed."
It seemed stranger still. No one had come in. Yet Tim never prevaricated. "Yes," he said. "I gave my wordy honour." It was so gravely spoken that, while pledges involving life and death were obviously not new to him, this one was of exceptional kind.
"Who, then, did you promise? Whom, I mean?" the man demanded, fixing him with his stern blue eyes.
And the answer came out pat. "Myself."
"Aha," said the other, with a sigh and a raising of the eyebrows by way of apology. "That settles it."
"Of course."
"Because what you think and say, you must also act," the man continued. "If you promise yourself a thing and then don't do it, you've simply told a lie."
And he drew another sigh. He scented action coming. "Let's go at once and find it," said Tim, putting a textbook into 7 words. He hitched his belt up and looked round to make sure his sisters were not within reach of interference. There was a moment's pause, during which Uncle Felix hitched his will up. They rose. Then, standing side by side, they left the room arm in arm on their way into the garden. The dusk was already laying its first net of shadows to catch the night. "Hadn't you better change first?" asked Tim thoughtfully on his way down. He glanced at his companion's white flannel suit. You're so awfully visible."
Visible?
It was not his bulk. Tim was never deliberately rude. Was it the risk of staining that he meant? "Anyone can see you miles away like that." The other understood instantly. In an adventure, everything sees, everything has eyes, everything watches. The world is alive and full of eyes. He hesitated a moment.
"Oh, that's all right," he replied. "To be easily seen is the best way. It disarms curiosity at once. Tell all about yourself and nobody ever thinks anything. It's trying to hide that makes the world suspect you. Keep nothing back and show yourself is the best way to go about unnoticed. I've tried it."
"Ah!" exclaimed Tim in an eager whisper. "Same as walking into the strawberry bed without asking."
"So my white clothes are just the thing," said the other, avoiding the pit laid for him.
"Of course, yes."
Tim still chased the big idea in his mind.
"Besides," he added, full of another splendid thought, "like that they won't expect you to do very much. They'll watch you instead of me."
There was confusion in the utterance, but things were rather crowding in upon him, to tell the truth, and imagination leapt ahead upon two trails at once. He looked at his big companion with more approval.
"You'll do,"
he signified, pulling his cap over his eyes, thrusting both hands in his pockets, and slithering rapidly down the banisters in advance. "Thanks," said Uncle Felix, following him 3 steps at a time with effort. In the hall they paused a moment. A question of doors. "Back?" said Uncle Felix.
"Front's better,"
decided the boy.
"Then nobody'll think anything, you see."
He was quick to put the new principle into practice. On the lawn there was another pause, this time a question of direction.
"The wood, of course,"
and they set off together at a steady trot. Few words were wasted when Tim went busting about in this way. Uncle Felix resigned himself and looked to him for guidance. There was someone to be rescued, there was danger to be run. The risk was bigger than either of them realized. But more than that, he knew not.
"Got a handkerchief with you?"
the boy asked presently. "Yes, thanks, got everything," panted the other.
"For signalling,"
was offered 3 minutes later by way of explanation.
"In case we get lost, or anything like that."
"Quite so."
"Is it a clean one?"
"Yes."
"Good."
They climbed the swinging gate of iron, rushed the orchard, crossed the smaller hayfield in the open, heedless of the rabbits that rolled like fat balls into pockets made to fit them, slipped out of sight behind a stack of straw whose threatening lopsidedness seemed to support a ladder, and so eventually came to a breathless and perspiring halt upon the edges of a wood. It was a very ordinary wood, small, inconspicuous, and unimposing. No big trees towered. There was no fence of thick black trunks. It was not mysterious like the dense evergreens on the other side of the grounds, where the west wind shook 1/2 mile of dripping branches in stormy weather. Where the yew trees are gigantic and the yellow coast of Spain, breasting on the dim Atlantic, stores the undesired rain. It grew there in a kind of untidy muddle, on the very outskirts of the estate, meekly, rather disappointingly, Uncle Felix thought. There was no hint of anything haunted or terrible about it. Round rabbits fussed busily about its edges, darting as though pulled by wires, and the older wood-pigeons, no doubt, slept comfortably in its middle. But game despised it heartily, and traps were never laid. There was not even a trespassers' board, without which no wood is properly attractive. Indeed, for most people, it was simply not worth the trouble of entering at all. Apparently, no one ever bothered about it. Yet, precisely for these very reasons, it was real. Tim described it afterwards as a naked wood. It had no fence to hold it together. It was not dressed up by human beings. It just grew naturally. To this very openness and want of concealment it owed its deep security,
Its safety was due entirely to the air of innocence it wore. But in reality it was disguised. It was a forest, without a middle, without a heart. "This is our wood," announced Tim, in a low voice, as they stood and mopped their faces. His tone suggested that they would enter at their peril. "And is it a big wood?" the other asked with caution, as though he had not noticed it before. "Much bigger than it looks," the boy replied. "You can easily get lost." Then added, with the first touch of awe about him, "It has no centre." "That's the worst kind," said his companion, shivering slightly. "Like a pond that has no bottom." Tim nodded. His face had grown a trifle paler. He showed no immediate anxiety to make the first advance, reserving that privilege for his comrade. A breath of wind stole out and set the dry leaves rustling. "We must look out," he said at length. "There'll be a sign." Uncle Felix listened attentively to every word. The boy had moved up closer to him. "And if anything happens, one of us must climb a tree and signal. You've got a clean handkerchief. You see, it's at the centre that it gets rather nasty, because anybody who gets there simply disappears and is never heard of again. That's why there's no centre at all, really. It's a terrible rescue we've got to do." The adventure fulfilled the desire of his heart, for, since there was no centre, the search would last forever. "Keep a sharp lookout for the sign," replied the man, feeling a small hand steal into his own. "We'd better go in before it gets any darker." "Oh, that's nothing," was the whispered comment. "The great thing is not to lose our way. Just follow me." Then they went into this wood without a centre, without a middle, without a heart. Into this heartless wood they moved stealthily, Uncle Felix singing under his breath to keep his courage up. "A wood is a mysterious place. It never looks you in the face, but stares behind you all the time. Your safest plan is just to climb, for otherwise you lose your way. The week, the month, the time of day. It turns you round, it makes you blind, and in the end you lose your mind. Avoid the centre if you enter. It grows upon you, grows immense. Its peace is not indifference. It sees you, and it takes offence. It knows you're interfering. Its sleepiness is all pretence. With trunks and twigs and foliage dense, it's watching you, alert, intense. It's furious, it's peering. Upon the darkening paths below, whichever way you try to go, you'll meet with strange resistance. So climb a tree and wave your hand. The birds will see and understand, and may bring you assistance. Avoid the centre if you enter, for once you're there you disappear, smothered by depth and distance." Tim listened without a sign of interest. Everyone has his peculiarity, he supposed, and provided his companion did not dance as well as sing, it was all right. The noise was unnecessary, perhaps. Still, the sound of a human voice was not without its charm. The house was a very long way off. The gardeners never came this way. A wood was a mysterious place. "Is that all?" he asked, but, whether glad or sorry, no man could possibly have told. "For the present," came the reply, and the sound of both their voices felt a little dead, muffled by the density of the undergrowth. "Are we going right?" "There'll be a sign," Tim explained again, and the way he said it, the air of positive belief in tone and manner, stung the man's consciousness with a thrill of genuine adventure. It began to creep over him. He kept near to the comforting presence of the boy, aware in quite a novel way of the presence of the wood. This very ordinary wood, without claim to particular notice, much less to a notice board, changed his normal feelings by arresting their customary flow. An unusual sensation replaced what he meant to feel, expected to feel. He was aware of strangeness, He felt included in the purpose of a crowd of growing trees. "But it's just a common little wood," he assured himself, realizing, as he said it, that both adjectives were wrong. For nothing left to itself is ever common. And as for little, well, it had suddenly become enormous. Outside, in what was called the big world, things were going on with frantic hurry and change. But in here, the leisured calm was huge, gigantic, so much so that the other dwindled into a kind of lost remoteness, smothered by depth and distance. He could almost forget it altogether. Out there, nations were at war, republics fighting, empires tottering to ruin. Great-hearted ladies were burning furniture and stabbing lovely pictures, not their own, to prove themselves intelligent enough to vote, and gallant gentlemen were flying across the Alps and hunting for the top and bottom of the earth, instead of hurrying to help them. All manner of tremendous things were happening at a frightful pace, while this unnoticed wood just stood and grew, watching the sun and stars and listening to the brushing winds. Its unadvertised foliage concealed a busy universe of multitudinous secret life. How still the trees were, far more imposing than in a storm. Still, quiet things are much more impressive than things that draw attention to themselves by making a noise. They are more articulate. The strength of all these trees emerged in their silence. Their steadiness might easily wear one down. And now, into its quiet presence, a man and a boy from that distressful outer world had entered. They moved with effort and difficulty into its untrodden depths. Uninvited and unasked, they sought its hidden and invisible centre, the mysterious heart of it, which the younger of the adventurers could only describe by saying that "it isn't there, because when you get there you disappear." 2 ways of expressing the same thing, of course. Moreover, entering involved getting out again. Escape and rescue, the wood, always in opposition, took possession of the man's slow mind. It was already thick about them, and the trees stood very still. The branches drooped motionless in the warm evening air. The twigs pointed. Each leaf had an eye, but a hidden, lidless eye. The saplings saw them, but the heavier trunks observed them. It was known in what direction they were going, the direction, however, being chosen and insisted on by the wood. Their very steps were counted. The whole business of the trees was suspended while they passed. They were being watched, and the stillness was so deep that it forced them, too, to make as little noise as possible. They moved with the utmost caution, pretending that a snapping twig might betray their presence, yet knowing quite well that each detail of their blundering advance was marked down with the accuracy of an instantaneous photograph. Tim, usually in advance, looked round from time to time with a finger on his lips, and though he himself made far more noise than his companion, he stared with reproach when the latter snapped a stick or let a leafy branch swish through the air too loudly. "Oh, hush!" he whispered. "Please do hush!" And the same moment caught his own foot in a root placed cunningly across the path, and sprawled forward with the noise of an explosion. But he made no reference to the matter. His own noises did no harm, apparently. He was perfectly honest about it, not merely putting the blame elsewhere to draw attention from himself. His uncle's size and visibility were co-related in his mind. Being convinced that he moved as stealthily and soundlessly as a redskin, it followed obviously that his companion didn't. The dusk had noticeably deepened when at length they reached a little clearing and stood upright, perspiring freely, and both a little flustered. The silence was really extraordinary. It seemed they had entered a private place, a secret chamber where they had no right and were intruders. The clearing formed a circle, and from the open sky overhead A grey, mysterious light fell softly on the leafy walls. They paused and peered about them. "Hark! What's that?" asked Tim, in a whisper. "Nothing," replied the other. "But I heard it," the boy insisted. "Something rushing." "I'm rather out of breath, perhaps." The boy looked at him reproachfully. His expression suggested, "Why are you so noisy and enormous? It's hopeless, really." But aloud he merely said, "It's got awfully dark all of a sudden."
"It's the wood does that," replied Uncle Felix. "Outside it's only twilight. I think we'd better be getting on."
"We're getting there," observed the boy.
"But we shan't be able to see the sign if this darkness gets worse," said the other apprehensively.
The answer gave him quite a turn. "It's been ages and ages ago." The idea of rescue, meanwhile, had merged insensibly into escape, but neither remarked upon the change. It was only that the original emotion had spread a bit. Tim and Uncle Felix stood close together in this solemn clearing, waiting, peering about them, listening intently. But Tim had seen the sign. He knew what he was doing all the time. He was in more intimate relations with the being of the wood than his great floundering uncle possibly could be.
"Which way do you think?" asked the latter anxiously.
There seemed no possible exit from the clearing, no break anywhere in the leafy walls. Even the entrance was covered up and hidden. The wood blocked further advance, deliberately. "We're lost," said Tim bluntly, turning round and round, his eyes open to their widest. "You've simply taken a wrong turning somewhere." And before Uncle Felix could expostulate or say a word in self-defence, the inevitable reward of his mistake was upon him. "You've got the handkerchief." Already the boy was looking about him for a suitable tree.
"But you saw the sign, Tim,"
he began excuses.
"and it's your wood. I've never been here before."
"That one looks the easiest," suggested Tim, pointing to a beech. It had one low branch, but the trunk was smooth and slippery as ice. He pushed aside the foliage with his hands to make an opening towards it. "I'll help you up." Tim spoke as though there was no time to lose. But help came just then unexpectedly from another quarter. There was a sudden battering sound. Something went past them through the branches with a crashing noise. It was terrific, the way it smashed and clattered overhead, making a clapping rattle that died away into the distance with strange swiftness. They jumped. Their hearts stood still a moment. It was so horribly close. But the stillness that followed the uproar was far worse than the noise. It felt as though the wood had stretched a hand and aimed a crafty blow at them from behind the shield of foliage. A quiver of visible silence ran across the leafy walls. They stood stock still, staring blankly into each other's eyes.
"A wood pigeon,"
whispered Uncle Felix, recovering himself first.
"We've been seen."
A faint smile passed over Tim's startled face. There was no other expression in it. The tension was distressingly acute. One sentence, however, came to the lips of both adventurers. They uttered it under their breath together. "It's disappeared." Instinctively they held hands then. Tim stood rooted to the ground. "The centre." They whispered it almost inaudibly. The horror of the spot where people vanished was upon them both. The power of the wood had worn them down.
"Yes, but don't say it," cried Uncle Felix. "Above all, don't say it out aloud."
And he clapped one hand upon his own mouth and the other upon the boy's, as Tim came cuddling closer to his comforting expanse of side.
"That only wakes it up and—"
He did not finish the sentence. Instead, his mind began to think tremendously. They were both badly frightened. What was the best thing to be done? At first he thought,
"Keep perfectly still and make no slightest movement. A quiet person is not noticed.
But the next instant came the truer wisdom.
If anything unusual occurs, go on doing exactly what you were doing before. Hold the atmosphere, as it were.
And on this latter inspiration he decided to act at once, only to discover that Tim had realized it before him. The boy was pulling at him. "Do come on, Uncle," he was saying. "We shall go mad with fright if we keep on standing here. We shall be raving lunatics." They set off wildly then, plunging helter-skelter into the silent, heartless wood. The trees miraculously opened up a way for them as they dived and stooped and wriggled forward. In which direction they were going neither of them had the least idea, but as neither one nor the other disappeared, it was clear they had not reached the actual centre. They gasped and spluttered, their breath grew shorter, their darkness increased. They came to all sorts of curious places that deceived them. Ways opened invitingly, then closed down again and blocked advance. There were clearings that were obviously false, open places that were plainly sham, and a dozen times they came to spots that seemed familiar, but which really they had never seen before. Sense of direction left them, for they continually changed the angle, compelled by the undergrowth to do so. Twigs leapt at them and stung their faces. Tim's cheeks were splashed with mud. Uncle Felix's clean white flannels showed irregular lines of dirty water to his knees. It was altogether a tremendous affair in which rescue and escape were madly mingled with furious attack and terrified retreat. Everything was moving, and in all directions at once. They rushed headlong through the angry wood, but the wood itself rushed ever past them. It was roused. The confusion and bewilderment had got a little more than they could manage, indeed, when, quite marvellously and unexpectedly, the darkness lifted. They saw trees separately instead of in a whirling mass. The trunks stood more apart from one another. There were patches of faint light. More. There was a line of light. It shone, grey and welcome, some dozen yards in front of them. "Come on!" cried Tim. "Follow me!" And 2 minutes later they found themselves outside, torn, worn, and breathless, upon the edge, standing exactly at the place where they had entered 3/4 of an hour before. They had made an enormous circle. Panting and half collapsed, they stood side by side in an exhausted heap. "We're out," said Tim, with immense relief. Profoundly satisfied with himself, he looked round at his bedraggled uncle. It was plain that he had rescued someone from an awful and horrible death.
"At last," replied the other, gratefully aware that he was the rescued one, "but only just in time."
And they moved away in the deepening dusk towards the house, whose welcome lights shone across the intervening hayfield. The end of Chapter 12. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 13 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Time hesitates. Meanwhile, the coveted fortnight drew towards a close. It had begun on a Friday, and that left 2 full, clear weeks ahead. It had seemed an inexhaustible period when it started. There was the feeling that it would draw out slowly, like an ordinary lesson week, instead of which it shot downhill to Saturday with hardly a single stop. On looking back, the children almost felt unfairness. Somebody had pushed it. They had been cheated. And, of course, they had been cheated. Time had played his usual trick upon them. The beginning was so prodigal of reckless promises that they had really believed a week would last forever. Childhood expects, quite rightly, to have its cake and eat it, for there is no true reason why anything should ever end at all. The devices are various. A titbit is set aside to enjoy later, thus deceiving time and checking its ridiculous hurry. But in the long run, time invariably wins. After Thursday, the week had shot into Saturday without a single pause. It whistled past, and the titbit, Saturday, had come. Yet without the usual titbit flavour, for Saturday, as a rule, wore splashes of gold and yellow upon its latter end, being a half-holiday associated with open air and sunshine. But now, Monday already in sight, with lessons and early bed and other prohibitions by the dozen, hearts sank a little. A shadow crept upon the sun. They had a grievance. Someone had cheated them of a final joy. The collapse was unexpected, therefore wrong, and the arch-deceiver who had humbugged them, they knew quite well, was time. He was in their thoughts. He mocked them all day long. Clocks grinned. Saturday, June 3rd, flaunted itself insolently in their faces. "The day after tomorrow," remarked someone, noticing a calendar staring on the wall, and from the moment that phrase could be used, it meant the day was within measurable distance. "Aunt Emily leaves Tunbridge Wells," was mentioned too, sounding less unpleasant than "Aunt Emily comes back." But the climax was reached when somebody stated bluntly, without fear of contradiction, "Tomorrow's Sunday." For Sunday had no particular colour. Monday was black, and Saturday was gold, but Sunday never had been painted anything. Though a buffer day between a vanished week and a week of labour coming, it was of uncertain character. Queer, grave people came back to lunch. There were collects and a vague uneasiness about the heathen being unfed and naked. There was a collection, too. Pennies emerged from stained leather purses and dropped clicking into a polished box with a slit in the top. Greenland's icy mountains also helped to put a chill into the sunshine. A pause came. Time went slower than usual. God rested, they remembered, on the 7th day. Yet nothing happened much, and with their Sunday clothes they put on a sort of dreadful carefulness that made play seem stiff, unnatural, and out of place. Daddy, too, before the day was over, invariably looked worried. The servants bored, Mother drowsy, and Aunt Emily like a clergyman's wife. Time sighed audibly on Sunday. "It's our last day, anyhow," they agreed, determined to live in the present and enjoy Saturday to the full. It was then Uncle Felix, having overheard their comments upon time, looked round abruptly and made one of his startling remarks. "Tomorrow," he said, "is one of the most wonderful days that was ever invented. You'll see." And the way he said it provided the very thrill that was needed to chase the shadow from the sun, for there was a hint of promise in his voice that almost meant he had some way of delaying the arrival of Black Monday. "You'll see," he repeated significantly, shading his eyes with both hands and peering up at the sun. Tim and Judy watched him with keen faces. They noticed that he said "tomorrow" instead of "Sunday." But before they could squeeze out a single question, there came a remarkable interruption from below. From somewhere near the ground it came. Maria, seated on a flower-pot whose flower didn't want to grow, opened her mouth and spoke. As is already known, this did not happen often. It was her characteristic to keep it closed. Even at the dentist she never could be got to open her mouth, because he had once hurt her. She flatly refused to do so, and no amount of "now open, please," ever had the least effect on her firm decision. She was taken in vain to see the dentist. This last Saturday of the week, however, she opened. "I've not had my particular adventure," was what she said. At the centre of that circle where she lived in a state of unalterable bliss, the fact had struck her, and she mentioned it accordingly. Tim and Judy turned upon her hungrily, but before they could relieve their feelings by a single word, their uncle had turned upon her too. Lowering his eyes from the great circular sun that moved in a circle through the sky, he let them fall upon the circular Maria, who reposed calmly upon the circle of the earth, which itself swung in another circle round the sun. "Exactly," he said. "But it's coming. Your father told you a day would come. It is." He said no more than that, but it was enough to fill the remainder of the day with the recurrent thrill of a tremendous promise. Each hour seemed pregnant with a hint of exceptional delivery. There were signs and whispers everywhere, and everybody was aware of it. Uncle Felix looked bursting with it, as though he could hardly keep it in, and even the lesser authorities had as much as they could do to prevent it flying out of them in sudden sentences. Jackman wore a curious smile, which Judy declared was just the face she made the day Maria was born. Mrs. Horton left her kitchen and was seen upon the lawn, actually picking daisies, and even Thompson, well, when Tim and his sister came upon him basking with a pipe against the laundry window, wearing a discarded tweed coat of their father's and looking exactly like the Pope asleep, he explained his position to Tim with the extraordinary remark that "even the servants all has dreams," and went on puffing his pipe precisely as before. But Weedon betrayed it most. They knew by the smell, perfumigated as they called it, that he was in the passages, watering the flowers or arranging new ones on the window-sills, and when Tim said, "Seen any more water-rats to pot at, Weedon?" the man just smiled and replied, "Good morning, Master Tim. It's Saturday." The inflection of his tone was instantly noticed. "Oh, I say, Weedon, how do you know? Do tell me. I won't say a word, I promise." But the head gardener kept his one eye, the other was of glass, upon the spout of his watering-can, and answered in a voice that issued from his boots, "Because tomorrow's Sunday, Master Tim, unless something happens to prevent it." He then went quickly from the room as though he feared more questions. He took the secret with him. He was nervous about betraying what he knew, but Judy agreed with Tim that his answer proved it, because why should he have said it unless he knew? Meanwhile, that fine morning in early June slipped along its sunny way. A heavy treacle-pudding luncheon was treated properly. Uncle Felix lit his great meerschaum pipe, and they all went out on the lawn beneath the lime trees. The undercurrent of excitement filled the air. Something was going to happen, something so wonderful that they could not speak about it. They did not dare to ask questions, lest they should somehow stop it. It was a most delicately poised affair. The least mistake might send it racing in the opposite direction. But their imaginations were so actively at work inside that they could not help whispering among themselves about it. The silence of their uncle piled up the coming wonder in an enormous heap. "Something is coming," affirmed Judy in an undertone for the 20th time. "But I think it will be after tea, don't you?" "Probably," assented her brother, very full of treacle pudding. He sighed. "Or p'raps it's somebody, do you think?" Tim shrugged his shoulders carefully, conscious of insecurity within. "I shouldn't be surprised, would you?" Judy insisted. Of course she knew as much as he did, but she wanted to make him say something definite. "It's both," he said grandly. "Things like this always come together." "Yes, but it's quite new. It's never happened before." He looked sideways at her with the pity of superior knowledge. "How could it?" So great was his private information that he almost added "stupid," but he kept back the word for later. He repeated instead, "However could it?" "Well, but—" she began. "Don't you see it's what Daddy always told us?" he reminded her with an air, and instantly, with overwhelming certainty, those wonder sentences of their father's, first spoken years ago, crashed in upon their minds. Some day, a day is coming. A day will come. Tim's assurance hurt her vanity a little, for it was only fair that she should know something too, however little. But the force of the discovery at once obliterated all lesser personal emotions. "Tim!" she gasped, overcome with admiration. "Is it really that?" Tim never forgot that moment of proud ascendancy. He felt like a king or something. "Look out!" he whispered quickly. "You'll spoil it all if he knows we've guessed." And he nodded his head towards Uncle Felix in his wicker chair. "It's Maria's adventure, too, remember?" Judy smiled and flushed a little. "He's not listening," she whispered back, ignoring Maria's claim. She was not so stupid as her brother thought her. "But how on earth did you know? It's too wonderful." She flung the hair out of her eyes and wriggled away some of her suppressed excitement on the grass. Tim held his breath in agony while he watched her, but the smoke from his uncle's pipe rose steadily into the sunny air, and his face was hidden by a paper that he held. The moment of danger passed. The boy leaned over towards his sister's ear. "Where it comes from," he whispered, "is what I want to know," and straightened up again with the air of having delivered an ultimatum that no girl could ever possibly reply to. "From?" she repeated. She seemed a little disappointed. "Do you mean that may stop it coming?" "Of course not," he said contemptuously. "But everything must come from somewhere, mustn't it?" Judy stared at him speechless, while he surveyed her with an air of calm omnipotence. To ask a thing no one could answer was the same as knowing the answer oneself. "Mustn't it?" he repeated with triumph. And in the inevitable pause that followed they both instinctively glanced up at Uncle Felix. The same idea had occurred to both of them. Although direct questions about what was coming were obviously impermissible, an indirect question seemed fairly within the rules. The fact was, neither of them could keep quiet about it any longer. The strain was more than human nature could stand. They simply must find out. They would get at it that way. "Try him," whispered Judy, and Tim turned recklessly towards his uncle and drew a long, deep breath. The end of Chapter 13. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 14 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Maria stirs. "Uncle," he began with a rush, lest his courage should forsake him, "where does everything come from? Everything in the world, I mean." Then waited for an answer that did not come. Uncle Felix neither moved nor spoke, and the question, like a bomb that fails to explode, produced no result after considerable effort and expense. The boy looked down again at the alarm clock he had been trying to mend, and turned the handle. It was too tightly wound to go. A stopped clock has the sulkiest face in the world. He stared at it. The handle clicked beneath the pressure of his hand. "It must come from somewhere," he added with decision, half to himself. "From the east, of course," advanced Judy, and tried to draw her uncle by putting some buttercups against his cheek, and mentioning loudly that he liked butter. Then, since neither sound nor movement issued from the man in the wicker chair, the children continued the discussion among themselves, but at the man, knowing that sooner or later he must become involved in it. Judy's answer, moreover, so far as it went, was excellent. The sun rose in the east, and the wind most frequently mentioned came also from that quarter. Easter, when everything rose again, was connected with the same point of the compass. The east was enormously far away, with a kind of fairyland remoteness. The dragon rugs in Daddy's study and the twisted weapons in the hall were easty, too. According to Tim, it was a golden yellow crimson sort of mysterious blazing hole of a place, of which no adequate picture had ever been shown to them. China and Japan were too much photographed, but the East was vague and marvellous, the beginning of all things, camel distant, as they phrased it, with great Asia upon its magical frontiers. For Asia, being equally unphotographed, still shimmered with uncommon qualities. But chiefly it was a vast hole, where travellers disappeared and left no trace. And to leave no trace was simply horrible. "The easier you go, the less chance there is," maintained Judy. She said this straight into the paper that screened her uncle's face, without the smallest result of any kind whatsoever. Then Tim recalled something that Colonel Stumper had said once, and let fly with it, aiming his voice beneath the paper's edge. "East is east," he announced with considerable violence, but might as well have declared that it was south for all the response it obtained. It was very odd, he thought. His uncle's mind must be awfully full of something, for he remembered Comeback Stumper saying the same thing once to Daddy at the end of a frightful argument about missionaries and idols, and Daddy had been unable to find any reply at all. Yet Uncle Felix did not stir a finger even. Accordingly he made one more effort. He recited in a loud voice the song that Stumper had made up about it. If that had no effect, they must try other means altogether. "The East is just an endless place that lies beyond discovery, where travellers who leave no trace are lost without recovery. Both North and South have got a pole, men stand on the equator, but the East is just an awful hole you're never heard of later." It had no effect. Goodness, he thought, the man must be ill, or perhaps, like the alarum clock, he was too tightly wound to go, and the burden of the secret he contained so wonderfully up his sleeve half choked him. The boy grew impatient. He nudged Judy and made an odd grimace, and Judy, belonging to the sex that took risks and thought little of personal safety when a big end was to be obtained, stood up and put the buttercups against her own cheek. "But I like it ever so much more than you do," she said in a loud voice. The move was not a bad one. The paper wobbled, sank a quarter of an inch, revealed the bridge of the reader's nose, then held severely steady again. Whereupon Tim, noticing this sign of weakening, followed his sister's lead, rose, kicked the tired clock like a ball across the lawn, and exclaimed in a tone of challenge to the universe, "But where did everything come from before that? Before the East, I mean?" And he glared at his immobile uncle through the paper with an air of fearful accusation, as though he distinctly held he was to blame. If that didn't let the cat out of the bag, nothing would. The big man, however, rested heavily with his legs crossed, as though still he had not heard. Doubtless he felt as heavy as he looked, for the afternoon was warm, and luncheon, well, at any rate, he remained neutral and inactive. Something might happen to divert philosophical inquiry into other channels. A rat might poke its nose above the pond. A big fish might jump, an awfully rare butterfly come dancing, or Maria, as on rare occasions she had been known to do, might stop discussion with a word of power. The chances were in his favour on the whole. He waited, but nothing happened. No rat, nor fish, nor butterfly did the things expected of them. They were on the children's side. Maria sat blocked and motionless against the landscape, and the round world dozed. Yes, but the music of the world was humming. The bees droned by. There was a whisper among the unruffled leaves. Tim tapped him sharply on the knee. The man shuffled, then looked over the top of his illustrated paper with an air of shocked surprise.
"Hey, Tim," he asked. "Where we all come from, did you say?"
"Everything, not only us," was the clean reply. "That's it," Judy supported him. "Now then," Maria added quietly, as if she had done all the work. Uncle Felix laid down his entertaining pictures of public men in misfit clothing furiously hitting tiny balls over as much uncultivated land as possible, and sighed. Their violent attitudes had given him a delightful sensation of repose. They were the men who governed England, and this savage hitting was proof of their surplus energy. He resigned himself, but with an air.
"Well," he said vaguely, "I suppose it all just began somehow, of itself."
And he stole a sideways glance at a picture of a stage beauty attired like a female Guy Fawkes. "It was created in 6 days, of course. Us last," said Tim, regarding him with patient dignity. "We remember all that, but where it came from is what we thought you'd know." He closed the illustrated paper and moved it out of reach, while the man brushed from his beard the grass and stuff that Judy had arranged there cleverly in a decorative pattern.
"From?"
repeated Uncle Felix, as though the word were unfamiliar. "Your body and mind," the boy resumed, ignoring the pretence that laziness offered in place of information. "And all that kind of thing. Trees and mountains, and birds and caterpillars, and people like Aunt Emily, and clergymen and volcanoes and elephants. Oh, everything in the world everywhere." There was another sigh, and another pause dropped down upon creation, while they watched a looper caterpillar that clung to the edge of the illustrated paper and made futile circles in the air with the knob it called its head. Some one had forgotten to let down the ladder it expected, or perhaps it, too, was asking unanswerable questions of the sun. "I believe," announced Judy, still smarting under a sense of recent neglect, "it just came from nowhere. It's all in a great huge circle, and we go round and round and rounder," she went on, as no one met her challenge, "till we're finished." She avoided her brother's eye, but glanced winningly at Uncle Felix, remembering that she had gained support from him before by a similar device. At Maria she looked down. "You know nothing anyhow," her expression said, "so you must agree." "I don't finish," said Maria quietly, whereupon Tim, feeling that the original question was being shelved, made preparation to obliterate her, when Uncle Felix intervened with a longer observation of his own.
"It's not such a bad idea," he said, glancing sideways at Maria with approval, "that circle business. Everything certainly goes round. The earth is round, and the sun is round, and, as Maria says, a circle never finishes." He paused, reflecting deeply.
"But who made the circle?" demanded Tim.
"That is the point," agreed Uncle Felix, nodding his head. "Someone must have made it. Some day, mustn't they?"
They stared at him as probably the animals stared at Adam, wondering what their splendid names were going to be. The yearning in their eyes was enough to make a rock produce sweet-scented thyme. Even the looper steadied its pinpoint head to listen, but nothing happened. Uncle Felix looked dumber than the clock. He looked hot, confused and muddled too. He kept his eyes upon the grass. He fumbled in his pockets for a match. He spoke no word. "What?" asked Tim abruptly, by way of a hint that something further was expected of him. Uncle Felix looked up with a start. Like Proteus, who changed his shape to save himself the trouble of prophesying, he swiftly changed the key to save himself providing accurate information that he didn't possess. "It wasn't a circle exactly," he said slowly. "It was a thought, a great, white, wonderful, shining thought. That's what started the whole business first." And he looked round hopefully at the eager faces. "Somebody thought it all," he went on recklessly, "and it all came true that way. See?" They waited in silence for particulars. "Somebody thought it all out first," he elaborated, "and so it simply had to happen." There was an interval of some 30 seconds, and then Tim asked, "But who thought him?" He said it with much emphasis. Uncle Felix sat up with energy and lit his pipe. His listeners drew closer, with the exception of Maria, whose life seemed concentrated in her fixed and steady eyes. "It's like this, you see," the man explained between puffs. "If you go into the schoolroom, you find a lot of things lying about everywhere. Blocks, toys, engines, and all sorts of things, don't you?" "Yes," they agreed without enthusiasm.
"Well," he continued, "what's the good of them until you think something about them? Think them into something, some game or meaning or other. They're nothing but a lot of useless stuff just lying untidily upon the floor. See what I mean?"
They nodded, but again without enthusiasm.
"With our end of the world place," he went on, seeing that they listened attentively, "it's the same again. It was nothing but a rubbish heap, until we thought it into something wonderful, which of course it is," he hastened to add. "But by thinking about it, we created it."
They nodded again. Somebody grunted. Maria watched the caterpillar crawling up his sleeve.
"The thing, the place and the toys," he resumed hopefully, "were there all the time, but they meant nothing. They weren't alive until we thought about them."
He blew a cloud of smoke.
"So, you see," he continued with an effort, "if we could only think out what everything meant, we could find out what everything meant, and where it came from. Everything would be all right, don't you see?"
Judy's expression was distraught and puzzled. Maria's eyes were closed so tightly that her entire face seemed closed. The pause drew out. "Yes, but where does everything come from?" inquired Tim calmly. He valued the lengthy explanation at just exactly nothing. "Because there must simply be a beginning somewhere," added Judy. They were at the starting point again. They had merely made a circle, and Uncle Felix found himself in difficulties of his own creating. Where everything came from puzzled him as much as it puzzled the children, or the Lupa caterpillar that was now crawling from his flannel collar to his neck and contemplating the thicket of his dense back hair.
"Why ask these terrible questions?"
he thought, as he looked around at the sunshine and the trees. Life would be no happier if he knew, since everything was already here, going along quite pleasantly and usefully. It really couldn't help matters much to know precisely where it all came from. Possibly not, but it would have helped him enormously in his relations with the children, his particular world at the moment, if he could have provided them with a satisfactory explanation. And he knew quite well what they expected from him. That dreadful "some day" hung in the balance between success and failure, and it was then that assistance came from a most unlikely quarter, from Maria. There was no movement in the stolid head, The eyes merely rolled round like small blue moons upon the expanse of the expressionless face, but the lips parted, and she spoke. She asked a question, and her question shifted the universe back upon its ultimate foundations. It set a problem deeper far than the mere origin of everything. It touched the cause. "Why?" she inquired blandly. It seemed a bombshell had fallen among them. Maria had closed her eyes again. Her face was calm as a cabbage, still as a mushroom in a storm. She claimed the entire discussion somehow as her own. Yet she had merely exercised her prerogative of being herself. Having gone into the root of the matter with a monosyllable, she retired again into her eternal centre. She had nothing more to offer at the moment. Why? They had never thought of why there should be anything. It was far more interesting than where. Why was a deeper question than whence. It made them feel more important, for one thing. Somebody, but somebody who was not there, owed them a proper explanation about it. The burden of apology or excuse was lifted instantly from Uncle Felix's shoulders, or, obviously, he had nothing to do with the reason for their being in the world. Without a moment's hesitation he flung his arms out, let the pipe fall from his lips, and burst into song.
Why should there be anything? Why should we be here? It isn't where we come from, but why should we appear? It's really inexplicable, extraordinary, queer. Why should we come and talk a bit, and then just disappear?
Why? Shouted the two elder children. The air was filled with flying whys. They tried to sing the verse. "Let's dance it," cried Judy, leaping to her feet. "Give us the words again, please." She picked up the clock and plumped it down into Maria's uncertain lap. "You beat time," she ordered. "It's the tune of Onward Christian Soldiers." Maria, disinclined to budge unless obliged to, did nothing. "It's a beastly tune," Tim supported her. "I hate those Sunday hymn tunes. They're not real a bit." He watched Judy and his uncle capering hand in hand among the flower-beds. He didn't feel like dancing himself. He looked at the clock that, like Maria and himself, refused to go. He looked at Maria, fastened immovably upon the lawn. The clock lay glittering in the sunshine. Maria sat like a shining ball beside it. He felt the afternoon was a failure somewhere. Things weren't going quite as he wanted. The clock wasn't going either. And when they did go, they went of their own accord, independent of himself, of his direction, guidance, wishes. He was out of it. This was not the time to dance. What was the meaning of it all? It had to do somehow with the clock that wouldn't go. It had to do with Maria, who wouldn't budge. The clock had stopped of its own accord. That lay at the bottom of it all, he felt. Some day things would be different, more satisfactory, more real. Some day. And strange new ideas, very vague and dim, very far away, very queer, and very wonderful, poured through his searching, questioning little mind. "Beat time!" shouted Judy to her motionless sister. "I told you to beat time. You're doing nothing. You never do." Tim stood watching them, while the words rang on in his head. "You are doing nothing. You never do." How wonderful it was! Maria never did anything, yet was always there in everything. And the others? How funny they were, too. They looked like an elephant and a bird, he thought, for Judy hopped and fluttered while his uncle moved heavily, making holes in the soft lawn with his great feet. "Beat time! Beat time!" cried Judy at intervals. What a queer phrase it was, to beat time. Why beat it? It wasn't there unless it was beaten. Poor time! And Maria refused to beat it. His eye wandered from Maria to the dancers, and a kind of reverie stole over him. What was the use of dancing unless there was something to dance round? Maria was round. Why didn't they dance round her? His thoughts turned to Maria. How funny Maria was. She just sat there doing nothing at all. Maria was dull and unenterprising, yet somehow everything came round to her in the end. It was just because she waited. She never hurried. She was a sort of centre. Only it must be rather stupid just to be a centre. Then suddenly 2 ideas struck him at the same instant, scattering his dreamy state of reverie. The first was, everything comes from a centre like Maria. That's where everything comes from. The second, bearing no apparent relation to it, found expression in words. He cried out, "I know what! Let's go to the end of the world and make a fire and burn things." And he looked at Maria as though he had discovered America. "Beat time! Oh, do beat time!" cried Judy breathlessly. "We're going to make a fire," he shouted. "There's lots of things to burn." He looked about him as though to choose a place, but he couldn't find one. He pointed vaguely first at Maria, as though she was the thing to burn, and then at the landscape generally. "Then you can dance round it," he added convincingly, to clinch the matter. But the bird and the elephant continued their gymnastic exercises on the lawn, while Maria turned her eyes without moving her head and watched them too. Then, while the tune of Onward Christian Soldiers filled the air, Tim and Maria began an irrelevant argument about things in general. Tim, at least, told her things, while she laid the clock down upon the grass and listened. But the flood of language rolled off her as minutes roll from the face of the sun, producing no effect. There was wonder in her big blue eyes, wonder that never seemed to end. But minutes don't decrease merely because the rising and setting of the sun sends them flying, and there are not fewer words in a boy's vocabulary, merely because he uses up a lot in saying things. Both words and minutes seemed a circle without beginning or end. It was most odd and strange, this feeling of endlessness that was everywhere in the air. And long before Tim had got even to the middle of his enormous speech, he had forgotten all about the fire, forgotten about dancing, about burning things, forgotten about everything everywhere, because his roving eye had fallen again upon the clock. The clock absorbed his interest. It lay there, glittering in the sunshine beside Maria. It wasn't going. Maria wasn't going either. It had stopped. He realized abruptly, realized it without rhyme or reason, that a stopped clock, a clock that isn't going, was a mystery. And the tide of words dried up in him. He choked. Something was wrong with the universe, for if the clock stopped, his clock, time must... He was unable to think it out, but time must surely get muddled and go wrong too. And he moved over to Maria just as she was about to burst into tears. He sat down beside her. At the same moment, Judy and Uncle Felix, thinking a quarrel was threatening, stopped their dancing and joined the circle too. They stood with arms akimbo, panting, silent, waiting for something to happen so that they could interfere and set it right again. But nothing did happen. There was deep silence only. The slanting sunshine lay across the lawn. The wind passed sighing through the lime trees, and the clock stared up into their faces, motionless, a blank expression on it, stopped. They formed a circle round it. No one moved or spoke. There was a queer, deep pause. The sun watched them. The sky was listening. The entire afternoon stood still. Something else beside the clock, it seemed, was slowing up. "Tomorrow's Sunday. Time's getting awfully short," was in the air inaudibly. "Let's sit down," whispered Tim, already seated himself, but anxious to feel the others close. Judy and Uncle Felix obeyed. They all sat round in a circle, staring at the shining disk of the motionless, stopped clock. It might have been a lucky bag, by the way they watched it with expectant faces. But Maria also was in that circle, sitting calmly in its centre. Then Uncle Felix cautiously lifted the glittering round thing and held it in his hand. He put his ear down to listen. He shook his head. "It hasn't gone since this time yesterday," said Tim in a low tone. "That's 24 hours," he added, calculating it on the fingers of both hands. "A whole day," murmured Judy, as if taken by surprise somehow. "A day and a night, I mean." She exchanged a glance of significant expectation with her brother, but it was at their uncle they looked the moment after, because of the strange and sudden sound that issued from his lips, for it was like a cry, and his face wore a flushed and curious expression they could not fathom. The face and the cry were signs of something utterly unusual. He was startled, out of himself. A marvellous idea had evidently struck him. "It's either something," thought Judy, "or else he's got a pain." But Tim's mind was quicker. "He's got it," the boy decided, meaning, "we've got it out of him at last." Their manoeuvres had taken so long of accomplishment that their original purpose had almost been forgotten.
"A day, a whole day,"
Uncle Felix was mumbling to himself in a dazed kind of happy way.
"An entire day, I do declare."
He looked round solemnly, yet with growing excitement, into the children's faces.
24 hours, an entire day,
he went on, half beneath his breath. "Some day." "Of course," Tim said in a low voice, catching the mood of wonder, while Judy added, equally stirred up, "A day will come." And then Uncle Felix, breaking out of his queer reverie with an effort, raised his voice and looked as if the end of the world had come.
"But do you realize what it means?"
he asked them sharply.
"Do you understand what's happened?"
He drew a long, deep breath that quivered with suppressed amazement, and waited several seconds for their answers, in vain. The children gazed at him without uttering a word. They made no movement either. The arresting tone of his voice and a certain huge expression in his eyes made everything in the world seem different. It was a moment of real life. He had discovered something stupendous. But, explanation being beyond them, they attempted no immediate answer to his question. The pressure of interest blocked every means of ordinary expression known to them. Then Uncle Felix spoke again. His big eyes fixed Tim piercingly like a pin.
"When did it stop?"
he inquired gravely. He meant to make quite sure of his discovery before revealing it. There must be no escape, no slip, no carelessness.
"When did it stop, I ask you, Tim?"
he repeated. Tim was a trifle vague. "I was asleep," he whispered. "When I woke up, it wasn't going."
"You wound it?"
"Oh, yes, I wound it right enough."
"What time was it?"
"The clock or the day, Uncle?" He was confused a little. He wished to be awfully accurate. Uncle Felix explained that he desired to know what time the clock had stopped. The importance of the answer could be judged by the intenseness of his expression while he waited. "The finger hands were at 4, said the boy at length. Uncle Felix gave a jump.
"Ha ha!" he exclaimed triumphantly. "Then it stopped of its own accord."
They could have screamed with excitement, though without the least idea what they were excited about. You could have heard a butterfly breathing.
"It stopped at dawn,"
he continued louder. "Dawn!" piped Tim, unable to think of anything else, but obliged to utter something.
Dawn! Yes,
cried Uncle Felix, louder still.
it stopped of its own accord at dawn. Just at the beginning of a new day, it stopped. It's marvellous. Don't you see? It's marvellous.
"Goodness!" cried Judy, her mind obfuscated, yet thrilled with a transport of inexplicable delight. "It's marvellous!" "I say!" Tim shouted, dropping his voice suddenly because he, too, was at a loss for any more intelligible relief in words. They sat and stared at their amazing uncle. There was a hush upon the entire universe. There was marvel, mystery, but at first there was also muddle. They waited, holding their breath with difficulty. Someone, it seemed, must either explode or something else. They knew not exactly what. It would hardly have surprised them if Judy had suddenly flown through the air, Tim vanished down a hole, or Maria gleamed at them from the inside of a quivering bubble of soap. There was this kind of intoxicating feeling, delicious and intense. Even tomorrow might not be Sunday after all. It felt strange and wonderful enough for that. The possibility that some day was coming, was close at hand, had in some mysterious way become a probability. It was clear at last why Uncle Felix had been so heavy and preoccupied.
You see what's happened, he continued, after the long pause. You see what it all means, this strange stopping of the clock at dawn.
They admitted nothing. The least mistake on their part might prevent, might spoil or cripple it. The depth and softness of his tone warned them. They stared and waited. He gathered them closer to him with both arms. Even Maria wriggled slightly nearer, an inch or so.
It means, he said in still lower tones, the calendar.
Then stopped abruptly to examine the effect upon them. Now, ordinarily, they knew quite well what a calendar was, but this new, strange emphasis he put upon it robbed the word suddenly of all its original meaning. Their minds went questioning at once. "What is a calendar?" asked Judy carefully. "Exactly," she added to make her meaning absolutely clear. It sounded almost like a nonsense word.
"Exactly,"
he repeated cautiously, yet with some great emotion working in him.
"What is a calendar? That's the whole question. I'll try and tell you what a calendar is."
He drew a deeper breath, a great effort being evidently needed.
"A calendar," he went on, while the word sounded less real each time it was uttered, "is an invention of clever, scientific men to note the days as they pass. It records the passing days. It's a plan to measure time. It's made of paper and has the date and the name of the day stamped in ink on separate sheets. When a day has passed, you tear off a sheet. That day is done with, gone. There are 365 of these separate sheets in a year. It's just an invention of scientific men to measure the passing of time, you see."
They said they saw.
"Another invention,"
he resumed, his face betraying more and more emotion,
"is a clock. A clock is just a mechanical invention that ticks off the movements of the sun into seconds and minutes and hours. Both clocks and calendars, therefore, are mere measuring tricks. Time goes on, or does not go on, just the same, whether you possess these inventions, or whether you do not possess them. Both clocks and calendars go at the same rate, whether time goes fast or slow. See?"
A tremendous discovery began to poke its nose above the edge of their familiar world. but they could not pull it up far enough to see as yet. Uncle Felix continued to pull it up for them. That he, too, was muddled never once occurred to them.
Scientific men, like all other people, are not always to be relied upon, he went on. They make mistakes like you, or Thomson, or Mrs. Horton, or even me. Clocks, we all know, are full of mistakes, and forever going wrong. But the same thing has happened to calendars as well. Calendars are notoriously inaccurate. They simply cannot be depended upon. No calendar has ever been entirely veracious, nor ever will be. Like elastic, they are sometimes too long and sometimes too short, imperfectly constructed.
He paused and looked at them. Yes, they said breathlessly, aware dimly that accustomed foundations were already sliding from beneath their feet.
Half the calendars of the world are simply wrong, he continued, more boldly still, and the people who live by them are in a muddle consequently, a muddle about time. England is no exception to the rest. Is it any wonder that time bothers us in the way it does? Always time to do this, or time to do that, or not time enough to finish, and so on.
No, they said promptly, it isn't.
Of course, he resumed. Well, sometimes a nation finds out its mistake and alters its calendar. Russia has done this. The Russian New Year and Easter are not the same as ours. Pope Gregory XIII ordered that the day after October the 4th, 1582, should be called October 15th. He called it the Gregorian calendar. But there are lots of other calendars besides. There's the Jewish and Mohammedan, and a variety of calendars in the East. All of them can't be right. The result is that none of them are right, and the world is in confusion. Some calendars mark off too many days, others mark off too few. Half the world is ahead of time, and the other half behind it. The governments know this quite well, but they dare not say anything because their officials are muddled enough as it is. There is everywhere this fearful rush and hurry to keep up with time. All are terrified of being late, too late or too early.
Naturally.
And the extraordinary result of all these mistakes, he went on marvellously, is simply this, that a considerable amount of time has never been recorded at all by any of them. There are a lot of extra days, unused, unrecorded days still at large, if only we could find them.
Extra days? They gasped. Tim and Judy's mouths were open now, and slowly opening wider every minute. Only Maria's mouth kept closed. Her great blue eyes were closed as well. She looked as if she could have told them all this in a couple of words.
Knocking about, on the loose,
he explained further, then paused and stared into the upturned faces.
Sort of escape days that have never been torn off calendars or ticked away by clocks, unused, unfilled, unlived, slipped out of time, that is.
Then when Daddy said, "A day is coming," and all that, Tim managed to squeeze out, as though the pain of the excitement hurt his lips.
Of course,
replied Uncle Felix, nodding his great head.
Of course. Sooner or later, one of these lost extra days is bound to crop up. And what's more,
he glanced down significantly at the stopped alarm clock.
I think...
He broke off in the middle of the sentence. They all stood up. Tim picked up the clock and handed it to his uncle, who held it tightly against his chest a moment, then put it into his capacious pocket.
I think,
he went on enormously,
It's come."
An entire minute passed without a sound. "We can fill it with anything we like?" asked Judy, overawed a little.
"Anything we like," came the sublime reply.
"And do things over and over again, sort of double, and no hurry?" Tim whispered.
"Anything, anywhere, anyhow, and no end to it all," he answered gloriously. "No hurry, either."
It was too much to think about all at once, too big to realize. They all sat down again beside Maria, who had not moved an inch in any direction at all. She was a picture of sublime repose.
"We have only got to find it, then climb into it, then sail away,"
murmured Uncle Felix with a strange catch in his breath. They readily understood. "When will it begin?" both children asked in the same breath.
"At dawn," he said.
"Tomorrow morning?"
"At dawn tomorrow morning."
"But tomorrow's Sunday," they objected.
"Tomorrow's an extra day," he said amazingly.
They hesitated a moment, stared, frowned, smiled, then opened their eyes and mouths still wider than before. "Oh, like that!" they exclaimed.
"Like that, yes," he said finally. "It means getting in behind time, you see. There's no time in an extra day, because it's never been recorded by calendar or clock, and that means getting behind the great hurrying humbug of a thing that blinds and confuses everybody all the world over. It means getting closer to the big reality that—" He broke off sharply, aware that his own emotion was carrying him out of his depth and out of their depth likewise. He changed the sentence. "We shall be in eternity,"
he whispered very softly, so softly that it was scarcely audible perhaps. And it was then that Maria, still seated solidly upon the lawn, looked up and asked another baffling and unexpected question. For this was her private and particular adventure, and living ever at the centre of the circle, Maria claimed even eternity as especially her own. Her question was gigantic. It was infinitely bigger than her original question, why? It was the greatest question in the universe, because it answered itself adequately, at once. It was the question the undying gods have flung about the listening cosmos since time first began its tricky cheating of delight, and still fling into the echoing hearts of men and children everywhere. The stars and insects, the animals and birds, even the stones and flowers, all keep the glorious echo flying. "Why not?" she asked. It was unanswerable. The end of Chapter 14. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 15 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A day will come. They went into the house as though wafted. Thus does a shining heart deduct bodily weight from life's obstructions. They had their tea. After tea they played games as usual, quite ordinary games, and in due course they went to bed. That is, they followed a customary routine, feeling it was safer. To do anything unusual just then might attract attention to their infinite discovery, and so disturb its delicate equilibrium. Its balance was precarious. Once an authority got wind of anything, the extra day might change its course and sail into another port. Aunt Emily, even from a distance. In any case, they behaved with this intuitive sagacity, which obviated every risk by taking none. Yet everything was different. Behind the routine lay the potent emphasis of some strange new factor, as though a lofty hope, a brave ideal, had the power of transmuting common duties into gold and crystal. This new factor pushed softly behind each little customary act, urging what was commonplace over the edge into the marvellous. The habitual became wonderful. It felt like Christmas Eve, like the last night of the old year, like the day before the family moved for the holidays to the sea, only more so. Even "tomorrow will be Sunday" had entirely disappeared. A thrill of mysterious anticipation gilded everything with wonder and beauty that were impossible, yet true. Some day the thing that nobody could understand, somebody, was coming at last. Uncle Felix was in an extraordinary state. His acts were normal enough, but his speech betrayed him shamefully. They had to warn him more than once about it. He seemed unable to talk ordinary prose, saying that
everything ought to rhyme at such a time,
and instead of walking like other people, his feet tried to keep in time with his language.
"But you don't understand," he replied to Tim's grave warnings. "You don't understand what a gigantic discovery it is. Why, the whole world will thank us. The whole world will get its breath back. The one thing it's always dreaded more than anything else, being too late, will come to an end. We ought to dance and sing."
"Oh, please hush," warned Judy. "Aunt Emily, you know." Even at Tunbridge Wells, Aunt Emily might hear and send a telegram with "No" in it. "Has it lost its breath?" Tim asked, however. But though it was in the middle of tea, Uncle Felix could not restrain himself, and burst into one of his ridiculous singing fits. Instead of answering in a whisper, as he should have done, burst described it accurately, and his feet kept time beneath the table. It was the proper place for time, he explained. The clocks are stopped, the calendars are wrong, time holds gigantic finger hands before his guilty face. Listen a moment, I can hear the song that no one understands. "It's the blue dragonfly," interrupted Tim, remembering the story of long ago. "It's the night wind, out by day," cried Judy.
"It's both and neither," sang the man. "This song I hear it first began before the hurrying race of ticking and of tearing pages deafened the breathless ages. It is the happy singing of wind among the rigging of our extra day."
"It's something, anyhow," decided Judy, rather impressed by her uncle's fit of bursting. And somehow dawn was the password and tomorrow the key. No one knew more than that. It had to do with time, for Uncle Felix had taken the stopped clock to his room and hidden it there, lest somebody like Jackman or Thompson should wind it up. Later, however, he gave it for safer keeping to Maria, because she moved so rarely and did so little that was unnecessary, that she seemed the best repository of all. Also, this was her particular adventure, and what risk there was belonged properly to her. But beyond this they knew nothing, and they didn't want to know. In the immediate future, just before the gateway of tomorrow's dawn, a great gap lay waiting, a gap they had discovered alone of all the world. The scientists had made a mistake. The government had been afraid to deal with it. The rest of the world lay in ignorance of its very existence even. It satisfied all the conditions of real adventure, since it was unique, impossible, and had never happened to anyone before. They, with Uncle Felix, had discovered it. It belonged to them entirely, the most marvellous secret that anybody could possibly imagine. Maria, they took for granted, would share it with them. A hole in time lay waiting to receive them. A day will come at last was actually coming. "We'd better pack up," said Judy after tea. She said it calmly, but the voice had a whisper of intense expectancy in it.
"Pack up nothing,"
Uncle Felix reproved her quickly.
The important thing is, don't wind up. Just go on as usual. It will be best," he added significantly, "if you all hand over your timepieces to me at once."
And, without a word, they recognized his wisdom, and put their treasures into his waistcoat pockets, watches of silver, tin, and gunmetal. His use of the strange word timepieces was convincing. The unusual was in the air. "There's Thompson's and Jackman's and Mrs. Horton's," Judy reminded him, her eyes shining like polished doorknobs.
"Too wrong to matter," decided Uncle Felix. "They're always slow or fast."
"And then there's the kitchen clock," Tim mentioned, "the grandfather thing."
Uncle Felix reflected a moment. His reply was satisfactory and conclusive.
"I'll go down tonight," he explained in a low voice. "When the servants are in bed, I'll take the weights off."
Judy and Tim appreciated the seriousness of the occasion more than ever.
"Into Mrs. Horton's kitchen?"
they whispered.
"Into Mrs. Horton's kitchen,"
he agreed beneath his breath. Maria, meanwhile, said nothing. Her eyes kept open very wide, but no audible remark got past her lips. She paid no attention to the singing, nor to the whispered conversation. She ate an enormous tea, finishing up all the cakes that the others neglected in their excitement and preoccupation. But she appeared as calm and unconcerned as the tea-cosy that concealed the heated, stimulating teapot beneath it. She looked more circular and globular than ever. Even the knowledge that this was the eve of her own particular adventure did not rouse her. Her expression seemed to say,
"I never have believed in time. At the centre where I live, clocks and calendars are not recognized."
And later, when Judy blew the candle out and asked as usual,
"Are you all right, Maria?"
her reply came floating across the darkened room without the smallest alteration in tone or accent.
"I'm all right."
The stopped alarm clock was underneath her pillow. Uncle Felix had tucked them up, each in turn. Everything was all right. She fell asleep. The others fell asleep. Time also fell asleep. And above the old mill house that warm June night the darkness kept the secret faithfully, yet offered little signs and hints to those who did not sleep too heavily. The feeling that something or somebody was coming hung in the very air. There was a gentle haze beneath the stars, and a breeze that passed softly through the lime trees dropped semi-articulate warnings. There were curious, faint echoes flying between the walls and the wood without a centre. The daisies heard them and opened half an eyelid. The night wind whispered and sighed as it bore them to and fro. Maria's question entered the dream of the entire garden. Why not? Why not? Why not? An owl in a barn beyond the stables heard the call and took it up, and told it to some swallows fast asleep below the eaves, who woke with sudden chattering and mentioned it to a robin in the laurel shrubberies below. The robin pretended not to be at all surprised, but felt it a duty to inform a coot who lived a quarter of a mile away among the reeds of the lower pond. When it returned from its 5-minute flight, the swallows had gone to sleep again, and only the owl went on hooting softly through the summer darkness. "It really needn't go on so long about it," thought the robin, then fell asleep again with its head between exactly the same feathers as before. But the news had been distributed. The garden was aware. The birds, as natural guardians of the dawn, had delivered the message as their duty was. Why not? Why not? Hummed all night long through the dreams of the mill-house garden. Weedon turned in his sleep and sighed with happiness. Nothing could now prevent it. A day was coming at last, an extra, unused, unrecorded day. The immemorial expectancy of childhood, the universal anticipation. the promise that something or somebody was coming. All this would be fulfilled. This promise is really but the prelude to creation. God felt it before the world appeared, and children have stolen it from heaven. Conceived of wonder, born of hope, and realized by belief. It is the prerogative of all properly beating hearts. Everything living feels it, and everything lives. The postman, the figure coming down the road, the visitor on the pathway, the knock upon the door, even the stranger in the teacup, all are embodiments of this exquisite scrap of heaven, divine expectancy. It may be Christmas, it may be only tomorrow, but equally it may be the end of the world. Something is coming. Into the heart, something satisfying. It is the eternal beginning. It is the dawn. Long after the children had retired to bed, Uncle Felix sat up alone in the big house thinking. He made himself cosy in the library, meaning to finish a chapter of the historical novel he had sadly neglected these past days, and he set himself to the work with a will. But, try as he would, the story would not run. He fixed his mind upon the scene in vain. He concentrated hard, visualized the place and the characters as his habit was, reconstructed the incidents and conversations exactly as though he had seen them happen and remembered them. But the imagination that should have given them life failed to operate. It became a mere effort of invention. The characters would not talk of their own accord. The incidents did not flow in a stream as when he worked successfully. Life was not in them. He began again, wrote and rewrote, but failed to seize the atmosphere of reality that alone could make them interesting. Interest, he suddenly realized it, had vanished. He felt no interest in the stupid chapter. He tore it up, and knew it was the right thing to do because he heard the characters laughing.
I'm not in the mood, he reflected. It's artificial. William Smith of Peckham would skip this chapter. There's something bigger in me. I wonder.
He lit his pipe and sat by the open window, watching the stars and sniffing the scented summer night. He let his thoughts go wandering as they would, and the moment he relaxed attention, a sense of pleasant relief stole over him. He discovered how great the effort had been. He also discovered the reason. It offered itself in a flash to his mind that was no longer blocked by the effort, and therefore unreceptive.
A man can't live adventure and write it too,
he realized sharply.
He writes what he would like to live. I'm living adventure. The desire to live it vicariously by writing it has left me. Of course.
It was a sweet and rich discovery, that the adventures of the last 10 days had been so real and meant so much to him. No man of action leading a deep, full life of actual experience felt the need of scribbling, painting, fiddling.
Glorious, by Jove!
He exclaimed between great puffs of smoke.
I've struck a fact.
He had been so busily creating these last days that he had lost the yearning to describe merely what others did. The children had caught him body and soul in their eternal world of wonder and belief. Judy and Tim had taught him this. Yet, somehow, it was the inactive, calm Maria who loomed up in his thoughts as the principal enchantress. Maria's apparent inactivity was a blind. She did not do very much in the sense of rushing helter-skelter after desirable things, but she obtained them nevertheless. She got in their way so that they ran into her. Then she claimed them. She knew beforehand, as it were, the way they would take. She was always there when anything worth happening was about. And though she spoke so little, during a general conversation, for instance, she said so much. At the end of all the talk, it was always Maria who had said the important thing. Her why and why not that very afternoon were all that he remembered of the intricate and long discussion. It left the odd impression on his mind that talk, all the world over, said one thing only, that the millions of talkers on the teeming earth, eagerly chattering in many languages, said one and the same thing only. There was only one thing to be said. That is, they were all trying to say it. Maria had said it. A whirring moth flew busily past the open window and vanished into the night. He thought of his own books. For writers, painters, preachers, musicians, these were trying to say it too.
"If I could describe that moth exactly," he murmured to himself, "give the sensation of its flight, its unconscious attraction to the light, its plunge back into the darkness, its precise purpose in the universe, its marvellous aim and balance, its life, I could... The
thought broke off with a jagged end. With a leap, then, it went on again.
touch reality.
And he heard his own voice saying it. He had uttered it aloud. The sound had an odd effect upon him. He realized the uselessness of words. No words touched reality. To be known, reality had to be lived, experienced. Maria managed this in some extraordinary way. She had reality. Time did not humbug her, nor did space. Goodness! The moth whirred into the room, softly banging itself against the ceiling, and through the smoke from his pipe he saw that a dozen more were doing the same thing with tireless energy. They felt or saw the light. All obeyed the one driving desire, to get closer into it. He saw millions and millions of people, the whole world over, rushing about on two legs and behaving similarly. How they did run about and fuss, to be sure. What was it all about? What were they after? People had to earn their living, of course, but it seemed more than that, for all were after something, and the faster they went, the better pleased they were. Apparently they thought speed was of chief importance, as though speed killed time. They banged themselves into obstacles everywhere. They screamed and disagreed, and accused each other of lying and being blind. But the thing they were after either hid itself remarkably well or went at an incredible speed, for no one ever came up with it or found it. Time invariably blocked them. Only one or two Maria sort of people sat still and waited. He watched them all and wondered. One rushed up to an office in a train. While another built the train he rushed in. One wore black and preached a sermon. Another wore blue and guarded a street. A third wore red and killed. A fourth wore very little and danced. All in the end were nothing, and disappeared. Some lived in a room and read hundreds of books. Another wrote them. One spent his days examining the stars through a telescope. Another hurried off to find the poles. Hundreds were digging into the ground, ferreting in the air or under the water. A large number fed animals, then killed and cooked them when they had been fed enough. Hens laid eggs, and eggs produced hens that laid more eggs. There were always thousands hurrying along the roads, then coming back again. The millions of living beings were everywhere extremely busy after something, yet hardly any two of them agreed exactly what it was they sought. There were sects, societies, religions by the score, each one cocksure it knew and had found reality, yet proving by the continuous busy searching that it had not found it. Yet all, oddly enough, fitted in together fairly well, as in a gigantic dance, though obviously none knew exactly what the tune was, nor who played it. Would they never know? Would all die before they found it? Were they all after the same thing, or after a lot of different things? And why, in the name of goodness, couldn't they all agree about it? Wasn't it perhaps that they looked in different ways, all for the same thing? Surely the world had existed long enough for that to be settled finally. Reality, time prevented always. A moth fell with a soft and disconcerting plop upon the top of his head, cannonaded thence against the window-sill, and shot out into the night again. He came back with a start to his reality, that he had promised the children an extra day, that for 24 hours, in spite of the paradox, time should cease its driving hurry, and that, for the moment at any rate, he was very sleepy and must go upstairs to bed. He rose, shook himself free of the curious reverie with a mighty yawn, and looked at the gold watch from his waistcoat pocket. Out came a number of other timepieces with it, and it was then that the personality of Maria entered the room and stood beside him, and said distinctly, "This is my particular adventure, please remember." And he understood that whatever happened, it would happen according to the gospel of Maria. Getting behind time meant getting a little nearer to reality, one stage nearer at any rate. It meant entering the region where she dwelt so serenely. It was her doing and not his. He realized in a flash that in her quiet way she was responsible, and had drawn them in, seduced them. All gravitated to her and into her mysterious circle. Maria claimed them. It was certainly her particular adventure. Only she would share it with them all. The end of Chapter 15. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 16 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Time halts. He looked at his watch a second time, and found that it was later than he had supposed. 11 o'clock. In the act of winding it, however, he paused. Something he had forgotten came back to him, and a curious smile broke over his face. He stroked his beard, glanced at the ceiling where the moths still banged and buzzed, then strolled over to the open window and said, He put his head and shoulders out into the air, and then he again said, only longer than the first time. It seemed as if someone answered him. That floated off to someone who was listening for it. Perhaps it was an echo that came floating back. Perhaps it wasn't. But any grown-up person who hesitates in an empty room of a country house at 11 o'clock at night and murmurs, into the open air, is not in an ordinary state of mind. The normal thing is to put the lights out and go up more or less briskly to bed. Uncle Felix was no exception to this rule. His emotions, evidently, were not quite normal. He listened. The night was very still. The stars, like a shower of golden rain arrested in full flight, paused in a flock and looked at him, but in so deliberate a way that he was conscious of being looked at. It was rather a delightful sensation, he thought. Never before had they seemed so intimate, so interested in his life. He was aware that a friendly relationship existed between him and those far, bright, twinkling eyes. He murmured softly once again, then heard a sound of wings rush whirring past his face, and next a chattering of birds somewhere overhead among the heavy eaves. So, I'm not the only one awake, he thought, and for some odd reason felt rather pleased about it. Sounds like swallows, I wonder. But he saw no movement anywhere. No wind stirred the ivy on the wall. The limes were motionless, the earth asleep. Even the stream beyond the laurel shrubberies ran silently. Dimly he made out the garden lying at attention, the flower-beds like folded hands upon its breast, and further off the big untidy elms in pools of deeper shadow, their outlines blurred as dreams blur the mind. Yet, though he could detect no slightest movement, he was keenly aware that other things beside the stars were looking at him. The night was full of carefully screened eyes, all fixed upon him. Framed in the lighted window, he was so easily visible. Night herself, calm and majestic, gazed down upon him through wide-open lids that filled the entire sky. He felt the intentness of her steadfast gaze, and paused. He stopped. It seemed that everything stopped too. So striking, indeed, was the sensation, that he gave expression to it half aloud.
"It's slowing up," he murmured. "Stopping. I do believe...
There was no answer this time, no sign of echo anywhere, but he heard an owl calling its muffled note from the wood without a centre.
"It's probably seen me too," he thought,
and then it also stopped. He waited a moment, hoping it would begin again, for he loved the atmosphere of childhood that the sound invoked in him. But the fluty call was not repeated. He drew his head in, closed and bolted the window, fastened the shutters carefully, and pulled the curtains over. Then he extinguished the lamps, lit his candle, and moved out softly into the hall on his way upstairs. And for the first time in his life he felt that in shutting the window he had not shut the beauty out. The beauty of that watching, listening night had not gone away from him by closing down the shutters. It was not lost, it stopped there. This novel realization was very queer and very exquisite. Regret did not operate, and he went along the passage murmuring, over and over to himself, for there seemed nothing more adequate that he could think of. The servants had long since gone to bed. He alone was awake in the whole big house. He moved cautiously down the long corridor towards the green baize doors, fully aware that it was not the proper way upstairs. He pushed them, and they swung behind him with a grunt that repeated itself several times, lessening and shortening until it ended in an abrupt puffing sound, and he found himself in a chilly corridor of stone. It was very dark. The candle threw the shadow of his hand down the gaping length in front of him. He went stealthily a few steps further, then stopped opposite a closed door of white. For a moment he held his breath, examining the panels by the light of the raised candle, then turned the knob of brass, threw it wide open, and found himself in Mrs. Horton's kitchen. The room was very warm. There was the curious, familiar smell of brooms and aprons, of soap and soda, flavoured with brown sugar, treacle, and a dash of toast and roasted coffee. The ashes still glowed between the bars of the range like a grinning mouth. He put the candle down and looked about him nervously. There was an awful moment when he thought a great 6-foot cook with red visage and bare arms would rise and strike him with a ladle or a rolling pin. In the faint light he made out the white deal table in the centre, the rows of pots and pans gleaming in mid-air, dishcloths hanging on a string to dry, layers of plates of various sizes on the shelves, and jugs suspended by their handles at an angle ready for pouring out. He saw the dresser with its huge capacious drawers, the only drawers in the world that opened easily and were deep enough to be of value. Also, there was a sound, the sound all kitchens have, steadily tapping, clicking, ticking. He turned. He saw the familiar object whence the sound proceeded. At the end of the great silent room, upright like a sentry placed against the wall, stiff and rigid, he saw a figure with a round and pallid face, staring solemnly at him through the gloom. He stiffened and stood rigid too, listening to the tapping noise that issued from its hollow interior of wood and iron. Watching him with remorseless mien, the kitchen clock asked him for the password. "Why not? Why not?" its ticking said distinctly. The warmth was comforting. He sat down on the white deal table, knowing himself an intruder, but boldly facing the tall monster that guarded the deserted room, and challenged him.
"You haven't stopped,"
he answered in his beard.
"Why not?"
And as he said it, a new expression stole upon its hardened countenance. The challenge melted, the obdurate stare relaxed. The quaint, grandfatherly aspect of benevolence shone over it like a smile. It looked not only kind, but contrite. He saw it as it used to be, ages and ages ago, when he was a boy, sliding down the banisters towards it, or towards its counterpart in the hall. It winked. The ticking, too, became less aggressive and relentless, less sure of itself, almost as though it were slowing up. There was a plaintive note behind the metallic sharpness. The great kitchen clock, also, was aware of a conspiracy hatching against time. And as he sat and listened to the machinery tapping away the seconds, he heard a similar tapping in his brain that swung gradually into rhythm with the clock. A pendulum in his mind was swinging, each swing a little shorter than the one before, and he remembered that a dozen pendulums in a room, starting at different lengths, ended by swinging all together. "We're slowing up together, stopping," murmured the two pendulums. "Why not? Why not? Why not?" Presently both would cease, yet ceasing would be the beginning, not the end. A state without end or beginning would supervene. Ticking meant time, and time meant becoming, but beyond becoming lay the bottomless sea of being, which was eternity. Maria floated there, calm, quiet, serene, little globular Maria, circular, the perfect form. The kitchen spell rolled in upon him, smothering mind and senses. It came at first so gradually he hardly noticed it, but it rose and rose and rose, till at length he sat dipped to the eyes in it, and then finally his eyes went under too. He was immersed, submerged. The parochial vanished. He swam in the universal. He felt drowsy, soothed, and very happy. His heart beat differently. Consciousness ran fluttering along the edge of something hard that hitherto had seemed an unsurpassable barrier. The barrier melted and let him through. He rubbed his eyes and started.
"That's the clock in Mrs. Horton's kitchen,"
he tried to say, but the words had an empty and ridiculous sound, as if there was no meaning in them. They flew about him in the air like little butterflies trying to settle. They settled on one meaning, only to flit elsewhere the next minute and settle on another meaning. They could mean anything and everything. They did mean everything. They meant one thing. Finally they settled back into his heart, and their meaning caught him by the throat in a most delicious way. The air was full of tiny fluttering wings. He heard pattering feet and little voices. Hair tied with coloured ribbons brushed his cheeks, and laughing, mischievous eyes like stars floated loose about the ceiling. The kitchen spell grew mighty, irresistible, rising over him out of a timeless long ago. From the direction of the ghostly towel horse it seemed to come. But beyond the towel horse was the window, and beyond the window lay the open fields, and beyond the fields lay miles and miles of country asleep beneath the stars. And this country stretched without a break right up to the lonely wolds of distant Yorkshire. where an old grey house contained another kitchen, silent and deserted in the night. All the empty kitchens of England were at this moment in league together, but this old Yorkshire kitchen was the parent of them all, and thence the spell first issued. It was his own childhood kitchen. And Uncle Felix travelled backwards against the machinery of time that cheats the majority so easily with its convention of moving hands and ticking voice and bullying, staring visage. He slid swiftly down the long banister descent of years, and reached in a flash that old sombre Yorkshire kitchen, and stood, 4 foot nothing, face smudged and fingers sticky, beside the big deal table with the dying embers in the grate upon his right. His heart was beating. He could just reach the juicy cake without standing on a chair. He ate the very slice that he had eaten 40 years ago. It was possible to have your cake and eat it too. He gulped it down and sucked the 5 fingers of each hand in turn, then turned to attack the staring monster that had tried to make him believe it was impossible. He crossed the stone floor on tiptoe, but with challenge in his heart, looked straight into its humbugging big face, opened its carefully buttoned jacket, and took off the weights. He murmured with complacent satisfaction that included victory.
I've stopped you.
There was a curious, long-drawn sound as the machinery ran down. The chains quivered, then hung motionless. There was disaster in the sound, but laughter too. The laughter of the culprit, caught in the act, unmasked, exposed at last. But I've had a good time these last 100 years, he seemed to hear with the obvious answer this insolence suggested.
Caught, you're it,
in a tone that was not wholly unlike Maria's. He turned and left the kitchen as stealthily as he had entered it. He went along the cold stone corridor, through the green baize doors, and so up the softly carpeted stairs to his bedroom. He undressed and rolled solemnly between the sheets. He sighed deeply, but he did not move again. He fell instantly into the right position for sleep. But while he slept, the timeless night brought up its mystery. Moored outside against the walls, an extra day lay swinging from the stars. The waves of time washed past its sides, yet could not move it. The wind was in the rigging. It lay at anchor, filling the sky with a beauty of eternity. And above the old mill house, the darkness, led by the birds, flowed on to meet the quivering dawn. The end of Chapter 16, read by Andy Sames. Chapter 17 of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A day has come. Maria's particular adventure. The day was hardly born, and still unsure of itself, when a robin with its tail cocked up stood up alertly on the window-sill of Uncle Felix's bedroom, peeped in through the open sash, and noticed the objects in front of it with a certain deliberation. These objects were half in shadow, but unlike those it was most familiar with, they did not move in the breeze that stirred the world outside. The robin had just swung up from a lilac branch below. Its toes were spread to their full extent for balancing purposes. It peeped busily in all directions. Then, suddenly, a big object at the far end of the darkened room moved slowly underneath a mass of white, as Uncle Felix, aware that someone was watching him, rolled over in his bed, opened his sleepy eyes, and stared. At the same moment the robin twitched, and fixed its brilliant glance upon him. It had found the particular object that it sought. Uncle Felix, somewhat dazed by sleep and dreams, saw the tight, fat body of the bird outlined against the open sky, but thought at first it was an eagle or a turkey. until perspective righted itself and enabled him to decide that it was a robin only. He saw its scut tail pointing, and, from the attitude of the bird, of its cocked-up tail, the angle of its neck and head, to say nothing of the inquisitive way it peeped sideways at him over the furniture, he realized that it had come in with a definite purpose, a purpose that concerned himself. In a word, it had something to communicate.
Odd, he thought drowsily, as he met its piercing eye. A robin in my room at dawn? I wonder what it's up to.
Then, remembering vaguely that he expected somebody or something out of the ordinary, he made a peculiar noise that seemed to meet the case. He tried to whistle at it, but his lips, being rather dry, made instead a hissing sound that would have frightened most robins out of the room at once. On this particular bird, however, the effect was just the opposite. It hopped self-consciously onto the dressing-table, fluttered next to the armchair, and the same second dropped out of sight behind the end of the four-poster bed. It acted, that is, with decision. It was making distinct advances. He sat up then in order to see it better, and discovered it perched saucily upon the toe of his evening shoe, looking deliberately into his face as it rose above the bedclothes. "Come along," he said, making his voice as soft as possible, "and tell me what you want." His expression tried to convey that he was harmless, and he smiled to counteract the effect of his bristling hair, which stuck out at right angles, as it only can stick out on waking. He felt complimented by the visit of the bird, and did not wish to frighten it. But the robin, accustomed to seeing scarecrows in the dawn, showed not the slightest fear. On the contrary, it showed interest and a simple, innocent affection, too. It fluttered up onto the rail between the bedposts, almost within reach of his stretched-out hand. Its flexible toes clutched the bar as though it were a twig. It moved first 2 inches to the right, then 2 inches to the left again, then held steady. It next flicked its tail and cocked its small head sideways, as if about to deliver a speech or message it had learned by heart, stared intently into the bearded human visage close in front of it, abruptly opened its wings, whirred them with a rapidity that made a sound like a shower of peas striking a taut sheet, and then, with a single exquisitely chosen curve, vanished through the open window and was gone.
"Well," murmured the confused and astonished man, "if anything means anything, that does. Only I wonder what it does mean."
He was a little startled, and he remained in a sitting position for some minutes, staring at the open window and hoping the robin would return. Somehow he did not think it would, but he hoped it might. The robin, however, made no sign, and, meanwhile, the dawn slipped higher up the sky, showing the groups of trees with greater sharpness. A draught of morning air came in. "The dawn," he thought. "How marvellous! Perhaps the robin came to show me that." He sniffed the fresh perfume of dew and leaves and earth that rise for a moment with the early light, then fade away. "Or that," he added, pausing to enjoy the delicate fragrance. "But for the bird I should have slept and missed them both. I wonder." He wished he were dressed and out upon the lawn, but the bed was enticing, and it was no easy thing to get up and wash and put on 11 separate articles of clothing. What a pity he was not dressed like a bird in one garment only. What a pity he could not wash himself by flying through a rushing shower of sweet rain. By the time his clothes were on, and he had made his way downstairs and unlocked the big chain doors, all this strange, wild emotion would have evaporated. If only he could have landed with a single curve among the flower beds, as the robin did. Besides, he would feel hungry. And a worm? The warmth of the bed crept upwards towards his eyes. The eyelids dropped of their own accord. His weight sank slowly downwards. The pillow was smooth as cream. He remembered Judy saying once that if a war came, she would go out and soothe pillows. A pillow was, indeed, a very soothing thing. His head sank backwards into a mass of feathery sensations like a flock of dreams. He drew a long, deep breath. He began to forget a number of things, and to remember a number of other things. They mingled together. They became indistinguishable. What were they? He could make a selection, choose those he liked best, and leave the others. Couldn't he? Why not, indeed? Why not? One was that the clocks had stopped for 24 hours, and that an extra unused day was dawning. Another, that today was Sunday. He could make his choice, yet all days surely were unused till they came. True, but clocks decreed and regulated their length. This extra day, having been overlooked long ago, was beyond the reach of measuring clocks. No clocks had ever ticked it into passing. It could never pass. Only the present passed. The past, to which this day belonged, remained where it was, endless, beginningless, self-repeating. He chose it without more ado, and the robin had come to mention something about it. Its small round body was full, its head tight-packed with what it had to tell. It was bursting with information, but what? And then he realized abruptly another thing. It had delivered its message. The presence of the bird had announced a change of conditions in the room, a change in his heart and brain as well. But how? He was too drowsy to decide quite. Yet in some way the robin had brought in with it the dawn of an unusual day. A kind of bird day, light as a feather, swift as a flashing wing, spontaneous, air freedom, escape, sweet brilliance, a thing of flowers, winds, and beauty, a thing of innocence and captivating loveliness, a happy, dancing day. He felt a new sort of knowledge pass darting through him, a new point of view, almost a bird's-eye aspect of old familiar things. Joy. That neat, sharp beak had pricked his imagination into swifter life. The meaning of the bird's announcement flowed with delicate power all through his drowsy body. It summed itself up in this: somebody, something long expected, at last was coming. And then he incontinently fell asleep. He lost consciousness. But while he lay heavily upon his soothing pillow, the marvellous dawn slid higher up the sky, and the robin popped up once upon the window-sill again, glanced sideways at him with approval, then flashed away so close above the soaking lawn that the dewdrops quivered as it passed. Apparently it was satisfied. At the same moment, in another part of the old house, Tim found his sleep disturbed in a similar fashion. A shrill twittering beneath the eaves mingled with his dreams. He shook a toe and wrinkled up his nose. He woke. His bedroom, being on the top floor, was lighter than those below. There were no trees to cast shadows or obstruct the dawn. Tim rubbed his eyes, yawned, scratched, then pattered over to the window to see what all the noise was about. In his nightshirt he looked like a skinny bird with folded wings of white, as he leaned forward and stuck his head out into the morning air. Upon the strip of back lawn below, the swallows, who had been chattering so loudly overhead, stood in an active group. Clutching the cold iron bars and resting his chin upon the topmost one, he watched them. He had never before seen swallows on the ground like that. He associated them with the upper sky. It was odd to see them standing instead of flying. Their behaviour seemed not quite normal. There was a commotion of an unusual kind among them. A grey cat, stalking them warily down the stable path, came near, yet did not trouble them. They felt no alarm. They strutted about like a lot of black-frocked parsons at a congress. They looked as if they had hands tucked behind their pointed coat-tails. They were talking among themselves, discussing something, and from time to time they shot upward glances at the window just above them, at himself.
I believe they want me to look at something or other,
the boy thought vaguely. It seemed as if he had picked them out of a dream and put them there upon the lawn. He felt dazed and happy. He had been dreaming of curious, wild things. Where was he? What had happened?
It feels just like something coming,
he decided.
Or somebody. Someone's about in the grounds, perhaps.
It was very exciting to be awake at such an unearthly hour. The sun was still below the edge of the gigantic earth. A great slow thrill stole up into his heart. He noticed the streaks of colour in the sky and felt the chilly wind.
It's sunrise,
he exclaimed, rubbing one naked foot against the other.
That's what it is, and I'm up to see it.
The thrill merged into a deep, huge sense of wonder that enthralled him. At the same moment the swallows, disturbed by his voice, looked up with one accord, then rose in a single sweep and whirled off into the upper air, wings faintly tinged with gold. They scattered. Tim watched them for a little while, dimly aware that he watched something
perfectly magnificent.
His eyes followed one bird after another, caught in a sudden little rapture he could not understand, then turned and saw his bed, flushed with early pink, across the room. With a running jump he landed among the sheets, rolled himself up into a ball, and promptly fell asleep again. It was not yet 4 o'clock. Across the landing, meanwhile, Judy, wakened by a brush of feathery wind, was at her window too. She felt very sure of something, although she didn't in the least know what. It was the same thing that Tim and Uncle Felix knew, only they knew they didn't know it, whereas she didn't know she knew it. Her knowledge, therefore, was greater than theirs. The room was touched with soft grey light. It was to the west, and the night still clung about the furniture. Like a ball in a saucer, Maria lay asleep in bed against the opposite wall, her neutrality to all that was going on absolute as usual. But Judy did not wake her. She preferred to live alone. She knew that she was alive in her nightgown between night and morning, and that was an unusual pleasure she wished to enjoy without interference. For months she had not waked before 7:30. The excitement of the unfamiliar was in her heart. She had caught the earth asleep, surprised it. For the first time in her life she saw the earth. She discovered it. She knelt on a chair beside the open window, peering out, and as she did so, a strange, wild cry came sounding through the stillness. It was like a bugle call, but she knew no human lips had made it. She glanced very quickly in the direction whence it came, the pond, and the next instant the reeds about the edge parted, and the thing that had emitted the curious wild cry emerged plainly into view. It was a pompous-looking creature. It came out waddling.
"It's the up and under bird,"
exclaimed Judy in a whisper.
"Something's happening."
It was a waterfowl, A creature whose mysterious habit of living upon the surface of the pond, as well as underneath, made the children's nickname a necessity. And now it was attempting a raid on land as well. But land was not its natural place. Something certainly had happened, or was going to happen.
It's a snopportunity,
decided Judy instantly. Far more than an opportunity, a snopportunity was something to be snapped up quickly, the sort of thing that ordinarily happened behind one's back, usually discovered too late to be made use of.
I've caught it!
She remembered that the clocks had stopped, yet not knowing why she remembered it. It was the thing she didn't know she knew. She knew it before it happened. That was a snopportunity. She watched the heavy bird for a considerable time as it slowly appropriated the land it had no right to. It moved, she thought, like a twisted drum on very short drumsticks. It had a waterlogged appearance. It was bird and fish ordinarily, but now it was pretending to be animal as well, a thing that flew, swam, walked. Its webbed feet patted the ground complacently. It came laboriously towards the wall of the house, then halted. It paused a moment, then turned its eyes up, while Judy turned hers down. The pair of creatures looked at one another steadily for several seconds.
"You're not out for nothing," exclaimed Judy audibly. "So now I know."
The reply was neither in the affirmative nor in the negative. The up and under bird said nothing. It made no sign. It just turned away, stalked heavily back across the lawn without once looking either to right or left, launched itself upon the water, uttered its queer bugle call for the last and second time, and promptly disappeared below. The tilt of its vanishing tail expressed sublime indifference to everything on land, and Judy, reflecting vaguely that she, too, was something of an up-and-under creature, followed its example, though without the same dispatch or neatness of execution. She tumbled sideways into bed and disappeared beneath the sheets, aware that the bird had left her richer than it found her. It had communicated something that lay beyond all possible explanation. She had no tail, nor did she express indifference. On the contrary, she hugged herself, making sounds of pleasurable anticipation in her throat that lay plunged among the depths of soothing pillows. It seems, then, that the entire household, the important portion of it at any rate, had been duly notified that something unusual was afoot, and that the dawn of the day, just breaking through a ghostly sky, was distinctly out of the ordinary. The birds, always the first to wake, and provided with the most sensitive apparatus for recording changes, had caught the mysterious whisper from the fading night. They had instantly communicated it, to the best of their ability, to their established friends. The robin, the swallows, and the up-and-under bird, having accomplished their purpose, disappeared from view in order to attend to breakfast and the arrangement of their own subsequent adventures. Earth, air, and water had delivered messages. The news had been flashed. Those who deserved it had been warned. The day could now begin. Maria alone, meanwhile, slept on soundly, secure in that stodgy immobility that takes no risks. Oblivious, apparently, of all secret warnings of excitement or alarm, she lay in a tight round ball, inactive, undisturbed. Even her breathing revealed her peculiar idiosyncrasy. No actual movement on her surface was discernible. Her breathing involved the least possible disturbance of the pink and white contours that bulged the sheets and counterpane. Her face was calm, expressionless, and even dull. yet wore a certain look as though she knew so much that she had no need to maintain her position by the least assertion. Exertion would have been a denial of her right to exist, and exist she certainly did. The weight of her personality lent balance to the quivering uncertainty of this mysterious dawn. Maria remained an unassailable reality, an immovable centre round which anything might happen, yet never end, and certainly no disaster come. And Judy, glancing at her as she disappeared below her own sheets, noted this fact without understanding that she did so. This was another aspect of the thing she didn't know she knew.
Maria's asleep, she felt, so there's no need to get up yet. It's all right.
In spite of the marvellous thing she knew was coming, that is, she felt herself anchored safely to the firm reality of calm Maria, soundly, peacefully asleep, and 5 minutes later she was in the same desirable condition herself. But hardly were they all asleep than a figure none of them had noticed, yet all perhaps had vaguely felt, rose out of the little ditch this side of the laurel shrubberies, and advanced slowly towards the old mill house. The shape was shadowy and indeterminate at first. It might have been a bush, a sheaf of straw, a clump of high-grown weeds, for birds fluttered just above it, and the swallows darted down without alarm. A shaggy thing, it seemed part of the natural landscape. Half-way across the lawn, however, it paused and stretched itself. It rubbed its eyes, it yawned, and, as it shook the sleep from face and body, the outline grew distinctly clearer. The thing that had looked like a bundle of hay or branches resolved itself into a human being. The loose untidiness gave place to definite shape, as leaves, grass, twigs, and wisps of straw fell fluttering from it to the ground. It was a pathetic and yet wonderful sight. Beauty, happiness, and peace about it somewhere, together with a soft and tender sweetness that tempered the wildness of its aspect. Indescribably, these qualities proclaimed themselves. It was a man.
"They've seen me twice," he mentioned to the dipping swallows. "This is my third appearance. They'll recognize me without a word. The day has come."
He stood a moment, shaking the extras of the night from hair and clothing, then laughed with a sound like running water as the birds swooped down and carried the straws and twigs away with a great busyness of wings. Next, glancing up at the open windows of the house, he started forward with a light but steady step.
"They will not be surprised," he said, "for they have always believed in me. They knew that some day I should come, and in the twinkling of an eye—"
He paused and chuckled in his beard.
"I'm not the one thing they're expecting, but I'm next door to it, and I can show them how to look at any rate."
And he began softly humming the words of a little song he had evidently made up himself, and therefore liked immensely. He neared the walls. The sunrise tipped a happy, glorious face. He disappeared from view as though he had melted through the old grey stone, and a flight of swallows, driven by the fresh dawn wind, passed high overhead across the heavens, leading the night away. They swung to the rhythm of his little song.
"My secret's in the wind and open sky. There is no longer any time to lose. The world is young with laughter, we can fly among the imprisoned hours as we choose. The rushing minutes pause, an unused day breaks into dawn and cheats the tired sun. The birds are singing, hark, come out and play. There is no hurry, life has just begun."
The end of Chapter 17. Read by Andy Sames. Chapter 17, Part 1
of The Extra Day by Algernon Blackwood. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Extra Day. Behind Time. The day broke. It broke literally. The sky gave way and burst asunder, scattering floods of radiant sunshine. This was the feeling in Uncle Felix's heart as he came downstairs to breakfast in the schoolroom. A sensation of feathery lightness was in him, of speed as well. He could rise above every obstacle in the world, only there were no obstacles in the world to rise above. Boredom, despair, and pessimism, he suddenly realized, meant deficiency of energy merely.
Birds can rise above everything, and so can I.
As though he possessed a robin's normal temperature of 110 degrees. Although it was Sunday morning, and a dark suit was his usual custom, he had slipped into flannels and a comfortable low collar, without thinking about it one way or the other.
"It's a jolly day," he hummed to himself, "and I'm alive. We must do all kinds of things, everything. It's all one thing, really."
It seemed there was a new, uplifting sense of joy in merely being alive. He repeated the word again and again.
"Alive, alive, alive!"
Of course a robin sang. It was the natural thing to do. He looked out of the window while dressing, and caught the startling impression that this life emanated from the world of familiar trees and grass and flowers spread out before his eyes. Everything was singing. Beauty had dropped down upon the earth. The earth, moreover, knew that she was beautiful. She was obviously enjoying herself, both as a whole and in every tiniest nook and corner of her gigantic being. Yet, without undue surprise, he noted this. The marvel was there as always, but he did not pause to say, "How marvellous!" It was as natural as breathing, and as easily accepted. He was always breathing, but he never stopped and thought, "Good Lord, I'm breathing. How dreadful if it stopped." He simply went on breathing. And so, with the beauty of this radiant morning, it never occurred to him, "This will not last. The sun will set, the shadows fall, the marvel pass and die." That this particular day could end did not even suggest itself. On his way down the passage, Judy and Tim came dancing from their rooms to meet him. They, too, were dressed in their everyday adventure things, no special sign of Sunday anywhere about them, slipped into their summery clothing as naturally as birds and flowers grow into the bright and feathery stuff that covers them. This notion struck him, but faintly. It was not a definite thought. He might as well have noticed,
"Ah, the sky is dressed in light or mist. The wind blows it into folds and creases."
Yet the notion did strike him with its little dreamlike hammer, because with it came a second tiny blow, producing, it seemed, a soft blaze of light behind his eyes somewhere.
"I've recovered the childhood sense of reality, the vivid certainty, the knowledge somebody's coming, somebody's here, hiding still perhaps, yet nearer." It flashed like a goldfish in some crystal summer fountain, and was gone again. In the passage, Judy touched his hand and said confidingly, "You will take me to the end of the world today, Uncle." It was true, and possible. No special preparation was required for any journey whatsoever. They were already prepared for anything, like birds, and someone, it seemed, had taken his name away. "We'll do everything at once," said Tim, with the utmost assurance in tone and manner. "Of course,"
was his obvious and natural reply to each. No explanations or conditions necessary. Things would happen of themselves, spontaneously. There was only one thing to do.
"We're alive,"
he added. They just looked at him as he said it. then pulled him down the passage a little faster than before. Yet the way they ran dancing along that oilcloth passage held something of the joy and confidence with which birds launch themselves into flight across the earth. There was this sense of spontaneous excitement and delight about.
"He's here already,"
Judy whispered as they neared the breakfast-room.
"I can feel it. Came in while we were asleep,"
her brother added.
"I know it,"
and he clapped his hands. "At dawn, yes," agreed Uncle Felix, saying it on the spur of the moment. He was perplexed a little, perhaps, but did not hesitate. He had not quite the assurance of the others. He meant to let himself go, however. There was not the slightest doubt or question anywhere. They believed because they knew what they had expected for so long had happened. The stranger in the teacup had arrived at last. They went down the long corridor of the old mill house, every window open to the sunshine that came pouring in. The very walls seemed made of transparent, shining paper. The world came flowing in. A happiness of the glowing earth sang in their veins. At the door they paused a second.
"I know exactly who he is,"
breathed Judy softly.
"I know what he looks like,"
whispered Tim.
"There was never time to see him properly before,"
said Uncle Felix.
"Things went by so fast. He whizzed and vanished, but now, of course."
They pushed the door open and went in. Breakfast was already laid upon the shining cloth. Hot dishes steamed. There were flowers upon the table, and climbing roses peeped in round the grey walls of some baked stone. A bird or two hopped carelessly upon the window-sill, and a smell of earth and leaves was in the air. Sunshine, colour, and perfume filled the room to overflowing, yet not so full that there was not ample space for the somebody who had brought them. For somebody certainly was there, someone whom the children, moreover, took absolutely for granted. There had been surprise outside the door, but there was none when they were in. Something like a dream, it seemed, this absence of astonishment, though, of course, no one took it in that way. For, at first, no one spoke at all. The children went to their places, lifting the covers to see what there was to eat. They did the normal, natural thing, eyed and sniffed the porridge, cream, brown sugar, and especially approved of the dish of comfortable, fat, poached eggs on toast. They were satisfied with what they saw. Everything was as it ought to be, plentiful, available, on hand. There was enough for everybody. But Uncle Felix paused a moment just inside the open door and stared. He looked about him as though the incredible thing had really happened at last. A rapt expression passed over his face, and his eyes seemed fixed upon something radiant that hung upon the air. He sighed and caught his breath. His heart grew amazingly light within him. Every thought and feeling that made up his personality, so it felt at least, had wings of silver tipped with golden fire.
"At last,"
he murmured softly to himself.
"At last."
He moved forward slowly into the room, his eyes still fixed on vacancy. The face showed exquisite delight, but the lips were otherwise dumb. He looked as if he had caught a glimpse of something he could not utter.
"Porridge, please, Uncle,"
he heard a voice saying, as someone put a large silver spoon into his hand.
"I like the hard lumps,"
and another voice added,
"I like the soupy, slippery stuff, please."
He pulled himself together with an effort.
"Ah,"
he mumbled, peeping from the dishes at the children's faces.
"The tea has stopped turning in the cup at last. He's come up to the surface."
And they turned and looked at him, but without the least surprise again. It was perfectly natural, it seemed, that there should be this presence in the room, their uncle's remark was neither here nor there. He had a right to express his own ideas in his own way if he wanted to. Their own remarks outside the door they had apparently forgotten. That, indeed, was already a very long time ago now. In the full bliss of realization, anticipation was naturally not remembered. The excitement in the passage belonged to some dim yesterday, almost when they were little. They began immediately to talk at the stranger in the room.
"I didn't hear anybody come,"
remarked Tim, as he mixed cream and demerara sugar inside an artificial pool of porridge.
"But it's all the same now. Somebody's here all right."
And then, between gulps, he added,
"The swallows laid an awful lot of eggs in the night, I think." "On tiptoe, just at dawn,"
remarked Judy casually, following her own train of thought, and intent upon chasing a slippery poached egg round and round her plate at the same time.
"The birds were awake, of course."
The birds! As she said it, a memory of some faint, exquisite dream of years and years ago, it seemed, fled also on tiptoe through the bright still air, and through 3 listening hearts as well. The robin, the swallows, and the up and under bird made secret signs and vanished.
"They know everything first, of course,"
said Uncle Felix aloud.
"They're up so early, aren't they?"
To himself he said,
"I'm dreaming. This is a dream."
His reason still fluttering a little before it died. But he kept his secret about the robin tightly in its hiding place.
"Before they've happened, really,"
Tim mentioned.
"They do a thing tomorrow, long before tomorrow's come."
He knew something the others could not possibly know.
"Everything comes from the air, you see,"
advanced Judy, secure in the memory of her private morning interview.
"But it can disappear underneath, when it wants to."
"Or into a hole," agreed Tim. And somebody in that breakfast room, somebody besides themselves, heard every word they spoke, listened attentively, and understood the meanings they thought they hid so cleverly. They knew, moreover, that he did so.
"Let's pretend,"
Tim suddenly exclaimed, catching his sister's eye just as it was wandering into the pot of home-made marmalade.
"All right,"
she said at once.
"Same as usual, I suppose?"
Tim nodded, glancing across the table.
"Sitting next to you, Uncle."
He pointed to the unoccupied chair and unused plate.
"In that empty place."
"Thank you,"
murmured the man, still hovering between reality and dream. He said it shyly. It was all too marvellous to ask questions about, he felt.
"It's a lovely morning,"
continued Judy politely, smiling at the empty place.
"Will you have tea and coffee, or milk, hot water and sugar?"
She listened attentively for the answer, the smile of a duchess on her rosy face, then bowed and handed a lump of sugar to Tim, who set it carefully in the middle of the plate.
"Butter or honey?"
inquired the boy.
"Or butter and honey?"
He too waited for the inaudible reply, then asked his uncle to pass the pot of honey and the butter dish. The stranger apparently liked sweet things best, at any rate natural things. They went on with their breakfast then, eating as much as ever they could hold, talking about everything in the world as usual, and occasionally bowing to the empty chair, addressing remarks to it, and listening to answers. Sometimes they passed things too. Another lump of sugar, more drops of honey, a thick blob of clotted cream as well. It was obvious to them that somebody occupied that chair, so real, indeed, that Uncle Felix found himself passing things and making observations about the weather, and even arranging a few crumbs of bread in a row beside the other delicacies. It was the right thing to do, evidently. Acting spontaneously, he had performed an inspired action. And the odd thing was that the food, lying in the blaze of sunlight on the plate, slowly underwent a change. The sugar got smaller in size, the honey drops diminished, the blob of cream lost its first circumference, and even the breadcrumbs seemed to dwindle visibly. "It's very hot this morning," said Judy after a bit. "The sun's hungrier than usual," and she pushed the plate into the shade. But it was clear that she referred to someone other than the sun, although the sun belonged to what was going on. "Thirsty, too," she added, "although there are buckets full of dew about." "And extra bright into the bargain," declared Tim. "I love shiny stuff like that to wear and dress in. It fits so easily. No bothering buttons."
"And doesn't wear out or stain, does it?" put in Uncle Felix, saying the first thing that came into his head, and again behaving in the appropriate, spontaneous manner. It was clear that the stranger, to them at least, was clothed in the gold and silver of the brilliant morning. There was a delicate perfume, too, as of wild flowers and sweet little roadside blossoms. The very air of the room was charged with some living light and beauty brought by the invisible guest. It was passing wonderful. The invading presence seemed all about them like a spreading fire of loveliness and joy, yet natural as sunshine. Then, suddenly, Tim sprang up from his chair and ran to the empty seat. His face shone with keen and eager expectancy, but wore a touch of shyness, too. "I want to be like you," he said in a hushed voice that had all the yearning of childhood breaking through it. "Please put your hand on me." He lowered his head and closed his eyes. He made an odd grimace, half pleasure and half awe, like a boy about to plunge into a pool of water, then stood upright, proud and delighted as any victorious king. He drew a long breath of relief. He seemed astonished that it had been so easily accomplished. "I'm full of it," he cried. "I'm burning. He touched me on the head." "Touched!" cried Judy, full herself of joy and happy envy. The boy nodded his head as though he would nod it off onto the tablecloth. He looked as if any minute he might burst into flame with the sheer enjoyment of it. "Warm all over," he gasped. "I could strike a match on my trousers now like Whedon." Then, while Uncle Felix rubbed his eyes and did his best to see the invisible, Judy sprang lightly from her chair, ran up to the vacant place, put out her arms and bent her face down so that her falling torrent of hair concealed it for a moment. She certainly put her arms round something. The next minute she straightened up again, with triumph and tumult in her shining eyes. "I kissed him," she announced, flushed like any rose, "and he kissed me back. He blew the wind into my hair as well. I'm flying. I'm lighter than a feather." And she went dancing and flitting round the table like a happy bird. Then Uncle Felix rose sedately from his seat. He did not mean to be left out of all this marvellous business merely because his body was a little older and more worn. He stretched his arm across the table, missing the cream jug by a narrow margin, but knocking the toast rack over in his eagerness. He held his hand out to the empty chair. "Please take my hand," he said, "and let me have something too."
He went through the pantomime of shaking hands, but to his intense amazement it seemed that there was an answering clasp. A smooth, soft-running touch closed gently on his own. It was cool and yielding, delicate as the down upon a robin's breast, yet firm as steel. And in that moment he knew that his glimpse on entering the room was not a trick, but had been a passing glimpse of what the children had always believed in, hoped for, saw.
"Thank you,"
he murmured, withdrawing his hand and examining it.
"Very much indeed. This is a beautiful day."
An extraordinary power came into him, a feeling of confidence and security and joy he had never known before. Yet all he could find to say was that it was a very beautiful day. The commonest speech expressed exactly what he felt. Ordinary words at last had meaning. Small words could tell it. "It's all right," remarked Tim, in an excited but quite natural tone.
"It is," he answered.
"Then let's go out and do all sorts of things. There's simply heaps to do." "Out into the sun," cried Judy. "Come on, we'll get into our old garden boots."
And she dragged her brother headlong out of the room. The end of Chapter 17, Part 1. Read by Andy Sames.